graphics, no fun stuff. All I have is a whole lot of NADA live stage energy, and that is going to carry us through. Now, I see some of you, you look great. You look like you rose and shining. Some of you look like you woke up this morning caffeinated and hoping. And I understand last night was a great night at the welcome reception. So for those that attended, thanks for making the trip and being here this morning. The expo floor is officially open. That's why you see everyone going that way. And live stage, we're going to keep our program rolling. Now, we have a great day of events planned for you. So couple rules in the living room: make yourself comfortable. If you have anything that you bring with you, make sure it brings its way out with you and makes its way to the trash. Don't leave it here. We want to keep the living room clean and comfortable for those that have come beyond you. All right, with that being said, here's where we're starting this morning. We're going to talk about succession planning for auto dealers. And to help lead that conversation, I have Elton Wetland of the NADA 20 Group Dealership Management Consultant, and Christine Coyote Westman, who is the Family Wealth Director, Senior Vice President of Morgan Stanley. Live Stage Living Room, please do me a favor. Give them a warm round of applause like they are your personal family, friend, and loved one. Bring them to the stage. Come on up.
Well,
Hello?
thank you.
Oops.
Can everybody hear us okay? I guess we'll start there.
Hello,
Okay.
Nada. How
Okay.
is everybody this morning? All right.
All right. Well, to make it easier, and we've talked about it a little bit, I'm a 20 group consultant, and I happen to have two of the three large super groups, which are multi-franchise groups within NADA and dealer franchise groups. And one of the hot topics that comes up very, very often is succession planning. So, Christine, I'll just cut to the chase with the first question is, why do dealers need a succession plan?
So, first of all, most dealers think that they don't need a succession plan because they are pretty sure they're going to live forever. So, I'm just letting you know. So, but Elton, you asked me this question the other day, or you brought up something the other day about what one of your dealers said.
What percentage of dealers end up leaving their dealership? I mean, how many dealerships have a succession?
100%. And the reason it's 100% is because despite all the supplements that you can take, you still have a 100% chance of dying. I mean, death and taxes, that's it. So you have a 100% chance that somehow your dealer is going to go into someone else's hands, whether it's your family or someone else. The question is, actually, Elton, are you going to decide how that works, or is someone else going to decide it for you?
What do you see in a succession plan? What do you see as the main barriers that a dealer, I mean, because I was once told that whether you're 25 or 85, you need a succession plan. You can get hit by a truck tonight. What do you see as the main barriers that a dealer has to not do a succession plan? What's the holdup?
Fear. And the reason they're afraid is because what if they upset a family member? What if they upset key employees? How do I even make this decision? And so they're like, oh, I don't want to start because if I start, then I'm going to open up Pandora's box.
Okay. Well, these are some actual questions that came from 20 groups.
Okay.
These questions are hot topics. You know, we'll start a meeting with hot topics and go around the room. And Christine, you've spoken at one of my 20 groups.
Right, I've spoken at a few.
I know your level of expertise on this is high. So why is it so critical to begin succession planning now instead of waiting?
So I'm going to give you a kind of a sad story as a result of it. Right now, one of my dealerships is in liquidation. I had been working with them on some other matters, trying to get them to do succession planning. They were like, oh, I don't really want to, I don't want to think about it. If I think about it, then it's going to hurt so. I just don't want to do this. And it was two partners. One of the partners dropped dead in his driveway December 29th, and now they're liquidating the dealership. So,
wow.
Yeah.
They had to because they didn't plan.
Right. And, you know, I'm just going to add other stories. When I first started working with another very substantial dealership, why were they in conflict? Because the father had not made an appropriate succession plan, and he was very busy suing his own mother.
Wow. You know, one of the things that we've talked about, and you look at groups, and I've got some very established old family groups, some that have done a wonderful job with the succession plan, but there's still percentages out there that when it goes to the second generation and third generation and fourth generation, that statistically it goes down a little bit. What do you see successfully that dealers have done? What are they up against? Is it a math situation? Is it the value of the dealership?
So okay, I have this philosophy that in the world there are two kinds of problems. There are math problems and people problems.
Okay.
And you can either start with the people, and if you think just about the people and your family members, that's not solving the math problem. When you run a dealership, you are running the math every single day. How many cars did I sell? How many cars did I service? Did I sell enough warranties? What am I doing with the assets of the business? And that's where you need to start. And there is this magic word that nobody likes to hear, and it's called governance. And that is, how are you going to govern your business? And how are you going to create that legacy? And if you start with the business first and then back it into the people, and you set the table of expectations. Hey, child, grandchild, great-grandchild, this is what we do for a living. If you don't want to do this, that's your decision, but the business takes the priority, and we're going to make the right business decisions, and you may or may not want to be a part of that.
Well, when you sit down with a dealer, and we're talking car dealers here, okay?
Right.
So when you sit down with a car dealer who needs a succession plan, we've determined that everybody needs one, and what do they want? What do they want?
At the end of the day, they really only want one thing. They want to be able to sit down with their family at Thanksgiving, and when they say, please pass the mashed potatoes, they get passed and not thrown.
Okay.
They want to feel safe and secure with their family, and they want their family to feel the same. And we have a saying at Morgan Stanley, and I've got a couple of my colleagues here, and they know it very well, which is that all children want to feel equally loved. And it's not that you have to give them equal money or equal ownership or anything like that, but everyone wants to feel engaged, and they want to know what their roles and what their responsibilities are. And if you can create an environment that creates a legacy for them, it allows them a place to step up.
When a dealer does a succession plan, is it a destination, or is it a journey process? Is it a potentially evolving type process?
Well, I don't want to get all political with you, but it's kind of like voting. You want to do it early and often. And the thing is that people change. Jamie Lee Curtis had this great saying about why her marriage had been so long. And it was because she said, I got on the bus, and sometimes I just waited for the scenery to change. And so when you're doing transition planning, succession planning, legacy planning, however you want to term it, it's really more thinking about over time, your scenery is going to change, and therefore you want to evolve with it. So it feels like succession or legacy planning can be difficult, but in fact, you really can just start with the simplest, easiest platform and then allow it to evolve, but make sure that you get back to it on a regular basis. And I just want to add this, and this is what your top dealers do, and this is why they're the top dealers. They surround themselves with very high quality professionals, legal and accounting. I know that there's some top tier accounting and legal professionals here today, and I would really encourage you to find the right kind of people to surround yourself with, because they'll help guide you going forward. And these are the people who make a difference in your life.
In the process, it doesn't sound like the valuation of the business is that big a part.
No, that's not true.
It is?
No, it is not true. So the thing is money problems, people problems. You can't really resolve a lot of people problems until you know what you have. And I was talking with a dealer group. They have 6 rooftops, but they have a significant amount of wealth. And when was the last time you had a valuation? 2008. When was the last time you wrote a will? I don't know. So the fact is, you got to know what you own. And people, dealer valuations change all the time. And it's not just the valuation of the dealership, it's the land that it sits on. It's all the other businesses that you own because you've got your reinsurance and your cash flow and all of these things. And it's a puzzle. And by putting that together, now you can look at it in such a way that you create a whole picture. And that allows you, with kind of solving some of the money problems, now to think about your family and how that all plugs and plays.
Is it, when you do a succession plan, is it hard? I mean, is it one size fits all, or is it?
Okay, so I'm going to say there's two answers to that question. So one of the beautiful things about the auto dealer industry is there's a thing called capital stack that Wall Street loves. We call it the cap stack, and that's how your capital is put together. It's the real estate you own, it's the retail shops that you own, it's the car washes, it's the service and all these other things, and how that's all put together. And repeat that question one more time.
Well, I just want to know, when you start this process, can the process actually create not being able to have Thanksgiving dinner together?
So the thing is because most dealers have almost exactly the same physical and financial structure, it's kind of, in some respects, easy to pull apart the pieces and plug and play.
Okay.
There's a certain advantage to doing that. The problem comes when you are thinking about, well, this isn't necessarily the dealer's first marriage. I'm just saying some people get married more than once. And there's children from a previous marriage and children from the new marriage. And so everyone starts thinking about trying to solve the problem of the family. And again, we're going to come back to, you want to start thinking about your legacy and the business first. And if you start there, the rest of it starts to fall into place.
You know, I'm so glad you said that. I've got a wonderful dealer in Super, we call it Super Group, multi-franchise Group 1, 30-some rooftops.
Okay, good size.
And we were talking about the roles. What is the role of somebody that owns 30-some dealership? And And he said, I go to work every day with one role, and that's culture. And that's just to make sure that I have the culture that I want. When you came to the meeting, you talked about legacy and culture.
Right.
That, yeah, you can leave them so much money, the balance sheets, the valuation, the dealership's valuation, the stock distributions, the stock distribution. You make your mind up on all that kind of stuff.
Right.
But the biggest thing that I've seen a lot of my dealers want is their legacy and culture to be carried on.
That's exactly right, Elton. And so, when you think about what is the experience every day when you walk into the store? What do you want to feel? What do you want that to look like? And so you, as the owner or the owner's family, you get to decide that. You actually have an incredible amount of control. And a lot of people don't realize that they want to step back and say, I want my business to feel like this. And many dealers are really deeply engaged in their community. And so the legacy isn't necessarily just about how many cars they sell and what the dealer experience is like. It's the Boys and Girls Club. It's their involvement in their church. It's their involvement in other aspects of their community. And so they want to, and their universities. I mean, you guys are really important in your communities. And how do you want that to be experienced over the generations?
Wow. Just like a 20 group, we're in a U shape, and a lot of these dealers out here are in their 20 groups.
Okay.
And you'll have one dealer on the left side of the group that's highly, highly successful in the used car department. And you'll have another dealer on the other side of the group, and they're highly successful in the used car department. And they're going about it two different ways.
Yeah.
They're absolutely going about it two different ways.
Uh-huh.
And so when you do a succession plan, there's so many ways to go about it.
Well, yes, there is. But I want to say, one of the things is that sometimes they're thinking really hard about the succession plan and how are all the people going to work. And I'm like, so let me just ask you a simple question. How are the ownership of your business titled? Yeah. Who owns it? Is it you and your spouse? Is it you? Do you live in a community property state? And what happens is, I can't tell you how many dealers that are worth 100 million, $1 billion, and they own it with their wife. And if they died tomorrow, every person in the United States would know everything about their wealth. Why? Because it's in joint tenants. And I know that sounds really simple, but if you just put it into a simple trust, all of a sudden you've taken the first simple, most important step towards moving your family to making it within the family. And I know it sounds like it's a really simple thing, but there are thousands of dealerships in the United States that didn't even know they should do that, and it's a simple first step.
Is that that was my next question.
First
so
step.
I'm sitting here. I've been kicking the can down the road. Matter of fact, I've kicked the can down the road so far that I don't even want to pick it up. Okay? I'm going to die and let them work it out.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
I've changed my mind. Okay? That's going to be my legacy. They're going to talk about me.
Right.
I want them to talk about me good when I'm gone. Okay? So now I buy into this thing. So the first thing to do, the first step is to sit down. Do you kind of like present a question about what do they want their culture to be? What do they want it to be at the end? I mean,
well,
what's the first step?
Okay, I think the culture thing, we don't want to get, I mean, when we're talking about planning, one of the things that you want to think about is, again, math and people, it's all the same thing. So you want to know what you have and how it's titled.
Okay.
And once you get those two things settled, then you can go to the culture, because you can't drive the culture unless you've settled some of these basic aspects. I know that sounds odd.
No, it sounds good.
But the culture, as important as it is, you can't solve it unless you create an architecture underneath which it can fit. It's like, you're not going to build a house by throwing up sticks and a roof. You got to do the foundation work.
Well, there's no substitute for your dealership being run properly and all that kind of stuff, and that's why they're here, and they've invested this time, and some of them are in 20 groups and that kind of thing. But with that being the case, when it comes down to, we held a seminar, Exchange. I know some of you have been to exchanges. We're not supposed to talk. We're just supposed to be there to facilitate dealers talking to each other. So we had an exchange in regard to succession planning.
Okay.
2 years ago. Everyone that came in there, I think, was under the age of 30. I
heard about this.
I think they were like the third level. The grandfathers were still running the business, had no desire to leave.
Yep.
Weren't going to ever die, by the way. They had gotten with Elon Musk and had figured out a way never to die. And they did not want to deal with that right now. But the 25-year-olds were already thinking, how am I going to end up taking over this dealership? I had two cousins in there, and one cousin comes up to me at the end of it. He said, my cousin Bill, he doesn't work as hard as I do. I work a lot harder, and it's just not going to be fair. He's planning to give the same percentage to him as he is to me. Bill, John leaves the room. Bill comes up to me and says, my cousin John, he's not that smart. He's he's not going to be able to run this business when I'm gone. So they were already dealing with some of these potential issues that got to come up.
So I'm going to go back to what I said before about governance. And the word of governance sounds like, I don't want to think about it. It's got 3 syllables in it, and there's so many things wrong with it. But let's just pretend that you have a business. The average dealership in the United States, one rooftop, does more than about $70 million a year in revenue. $70 million a year in any industry is like a big deal. And people think they're still running a corner lot that their grandfather had. But no, you guys, the industry has evolved into something really meaningful. So let's just pretend that you're a real business like IBM. When the president of IBM dies, what happens?
There's a smooth transition usually.
Right. And why is there a smooth transition?
They plan for it.
Thank you. And so these kids that you're just referring to, they're making decisions that they can't cash.
Yeah.
They're writing checks that they can't cash. And I hate to say the word responsibility, but it is the responsibility of the parents to set the roles and responsibilities of what this person's supposed to do. So if you were hiring little Johnny off the street to become your GM, or you were going to hire your nephew to be your GM, are you going to require the same thing from your nephew that you do from little Johnny off the street? Oh, but little Johnny, I remember when he fell off his bike and was in the hospital. You remember that, but you don't know anything about, all these other things with somebody you're hiring off the street. And that's how you kind of need to do it. You need to create roles for your company, and you have to measure how well they're doing. And it feels cold, it feels unfeeling, but in fact, if you are the family member and you know in your heart what your job is and why you're there and what you're supposed to accomplish, yeah, it does put real pressure on you. Yet at the same time, you also know where you fit in the universe. And like little kids, they want rules around, like what time they go to bed, and they got to put a coat on when it's 0 outside and that type of thing. I don't know how many of you have had kids where you're taking them to school. I did this. It's cold. You need to wear a coat. I don't want to wear a coat. All right, here's your coat. You hold it, and if you want it, it's there. And you walk outside, and the kid's like, oh, my God, it's freezing out here. I need my coat. They put it on. That's the thing. You want to provide them with a coat and roles and responsibilities, whether they're 25, 35, or 55.
Well, it sounds like when we talk, and again, I am going to say this subject comes up a lot. It's, we go around the room,
All the time.
we do hot topics, we put them up on the board. So it's a hot topic, I need to start thinking about that. It'd be 2 years later, we're having a meeting 2 years later, you know what? I need to think, and it's that kicking the can down the road. I see a lot of financial planning because there's a lot of estate planning,
Right,
how
right.
much stock can I transfer one
Blah,
year
blah,
and all
blah,
the
yeah.
tax purposes and all that. I see a lot of that. I see a lot of valuations done for that purpose.
Right.
But I don't see the actual succession planning. I had 2 or 3 kids. What am I going to do? Nothing makes us happier as a father to see our kids get along, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, talk about that Thanksgiving dinner. But if we leave without a succession plan, because there's 100% of these dealerships out there are going to change hands. Every dealership represented out there is going to change hands one day. Okay, whether it's to a kid or a buy-sell or whatever the case may be. So you go back to what you said earlier. Is it's your choice.
Right.
It's your choice.
Well,
so succession plan means you're taking the bull by the horns, and it's your choice.
it's your choice, and you're making the decision every day to show up for work. You're making the decision to put your family, your wealth, your well-being, and the well-being of hundreds of other people who work for you on the line every day. And I think that thinking about that in the legacy of time really makes an enormous difference, and you will feel so much better. It won't be hanging over you like a tiger that's about to pounce on you.
We ask, and we're wrapping this up right now. So we asked, what did we want you guys to leave with? And whether you're sitting out there and you're 18 years old or you're 98 years old, is that there will be a succession. You will be succeeded. And to have a plan that goes down and maintains the culture you want, the legacy that you want to leave in life is an important thing. So hopefully we left you with that. Christine, thank you so much.
You're more than
Morgan
welcome.
Stanley, we appreciate it. Thank you guys.
All right, guys. Have a
Appreciate
great day. Enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are already in high gear. Welcome to those that are just joining us at the NADA live stage. I am your host, Errol Bomar. We are going to keep the show rolling, so we're going to move right along, and we're going to talk about powering the modern dealership. And it's going to be a fireside chat. To help us lead that chat, we have the Champ CEO, Shane Bigelow, and the car dealership guy, Yossi Levy, excuse me. You guys ready? They're deciding who's going to come up first. Come on, rock, paper, scissors for it. Come on up, guys. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Stage is yours, guys. Enjoy.
Thank you. Amazing. Hey, it's great to be here, everyone. I have here, I'm Yossi Levy, car dealership guy. I have Shane Bigelow from Champ Titles. Shane, first of all, congrats. You just raised a big swath of money.
Yeah.
$55 million for Champ Titles, which we'll talk all about it and what it means for the industry. Just let's start with that. Like, how was that raised? What was that like for you?
Well, as we get bigger, it gets a bit easier. More people trying to find us than us trying to find them. But certainly it's a function of our team doing such a great job with expanding our footprint. We sell to states, right? We try to replace the really difficult systems that dealers have used for years with more modern systems that really help their operations.
Yeah. So we'll talk more about what you actually do and what problem you're solving. I want to talk about some of the juicy stuff first. So you co-founded this company with Bernie Moreno, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
All right, so just tell us about that. Like, as a former dealer, I'm curious, what was one co-founding the company with him? Like, how did that come to be? Tell us a little bit about that story.
I moved to Cleveland 12 years ago as a function of a job I had on Wall Street. And Bernie was my first friend. I didn't own cars. I came from New York City. I had to buy a couple of cars, and I apparently over-negotiated because they said, well, we've got to call the owner to get this better price. And I figured that was complete baloney, that they were in the back, the cord was dangling, it wasn't connected to anything. I ran into Bernie a couple of weeks later, and he's like, you're the expletive from New York. And I said, they really called you? He said, yeah. And that was the beginning of our friendships. He was the first friend I made in Cleveland. That was when he was growing his dealership group. And fast forward a few years later, I decided to leave Wall Street at the same time that he was deciding to sell his dealerships, and we thought we'd do something together.
Okay, and how did it work when, I know he divested a lot of interest when he went into government.
Yeah.
So what was that like? Did he call you one day, hey, I'm selling my stake? Like, what happened?
Well, we co-founded the company. He was chairman, I was CEO, and we both shared the co-founder title. And he and I are both always invested in politics. Government is who we sell to. It's always been our mission to drive value back to the stakeholders of government, which are dealers, lenders, others. And he made this decision to run for office. And so we ran in the first primary, pulled out of the election before the primary, and then won the second time he ran, and now obviously is a U.S. Senator. So the call was basically, I'm going to go do this. And I said, great, I'm going to support you in every way I can. And he said, beat me to the punch. He said, if we're selling the government, I probably can't be an owner. And I said, yeah. So we called our shareholders and said, his stake is for sale. And now, candidly, every time he raised a round of capital, I just text him the valuation.
Oh, all right, wow. All right, I love that. So let's talk about what you actually do, the problem that you solve. I love the example that you gave me with Delaware C Corps prior to this. Can you share a little bit about what is the problem in the automotive industry that you're solving?
Yeah, so the big issue that dealers and lenders and insurance carriers and service providers to the business have always had to deal with is that state systems are horrible. They just don't work well. And that's why everyone as a consumer generally has a really bad experience with your DMV. No one is super happy about that. So we set out on a mission to try to revamp all of the technology inside of DMVs, to give the driver and the vehicle experience, which are the two sides of a DMV, the driver and the vehicle side, a wildly different, much more current technological experience. And now 7 states and 35 million people are using the system. And one of our states, the commissioner was a former dealer. And the governor at the time was a swashbuckling billionaire. And we launched our system, and it went really, really well. And the governor and the head of the DMV came to us and said, what else can we do with this? And we said, there's a problem that dealers have, that acquiring a vehicle, putting it in inventory so that you can know that when you sell it, you're not going to have any problems selling it, and their customer experience is going to be awesome. Putting it in inventory and putting that title in your name is actually really slow. And it leads to a ton of dead inventory just sitting on the lots that dealers shouldn't or can't sell. And so the governor said, what do we need to do? We said, well, change your laws, change your rules, staff up, give us the clearance to be able to go and do this. And they did all of that. And so the Delaware piece is, if many of you probably have companies and you've incorporated them, and many of you might have picked Delaware to incorporate it. Most of you that did that probably haven't been to Delaware. The last time I was in Delaware, I was a kid going to the shore. Well, I still incorporated Champ in Delaware. And the logic is the state made it that much easier that I wanted to do that incorporation in that state. Well, West Virginia, when we launched our system, they said, we're going to do this. We're going to go after the titling business because we understand dealers, we understand lenders, we understand insurance carriers, and we're going to make it easier for all of them to get titles in their name.
So you're basically using West Virginia as the wedge to bring this solution to the entire country.
Yeah, I always say, nobody here is actually our customer. The customer for us is the government, but everybody here is an end user.
Is an end user.
And so we are here to evangelize and talk about why West Virginia is, what they've done is such a huge shift for the industry and making operational efficiency a reality for dealers.
Yeah, I love to think like, if I'm a dealer and say, what's in it for me, right? So you mentioned I'm an end user. So what are the implications of titles going digital? What does that actually mean for me as a dealer in my dealership? Am I turning my inventory faster? Like, what actually happens?
Yeah, so there's a few things. If I start at the edge of the box, what we observe, because we can see all the transactions, are that many dealers are using the system to be able to acquire vehicles that aren't in their immediate geography. They're able to go out, make an offer on a car, and acquire that for used car inventory, and in many cases then sell it with an efficiency that has to mean that they're not actually taking delivery of the car. So at the edge of the box, you've got dealers who are really thinking in a creative way and saying, we'll buy inventory anywhere in the country, we'll figure out how to sell it anywhere in the country, and because the titling process and the paperwork works so well, this is going to be something that we can do to increase our profit. At a more like sort of less evolved place, what you see is dealers are saying, I no longer have dead inventory. I'm going to buy this car, I'm going to get it from this customer, I'm going to immediately put it in my name, and I know I have a clean title that I can go out and sell anywhere, and I will never have an issue. I'll never have a customer service issue. I'll never have a problem. And that means for them, they're turning that inventory considerably faster. And you see it not only at dealerships, you see it at lenders, you see it with insurance carriers. They're turning the inventory a lot faster.
Mm-hmm. It feels like one of those generational moments that can happen for the car business, right? When, like, why isn't this online already? Everything's online. So it just makes sense that this would be, but of course government is slow and change takes time. So when are we going to see this really just proliferate across the country? At what point is this just dominant across, every state, every dealer? What's your time frame for that?
Well, when I started the company, like most people do, I called my mother and I said, I'm leaving this Wall Street job that, candidly paid me too much money to do something that was far too easy. And I said, I'm going to go do this. And she said, that's great, Shane. I'm pretty sure titles are already digital. And I'm like, Mom, that is absolutely not the case.
She had an opinion on
that. She had an opinion, yeah. She wasn't right, but she had an opinion. And so what our view is that the avalanche of change at the state level had to get started by the stakeholders, by dealers, lenders, insurance carriers, service providers, saying, we expect more for our tax dollars. We don't want the state to just be the blocker to us doing business anymore. We expect more. And so government historically always built their own DMV technologies. They did it internally for 50 years. And now they've realized that the pressure from the dealer community is, they're hearing it, and they're responding by saying we're going to revamp and rebuild these systems. So I think the avalanche has started now. I think that's why our funding round went so well, because this is the biggest year that we've ever seen with states changing over from their old antiquated technology that they built and going to new technology that a vendor like us will build.
You mentioned your funding round again. How are you deploying that capital? Like when I heard 55 million software company, I was like, okay, that's a big check. So what's the plan? Like, what's the use of proceeds?
Well, very carefully is how we're deploying it. I do think that one of the problems with raising that much money is it puts a bigger target on you. But candidly, what we're doing is investing in the technology inside of the states that hire us so that we're making the experience better. Now, this is somewhat controversial, but I will tell this to DMVs, and they don't necessarily like it, and I'll say, I'm not actually building this technology for you. We're not building it for your clerks. We're not building it for your internal users. We're actually building it for your stakeholders. And the largest stakeholder of DMV technology are dealers. And everyone forgets that. Everyone thinks like, oh, it's the consumer, because we all have, like, again, sort of bad experiences in a lot of DMVs. But the reality is the biggest power user of DMV technology are dealers. And because Bernie was a dealer and I had a startup that was, in an adjacent space and understood it for years, we built this with dealers in mind. How do we actually make a dealership more efficient by fixing a government process?
Yeah, it feels like one of those things that you're like, this needed to happen earlier, and someone's finally making it happen. Okay, so tell me about the tangential benefits. I love these examples of. I think it's someone here probably knows better than me, but wasn't like Ozempic first like a diabetes drug or something? And I love when like something is discovered, an invention that actually ends up benefiting in other ways users. So in your case, you mentioned we launched this like super quick, fast titling, and then we discovered, wow, dealers can actually source cars nationally in a lot more efficient and effective way. And so what other tangential benefits have you discovered, or as you've been building Champ?
The biggest thing that we see are the creative uses of the technology. So by allowing DMVs to have a much more technologically efficient solution that dealers can access, what we've observed is that dealers are now figuring out how to acquire inventory in ways that we never thought would be possible. We're watching a single rooftop in Iowa buy vehicles in Maine and sell them in Florida. And so they've expanded. Now, they're not getting the service revenue from that car, obviously. It's never making its way to the shop in Iowa. But they're making margin on that sale, and that's incremental with no overhead expense. It's basically an online transaction. We're watching as dealers are buying inventory, not just in the 2 or 5 or 10 mile radius around the physical stores, but expanding it within their states to 50 or 100 miles, because they have a lot more comfort that the asset they're buying is actually one that they will have no problem reselling because they're getting the titling right. So what happens then, you look at some of our shareholders. One of our shareholders is a large lender that does floor planning. Why would they get involved with our company? Because they look at it and say, wow, this makes a dealership so much more efficient that we're willing to floor plan more, we're willing to drop interest rates, and we're reduce the expense of a dealership who is using this technology effectively.
And you're also reducing a lot of risk for them on their end. It's a much less risky customer, so it makes sense that they would do that.
Well, fraud is way down in all of our states because
why is that?
Well, it's so much harder to trick technology than to trick a human that you might encounter or send paper documents into. Our technology is constantly verifying and validating all of the information that comes in on a title, registration, lien, driver's license transaction. And so we know very quickly through the use of AI, and had I been a little smarter, we would have called this an AI company because we've been using it way before it was cool. But we would have figured out that the way that dealers can now have comfort in these transactions at a very modest state-driven expense, right? It's just the statutory fee. You're not paying Champ anything. You're deciding to pay a state a fee in order to get that title in your name as the dealer.
How do you make money?
The state pays us.
The state pays you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's so dealers there's no program or service for dealers to pay you directly.
No. I mean, our view when Bernie and I started this was always that how do you drive government efficiency through technology? Yeah. How do you reduce the cost for every stakeholder in that DMV transaction? And the way we do it is we improve the technology at the DMV, and the dealers wind up using it. And our big thing in our contracts are pay for performance. So every transaction, the state gets a statutory fee, and we get a portion of it. The logic is, if dealers continue to use the paper process, we're not getting paid. We only get paid when they move over to the digital process. Amazing. I think it's a very fair way to deploy technology at a state level.
And the state's saving money, and dealers have a more efficient operation using technology.
That's right.
So is there an example of you mentioned West Virginia first, and maybe that is the one, but is there an example of a state right now where this has been deployed and you've seen like just disproportionate impact across dealers in that locality, or what comes to mind?
Yeah, so a couple of things. Certainly, West Virginia is the only state that has changed their laws and rules and staffed up to allow dealers anywhere in the country to get that title in their name within minutes or hours so that they know they can safely resell the vehicle. It's the only state that's done that. Again, the DMV commissioner was a car dealer. He understood it. The governor at the time and the governor now are both very supportive of the dealer community. What we observe in other states that haven't done that but still are using our technology, every state that deploys our lien technology, their lending rates are lower. My first startup was actually in the bank software business, and my first backers were car dealers. And so we looked at how to make automotive finance for consumers much more efficient. And that's always been a core thesis of ours, is that if we deploy this technology correctly, lending costs should go down. So dealers then, obviously, if we all want rates to go down, that's one of the reasons that we're very hopeful about what 2026 looks like. Car sales go up, and that happens in our states. So states that deploy our technology, lending costs are down, car volumes are up.
Wait, help me reconcile that. What lending are you talking about? Floor plan lending, the auto lending, like what type of lending?
Thankfully, all of the above. But the primary one that I was referencing in that example was lending to the consumer, because the state efficiency process of getting a lien, for a bank to get a lien on or off of a title, considerably easier. So our technology is driving that cost reduction.
So you're saying the bank's risk models are simply minimizing the risk of not being able to perfect the lien, and so they're able to lend at a better rate.
That's right. It's a commodity product. Lenders are basically all the same. Consumers don't care if they get the loan from, Bank A or Bank B. What they want is a more efficient a loan process. The lender does, that they know they can perfect that lien, and that leads to them dropping costs. So what we observe, and what we always want dealers to do, is just go to your state and say, hey, why don't we have this? Why don't we have a more competitive environment versus our neighboring state who might have our technology?
Yeah, that's a great segue to my next question, which is how can dealers, when you say go to the state, what do I really do? Do I go to my association? What's the best way that you've observed, where dealers have been able to make an impact and make use of this technology?
Well, Bernie's the first car dealer that's become a U.S. senator, but there are car dealers in politics everywhere. And car dealerships in aggregate, whether through the association or individually, are generally one of the largest donors in any state. They're also one of the most influential sources of business owners in any state, because they're supporting the communities, because they're driving so much value back to the citizens, and it's very optically pleasing. You see dealerships everywhere. So what I would say is advocate at the state level, whether it's with your governor, with your state senator, with your state congressman, and ask them, why don't we have this technology? Why aren't we able to deploy this in a way that actually makes us more money as a dealer?
Amazing. So what's next? What should we be excited about?
Well, like I mentioned, this is the biggest year for states changing over their technology. So I hope everyone continues to push for that happening. It's also the biggest growth that we've ever seen in dealers using the NDTC, the National Digital Title and Clearinghouse, which is West Virginia's product. And I watch as dealers are reinventing. You see so many of the technology deployments here in the conference, using technology in ways to make themselves more efficient. And I was listening to a speech yesterday, and somebody said, you don't have to be first, but don't be last. And this is the right time to understand what states are offering, revamp the titling process. It's one of those forgotten processes that most people have just outsourced. But the reality is it slows up funding, and every dealer principal knows that. Every dealer principal I've ever met can tell you exactly how many cars are on their lot that they can't sell right now because of a title problem.
Yeah, definitely. And you mentioned this is the year where it's accelerating the fastest pace. What's driving that? Is that just timing in your business growth, or is there anything specific, Bernie in Congress, or what is it?
It's not federal. It really is that if you look at all the technology that's being deployed in your dealership, and then in order to sell a car, it dead ends in a paper process, it just doesn't make any sense. And so dealers have been, it's time and money, and dealers have done a great job of putting pressure on their states to say, now is the time, we want new technology. Generally speaking, states, again, they don't have to pay us anything. The transaction charges cover it. And so there's no budget issue. It's very easy for states to acquire what we're doing. The real question is, why doesn't a state make this change to our technology or maybe even one of our competitors. I'm humble enough to acknowledge that there are others that have technology that's not bad. It's not as good as ours, but it's not bad. And so I hope that dealers continue to push on their states, because that's the change that's happening right now.
Amazing work. Shane Bigelow, Champ Titles, thank you so much. This is awesome.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Killer.
Thank you.
Amazing work.
Auto industry fraud is a $9 billion problem. 700 Credit is the solution. We're renowned for providing valuable credit reports and soft pull credit data to dealerships, as well as a host of award-winning fraud detection and prevention solutions. And we'll secure your customer's sensitive PPI safely in a paperless digital deal jacket. Optimize your sales, enhance your customer experience, and protect your dealership from fraud. Contact 700 Credit today to get started.
The most comprehensive study on dealership workforce trends returns for its 15th consecutive year. NADA is proud to announce the annual Dealership Workforce Study is open during the first quarter of 2026. This important research allows dealers to see how their businesses stack up against the rest of the industry in key performance metrics, such as employee turnover, retention, compensation, hiring, and benefits. If you have participated in this study in the past, then you know just how valuable this data can be when it comes to measuring how you perform in these areas versus your peers. All NADA members are welcome to participate in this study. Not only is participation free, but all participants receive a complimentary copy of the annual National and Regional Trends Report. In addition to this comprehensive report, NADA launched an all-new online workforce dashboard in 2025. Participating NADA members get exclusive access to their submitted data through a secure web reporting platform. This new interactive tool gives participants the flexibility to select specific job positions to analyze, as well as their own benchmarks. Compare your store or group to various peer groups, including brand, state, region, sales volume, and more. Additionally, dealers can now build their own custom reports to better assess their competitiveness in the marketplace. Be assured, your data privacy is always a top priority with this study. All data is encrypted and transferred via secure protocols to ensure that your data is never seen by any other dealer. Enroll today at nadaworkforcestudy.com.
All right, you may have guessed what's coming up next, but we're excited. It is the 4th annual exhibitor pitch competition. Are you guys excited out there? Let me hear you make some noise. There we go. I like that. I love that. All right, so to help with this, we're of course going to bring up our moderator. So please do me a favor. Let's give him a big round of applause. Let's welcome up Anthony Rinaldi. Anthony, where you at, buddy? I don't know if he was ready. If he wasn't ready, he's ready now. Look at him. Boom, there he is.
Thanks, Errol.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Errol. Good morning and welcome to the 4th annual exhibitor pitch competition. We have 10 contestants and they have 2 minutes to pitch their companies and products to our judges. Our judges have 2 minutes of Q&A after the contestants finish their pitches. The winner of the competition wins a full 20-minute presentation back here tomorrow at 2:20 p.m. and a personalized trophy. So let's meet our judges. First, let's introduce Scott Doobie of McGovern Auto Group. Bobby Sight of Rob Sight Ford.
All right. Thank you.
And Savannah Sims from Sims Auto Group. All right, so let's get this thing started and bring out the first contestant.
Where's he? Straight up.
See you next.
Hot mic moment.
That's the first test, Sean.
Testing.
We can hear you.
Selling cars is harder than ever before, right? More compliance, more competition, more pricing rules, shrinking margin, AI, technology. Let me tell you what's not working. Generic ads, not generating enough leads, wasted budgets, budgets that are set on hope and pray. right? Not data log information. So at the end of the day, dealers need a competitive advantage. And let's all admit, technology is changing the game in real time. So what Dealer Teamwork did is we built technology. We're a software company. We're not an agency. We patented it. I'm the only one in this industry that has a patent. I'm the only one that can do exactly what I'm going to show you today and explain. So what we do is we take the data from the dealers, the actual inventory, the OEM incentives in real time, and we build out ads, offers, disclosures, and all of the marketing channels in real time on every single VIN specifically. It can be updated in real time. So a Stellantis dealer gets a Jeep, comes in, there's a Stellantis offer. You can change it with a click of a button. Your banners, your paid search, your social media, your website. You don't even have to call your website provider. No one else can do that. Let's say you're a group, dealer group, and you have dealer.com, Dealer Inspire, and another website. With one click of a button, you can change all of those without going to the back-end tools. Why? Because dealers need to be in control of their personalization. They can't have bland ad copy. They need to do it in the now business. Automotive's always been the now business, right? And if you can't move at the speed of today's customer, you're falling behind. Okay, now here's the bad part. We don't work with all dealers. We qualify the dealers to work with us. I have no interest in working with dealers that have broken promises and have no idea how to make it work. Sorry, I'm not being critical. But at the end of the day, there's one thing we're here to do, win. Broken promises and budgets that don't work make no sense to me. So at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is create a competitive advantage for our customers, and we use technology to do it.
All right.
All right.
Timing.
Creative can be just done in one click.
Creative can be done in one click. Banners, for example, the assets required for Performance Max, social media, that's all tied into this hub and spoke. So if it changes in one spot, it syndicates to all the rest. How long do you wait for your banners to get updated at your Ford store?
Well, it takes a long time.
Yeah. How about real time?
4 days, 3 days.
That's why we built it. We started it as an incentive management company because Stellantis would change their ads and offers 22, 24 times a month. So what we did is we never actually updated it. We kind of left it there. And what you want is relevant, timely information out available to your customers in real time.
Sean, one of the things you talked about was compliance. So what kind of guarantees do you make about your ads that you're posting or your software posts for me? What guarantees are you giving me that they're compliant?
Yeah, so what we do is we look at what state you're in and what your OEM is, and we run all it through the compliance engine first. There's a lot of companies out there, Comply, et cetera, that's out there, but we also work with their in-team legal people. So once that's in place, it's a variable substitution. So the words don't change, just the mile indicator or the price point or the termination date. Make sense?
Yeah, but I don't know. Is that a guarantee?
Yes,
so if
it
I
is.
get pinched, are you coming to
Yeah,
bail
as
me
long
out?
as we have the proper stuff set up in advance, absolutely. And now what we do with MAT pricing is the tool will not let you violate MAT pricing,
Okay.
which is really cool. However, if you go to a one-to-one offer, I can make it anything you want. It's completely customizable by the dealer. And we have to do that for lead gates because of all the new compliance rules and PII data that's out there. It's become much, much harder to do. Great question, by the way.
Can you tell us a little bit about the reporting?
So reporting is really simple. It's basically available everything. It's a transactional database. You can slice it and dice it by year, make, model, cost per click, inventory, number of searches available. It's available real time to you. You can log in anytime you want, or you can just set it up to come to you every Monday at 8 o'clock. We believe in complete transparency. Again, I'm not trying to be arrogant or difficult. There's nobody here who can do what I do. I patented it.
So one last question. You talk about dealers that qualify, broken promises, all that rhetoric. What is a dealer that qualifies and what is a dealer that doesn't work for your program?
Let's start with dealers that don't work. You go in there, look, and you see I got 2022 Ford F-150s and they're $4,000 over invoice in a market that's got another store that's very competitive. Or you have a $3,500 search budget and you're in Dallas, when everyone's spending $75,000. Or you're not using the right stuff. You have a website that someone's uncle's nephew built for you, and it's not going to convert. You're not using the AI algorithms. You're not paying attention to what's called quality score. Quality score is a Google algorithm that'll tell you how well your ads will work and how perform before you spend the money.
Cool. All right.
Great. Thanks a lot, Sean.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Michelle Walker. When I think about it, a desk manager is kind of like the Wizard of Oz. They sit in the sales tower, pulling all the levers they have available to make their customers' wish come true, to drive away in the vehicle they want without going over their budget. Working with the bank, over allowing on a trade, even dropping down a trim level. These are some of the tricks a dealer may use to lower a monthly payment, everyone affecting dealership profitability. But what happens when all those levers have been pulled and the vehicle is still more they can afford? Customers follow the yellow brick road back home unsatisfied. Poly gives dealers the only lever they can pull during the deal to free up customers' budget without compromising on the vehicle or profit. We do this by unlocking insurance savings for customers so that they can afford the vehicle they want, helping dealers close more deals and even adding to F&I profitability. Customers who save with Poly are reducing their monthly insurance premium $90, which top dealers are converting into 33% higher F&I gross profit. Poly instantly connects dealerships' customers to competitive quotes from top carriers like Geico, Progressive, Nationwide, and Travelers, all without leaving the deal workflow. And best of all, we compensate you for all of the qualified insurance leads you send to Poly. Poly is the only insurance solution with configurable, flexible, end-to-end solutions that align with how your dealership operates, creating a true differentiator and a competitive advantage for your team. When customers save on insurance, dealers win. No smoke and mirrors needed.
So I have a collision center, and without a doubt, when people are buying cars, the factoring of insurance is extremely high and does affect somebody's ability to buy a vehicle. You're obviously helping them get to the lowest price point possible. Are you also educating the customer on what is good coverage and what a good insurance company is? Because we see a lot of that coming into our collision center where these insurance companies, and there's some in particular, mainly the larger ones, they just don't want to pay claims. So is it really just about price, or are you really helping out the customer with good insurance too?
Yeah, it's actually something I'm super excited about this year. We have released a new AI-powered coverage review tool that is strictly meant to educate consumers on their coverages and options. We have them either input their deck or use secure login so that we're using their existing coverage to make sure that they're meeting state minimums, as well as pulling in life insurance, bundling other policies. We're not overstepping anything that a dealership may be offering, but that is exactly what we're trying to do, is make sure that people have the best coverage at the best price.
What do you think the opportunities are after you initiate a new contract with a consumer and they're in an accident? How are you involving the dealer after the time of sale?
So that's the beauty of Poly. Dealers have no responsibility once their customer buys a policy through us. They're simply the conduit to helping them get the quotes, but we have the relationships with the carriers that manage all of the servicing of the insurance.
Okay, so there's no opportunity on total loss lead opportunities there.
That is something that we've been talking to some dealers about, feeding them total loss information or warranty claims, especially if it's a total loss so they can sell a car to that customer. We've got quite a few integrations with our different carriers, as well as other great vendors that are here at NADA this week that are able to send us that information. So we're collaborating in a lot of different ways.
I've got two questions for you. First is on Bobby's follow-up on Bobby's question about sort of rating insurance companies and sort of to the how they pay question. Is there a scale or a star rating or some form of a rating where consumers are able to rate these insurance companies, not just on price and components to the policy, but how they actually are to work with? Are you factoring that into your recommendations?
We have several different relationships with the carriers we work with. We have direct partnerships where the customer is going directly to Geico or Progressive, and then we also have the Poly agency, which is made up of our other 40 different carriers. So within the Poly agency, we do have more flexibility and rating abilities to offer certain rates in certain states, certain coverages that, depending on state minimum requirements. So it depends on the location as well as the dealership.
I guess I'm thinking about customer experience rating more than I am a financial rating.
We're not offering 40 quotes every single time because that would just overwhelm people with options. We are trying to present the best coverage at the best price as soon as we can get them into that
And
workflow.
my last question is, where are your most successful dealers injecting the poly process into their overall sales process?
Yeah, love that question. Right before finance is when our most successful dealers are inserting poly. There's usually a little bit of downtime, getting paperwork finalized, getting your last customer out of the box, and that's the perfect time to introduce poly. We're taking 2 to 3 minutes to put customers through that quoting workflow so it keeps them busy in a productive way so that they're not looking at your competition or second guessing their decision.
Great. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I don't know how to.
Oh boy.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Ken Hensley, Senior Vice President of Operations at Informative, here to share with you a little bit about our newest innovation called Smart Pencil. Every great superhero has a trusted sidekick. Batman has Robin, Wonder Woman has Wonder Girl, Han Solo has Chewbacca. You get the idea. Now let's translate that into your showroom. The truth is, every superhero desking manager should not have to save every deal, and that's why Informative Smart Pencil exists. Now, a quick show of hands, who here believes that they have at least one desking manager who is an absolute A player? They can desk every deal, they can generate a profit on a 550 FICO. All right, now keep your hand up if all of your desking managers are that way. Exactly. That's why Informative Smart Pencil's here. It elevates the B and C players into A players. Smart Pencil leverages credit qualified payments. They're VIN specific. They generate profit opportunities across all of your lenders, your deal structures, your fees, your markups, and OEM incentives. It brings precision, performance, and profit to the desk like X-ray vision.
Nice.
Smart Pencil helps protect and grow profit. It runs hundreds of real-time lender scenarios, allowing the dealer to choose which options that they're interested in and ultimately reducing friction, creating seamlessness, and accelerating deal structures. It's integrated directly into the Informative platform, so every pencil is saved to the digital deal jacket, keeping your dealership compliant. In other words, we don't need a bat signal. Informative Smart Pencil, right car, right payment, right profit, and a cape for every closer.
Very nice.
Vote for me and my trusty sidekicks. We'll show you the power of Smart Pencil in 20 minutes, or come see us at booth 4137 West.
Right on.
All right.
Thank you.
So, a big fan of consistency in your product is obviously trying to create that. How does this integrate with CRMs and desking tools that are already in existence?
So we look at Smart Pencil as a first pencil cheat sheet. It's going and doing the work that the tenured desking managers are accustomed to doing.
This is in the CRM?
This
is
lives
separate.
inside the Informative platform. Of course, we're integrated with CRMs. Of course, we're integrated with lender management systems. We believe that the best users of Informative Smart Pencil will actually use it as a cheat sheet that then feeds into their desk. It's going to save them time. They don't have to go figure out what lender programs are there, what OEM incentives. It's automatically going to generate what we call our best payment. That best payment is ideal for the consumer and their affordability needs, as well as maximizing the dealer's profitability. And of course, it's integrated across the ecosystem.
So is it using a soft pull to do the soft credit pull to do the first pencil? How are you handling that piece?
That's accurate. So we use a soft pull. Obviously, Informative's core is around credit compliance and fraud. This is just a natural extension of our ecosystem, our end-to-end solution. As soon as that soft pencil hits, or as soon as that soft pull hits, those pencils are already generated. There is no jumping to another system. There is no trying to figure out what works. It does it automatically, and again, it's highly configurable to how the dealer wants to operate. Again, mentioned earlier, but their deal structures, their lenders, their markup fees, their rules, and of course OEM incentives.
And are you powering anybody's website plugin? Is there a plugin for website so you do it on VDP or something like that?
So we do have an API business. It's credit and payments. I'll refrain from sharing who all we partner with. It's a big focus at our show, but certainly we have innovated in this space compared to some of the legacy providers, and we believe there's a big opportunity here.
Thank you.
What would you say the biggest differentiator is between this and what we're already using to pencil?
So the intelligence that lives behind it, the connectivity with the soft pull, and then the ability to, we have a couple of other nice features that legacy desking systems don't have, such as our recommendation engine. We can take a vehicle, build a deal, and the dealer can put our system in certain modes. Maybe they want to generate more profit, move aged inventory, maybe they want a similar vehicle, and it actually allows them to, in one click, replicate that deal structure in a way where historically they would have to go back and find an ideal car, rebuild that deal, make sure that that meets the consumer's needs. This does it in one click, and you can run multiple deals instantaneously on a single customer.
Wonderful.
Cool.
Thank
you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
This guy do? This guy on last year?
Company was.
How's it going?
Great.
Did you do this last year?
No, this is my first time.
Okay.
My
right on.
name's Jason Wiley. I'm the president of Pure Cars, and just want to tell you guys thank you. It's a humbling experience to get to be up here. I'm here to talk to you guys today about our new innovation, the AI Audiences tool. I think the first thing that we need to do, though, is talk to you about the problems that we were setting out to solve. Just like in the 80s and the 90s, the dealership communities were spending a lot of media dollars out there with television, radio, direct mail, print, newspaper, all that stuff, and you're basically competing for the exact same customers on those exact same channels. We call that the PCAP, the Publisher and Channel Advertising Paradox. The paradox there is that you're having a hard time standing out. Everybody's going after the same customers. So we decided that there should be a better mousetrap or a better tool for that, and we invented our AI audiences. Now, if you know Pure Cars is pretty big with inside the dig ad space. That's kind of our bread and butter. But what we do with this product is we sit down and we take a look at all of the different dealership records. We integrate with the DMS, the CRM systems. We place pixels on the websites. And what we do is we go out and we actually analyze all the customers that have actually bought or serviced a vehicle from that dealership for the past 12 months. Then we go out and we actually try to find new customers that are exhibiting those exact same behaviors. But the difference is they're doing it on your competitor's website. This AI audience tool is actually a conquesting tool that uses AI to be able to go out and find new customers that you're not talking with and that you're not communicating with, but it's a customized install of AI for your individual dealerships. It's looking at your customer data, seeing what they do, and then it's making the algorithmic changes to be able to go out and find those new audiences. It's revolutionizing the industry right now. We've seen about an 89% increase in conversion rates off the dealerships' websites. We can track the campaigns between the AI audiences campaigns and all the other campaigns that you're doing across all the publishers. It's transparent, and it's a beautiful system for being able to take over and really introducing it. And the best thing at Pure Cars is we're giving it away for free for any dealership that's with us. It's a no cost.
Great job.
Thank you.
I'm curious, how are you when, our competitor is just 10, 15 miles away and they want to take advantage of this as well? How are you handling that?
That's a great question. So the most important thing is to understand that all of the data is about that individual dealerships. So every dealership still has a different customer base. Every dealership has different websites. Every dealership has different customer behavior that actually goes on, right? So this install of AI is personalized directly to that individual dealership. So no two dealerships will have the same audiences. No two dealerships will actually have the same customers. But it is looking for trends of those things to be able to find those different people. But there's really no overlap with that.
But with the pixels on a competitor's website, they can do the exact same thing here. We're going to have a unique audience or a unique customer at my store than we would at yours, but we're just down the road from each other and they're going to come visit, so we can kind of do that cross-pollinating.
So all of the data is going off of only your website. So you have a Ford store, is that right? Mm-hmm. So your Ford store, we place the pixel on your Ford website, right? Every single customer that transacts at your store, buying a car, servicing a vehicle for the past 12 months, we take a look at their trends, their history, what they're doing, right? And we build custom AI audiences based upon your data. So in theory, yes, there might be some overlap where you have a customer that's doing something that another Ford store down the road has also a similar customer. Will those people potentially show up in the same audiences? Yes. But your trends, the things that change for your dealership are oftentimes different than what they are for those stores. Mm-hmm. So the algorithms change it a little.
Okay.
Are you using, you have to speak slowly because I'm French and getting older, so we need to go over this one more time. You're saying that you're using my website or pixels set on my website in order to build essentially a lookalike, a customer and then a lookalike audience, right, based on AI.
It is very similar in concept to a lookalike audience. That is the best thing. You got to think about it like this, though. all of the lookalike audiences that you can do with the publishers are independent of those publishers, right? So the lookalike audience that you can build with Google, they're only being advertised at through Google. The lookalike audiences that you build with Meta are only being built with Meta, right? So this is a way to be able to take all of your data and build very similar to lookalike audiences, but it's updating every single day, trying to find customers that are showing in-market behavior based upon the customers that did things on your website and then transacted with your store, and it's going out and trying to find similar customers to that, but it's running your ads and it's campaigning for you. We're pushing those audiences to all of those publishers, so we're kind of taking control back from Google, Meta, and Amazon and actually pushing them there.
So when you're going out there, this is the part I'm missing out on. When you're going out there looking for that similar customer, are you doing that through advertising? What's the medium for that?
Yes, great question. So it's pushing the AI audiences is basically we find the people, we build the campaigns, we push them out through all of the different publishers. So it's a way to be able to augment. It's not to take place of your Google, Meta, or those strategies. You still have to do this, but it's about taking the control back for the dealership and giving them the ability to actually know who it is that they're targeting on those channels and actually say, I want to target these people on these channels very specifically.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you guys for your time.
All right. We're ready, Chad.
All right.
Great. Raise your hand if you've used ChatGPT, Perplexity, Grok, or any other AI search tool just in the last 48 hours.
Everybody.
Great. Now keep your hand raised if you can tell me exactly what your digital marketing partner is doing today to help your dealership show up better in those searches. What if I told you that today's problem and one of the biggest things facing dealerships today isn't inventory related or tariff related or even AI shopping, but it's that people are making decisions about our business without ever coming to our website. And that's why we created Endeavor, the industry's first tool and strategy completely dedicated to helping dealers become more visible in AI search. Now, people may get up here later and talk about what they're doing, or maybe even that it doesn't exist. But what we know is that by the end of the year, 30% of all shoppers will be using these LLMs to do their research, which is why today dealers must start tracking and understanding this. What we do with Endeavor is we benchmark how your dealership shows up for over 250 prompts that we pull every single day to identify patterns and gaps in where you show up versus your competitors. And not just the gaps in visibility, but what people are actually saying about you. My name is Chad Graves, and I've helped thousands of dealerships throughout my career be found better in SEO through an organic search. GEO is just the evolution of that. And while other people are going to, again, talk about what they're doing today, we're actually here at NADA talking about Endeavor 2.0, which does something totally unique that we've never seen out there. It creates thousands of pieces of content at scale. And when we're identifying those patterns and gaps, we see things that maybe customers often reference, that you have long wait times at your dealership, or even bait and switch tactics. And what our system automatically does is injects positivity back into the content that were created to help shape the narrative. Early adopters of this strategy have seen increases in visibility, citations, and traffic, and that means more people coming to us and less to third-party websites.
I'll bite on this hook because chat is life for me. So, all right, let's start with like the basics. You know, who is the best Ford dealership in your city? A company that a dealership that you're representing isn't showing up. What is the first step for you guys?
Yeah, great question. So, and this is often where I believe that the bones of a good GEO strategy are very much akin to what a good SEO strategy is. So you have to start looking at, do you have the content available? Do you have a great local presence? Things like that. But then what we really see is that for searches like that, you really need, and we actually really recommend making your About Us page more about the accolades, awards, things that you guys have talked about for years in our marketing, but now it just becomes very relevant. I like to look at GEO as the intersection of SEO and online reputation. So it's not just about being seen, but it's being chosen. So how do you make sure you do that? Is by having that great content on the site that makes ChatGPT want to reference you first.
Is it having that great content on the site, or is it having that great content across multiple sites and platforms that's super important?
I think that your site is always going to be the most critical. That's by far going to be the most important. but your reputation across the different directory sites that are out there, gone are the days where you can just have a great Google business profile and reviews and be happy. Like, we've been able to live in that Google sandbox for a long time, but now we see DealerRater and Yelp and BBB, and these are companies that we haven't wanted to work with for a long time. But I can tell you right now that some of the feedback that ChatGPT recommends, we even ran an analysis recently on a Toyota store, and it said you should lawyer up before going into the dealership because the reviews were so bad. This is a problem for our industry. We need to take back control of it.
I have a really tough question before Savannah goes. How did you guys name the company Reunion Marketing? Did you go to high school together? Or what?
It's a phenomenal question, actually. So myself and some of the other co-founders that are back here, we actually all got our start working in retail. So a 33-store group, we were able to bring a lot of these things in-house and do some great stuff for that group. It was there where we really exploded, and we said, maybe we should do this again. Maybe we should go do this for ourselves. So we left that dealer group and reunited together, and we've been Reunion Marketing for 10 years.
Good answer.
What is the one feature that dealers are most surprised by?
That's a great question. I think one is there's a lot of misconception because there's still not a lot of traffic coming from these yet, right? People are getting the answers within the engine. So it's, I think, very difficult for the industry to be like, I need leads from this today, and what's my ROI when you don't see that traffic. So it's understanding where it falls into place. But then I do think it unearths a lot of the reputational things that we've been really trying to bury on BBB, Yelp, and those other sites. Like, we see people with 4.9 and thousands of Google reviews, and then a 1.0 on some of these other sites that really dampens what your reputation is in the LLMs.
Outside of the directory sites, how are you able to combat the reputation aspect of social media? We see a dealership make a mistake once, and all of a sudden there's 5,000 videos that are going viral about this.
I don't think anybody's going to like the answer, but it's going to take time. I think you have to be able to inject that into the positivity of the content. You have to be able to go on the offensive with your other strategies like organic social and try and slowly twist that narrative. If you do it overnight and try and rip the Band-Aid off, I actually think it looks worse. But I do believe that you can do it over time when you know where your gaps are, and then you can figure out what plan in place to get it better.
And one last question as we're on this topic, because I think it's interesting. So are you able to generate ideas in market, what people are searching for on AI chatbots, to help generate the SEO content that is relevant to the customer? You may think or a marketing company may think that they know what they should be writing SEO about and posting about, but are you using AI to help guide you to build that for dealers?
We are, and the interesting thing is that we honestly don't know 100%, right? Sure. Within Google and SEO, we had Google Search Console, so we could go in there and look what everybody's searching, and life was very easy. ChatGPT, if all of us did the exact same prompt today, and they did it again in a minute, it would give somewhat different results. So that's why we're going for a little bit more of a volume game. If you were just looking at one-to-one, it'd be very difficult. But let's face it, as dealerships, we sell cars, new, used, fixed. There's only so many things that people are going to be looking for. So that's why we went higher volume with 250 prompts. And when you pull it every day, you're able to identify those patterns. Rather than just trying to laser focus on one customer, let's look holistically at our business and then build content accordingly.
Great. Thank you, Chad.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
Morning.
Morning, everyone.
Good
Morning.
Okay. Many dealers here know the nightmare. A vehicle is sold, a carrier shows up, and suddenly the car is gone. Stolen, misrouted, or part of a fraud scheme that never should have happened. Vehicle theft and transport fraud aren't edge cases anymore. They're systemic problems, and the industry needs protection. Most vehicle pickups rely on outdated processes. Bad actors exploit gaps. Fake carriers, spoofed identities, forged credentials. So many auctions rely on the static barcode or release code. Once a bad actor has it, there's no changing it. And once a vehicle leaves your lot, it's gone. ACV built the most secure vehicle release process in the industry. We built dynamic, not static, QR codes into every release slip. If a carrier cancels or something suspicious happens, we can invalidate the old release slip in real time and generate a new slip. When these QR codes are scanned, we send the DOT number and secret phrase in an SMS to the seller, which also acts as a receipt that the release process was followed. Carriers sign into our load board using device-based 3-factor authentication, further strengthening our leading security measures. Layered safeguards work behind the scenes to spot and prevent fraud before it occurs. Screening for abnormal server activity, monitoring insurance coverage, verifying carrier compliance, and strengthening protections for high-value vehicles. And this isn't theoretical. Since implementation, we've prevented millions of dollars in fraud. Fraud evolves fast, so do we. Our engineering team adapts quickly to stay ahead, because moving vehicles should be simple, and losing them should never be an option. That's secure vehicle pickup. That's ACV transportation.
How long has this feature been in market?
We launched it last November 2024, so it's been about a year and a half.
And any sense of how much fraud's been prevented in that period of time? Do you have any idea how that's working?
We've prevented millions of dollars in fraud.
Of course.
So there was actually a study published in 2025 by NADA and Sallie Mae, which states that vehicles lost $2.1 billion in 2025 just due to vehicle theft. So it is a very, very big problem, and that 30 to 60 seconds taking it to scan the slip can really protect you.
Sounds good. I'm all for it.
Seems like a dynamic QR code is something that could be implemented and changed over time. Is that the main differentiator with this new system? And is that something that your competition can easily adopt as well?
Great question. That's definitely one of our differentiators. So when we do see any suspicious activity, we can invalidate the release slip in real time, and so we have those dynamic release slips. But one of the other things that really sets ACV Transport apart is we have all of these other protections as well that work in tandem with the dynamic release slips. So we also have our carriers sign in, like I said, using dynamic 3-factor authentication, and then we also have secure protections for high-value vehicles, and we have a lot of other protections as well that protect our dealers when transporting vehicles.
Great. I like it. I mean, it's a problem, and you're addressing it, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi there. How's everyone today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Great. Awesome. Well, we are with DAS Technology. And first of all, we just want to say we are not the same old
song and dance.
We are here to present something that's so exciting. Honestly, an industry first. It's called Power AI Search. And you know, we're here to also thank the judges, thank NADA, because what do we all want to win?
First prize, Cadillac Eldorado.
Yeah.
And what can everyone else win?
Steak knives.
And why? Well, we are just excited because we track consumers. We're all about CX, consumer experience. We know where they are, and we agree with some of the other presenters, right? They're now searching on the AI search engines.
They're trusting the robots.
The robots? Oh my God. Well, how do we make sure those robots find you and recommend them to go to your stores, right? We actually have technology, just not strategy, just not on-page copy. If your reputation, as we've heard, which matters, looks like this,
wah, wah,
probably not going to get found. We want your reputation to look like, wow! And we've built tools and technology where we use AI against AI. We actually have the industry's first AI survey, where an AI agent will actually tell those AI search engines to find you.
It's not playing, but there's a personalized video that drives up to 9 times the review response. It's crazy.
It's amazing. It talks to the consumer, mentions them by name, and if they're happy, it drives them to those review sites. If they're not, we drive them to a survey, because on that survey, that's where they'll tell you to fix the problems, not talk about it online. Isn't that cool?
I think it's pretty cool.
And all of the positive survey content, we actually build a page to be optimized with your website. So we're not just waiting on those reviews. We're taking all the positive content. Ford Fairfield has 2.7 thousand to almost 3,000 reviews on your 4.6 star rating. We're going to make sure that stays up there, and there's no more bad reviews going online.
So that we drive more traffic so that you can A, always be, B, C, closing. Always be closing.
With the DAS X Factor. We have 1 second left.
Great job.
Yeah, thank you for the performance.
Timing is everything.
Well, it's about technology that performs.
Yeah.
And we're so excited to have it here at the show.
Well, fighting fire with fire, AI against AI seems like a pretty logical, but it makes sense. So I like it.
Thank you. Yeah, we're excited because we're finding new ways to direct any negative feedback back to you so you know about it, but really those people that are so happy, get them to leave more positive reviews online, as well as optimize that content on your website.
I really like the personalized video in the beginning with AI. I was in a seminar this morning and we were talking about, a general manager being able to send a personalized video to every single customer that came through service today and like how much time that would have taken. I know we've had that, but the quality of those AI videos and then it actually ending up creating more SEO, more searchability, and showing up in, like, let's say ChatGPT by funneling it there, it is, robots fighting. So I appreciate that.
Excellent. And it also helps for traditional search, right? SEO as well, which is great. And the results are pretty amazing. Those AI agents that are talking to the consumer makes it fun, makes it different, makes them want to click and leave a review if they're happy. If not, it will drive them to tell you instead of maybe telling people online.
How are you training them?
It's amazing. We are AI native. So we've been around 16 years with a CX platform. So we basically know, based on kind of the experience and when we're pulling the records, just to encourage them with a positive thought. The AI agents learn over time to see what might trigger maybe a negative online review versus when we worked with the prompts for our own agents. If they say things a certain way, maybe it's the way the AI agent looks. Are they more likely to click that button and complain online or complain through the survey? So it's something that learns, and immediately it actually gathers data from the dealer's DMS. So it kind of knows a little bit about them. For example, if they've got a Gmail, and that's how we're sending the video survey, they're going to direct them to Google. So it's just very different, and it's constantly speaking on behalf of your store to your customers and thanking them. First of all, you got to thank them. Let's have an AI agent thank somebody by name. You know what? Chris, thank you so much for buying that.
Thank you so much. You're welcome, I guess. I should leave you a positive review.
For buying your Ford Focus from Ford Fairfield, right? And you start a quick report. It's fun, it's interesting, it's different. But if by chance the agent would say to them, if you're not enjoying your experience with your vehicle, please tell us. We want to make it right. They're more likely to touch contact the dealership, hit that button, or fill out a survey than blast you online because you took the time to personally ask them with an AI agent.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Guys.
Thank you.
Have a great show, everybody.
Wow.
I guess is it? Okay, there we go.
Greg.
Hey, I'm Greg. I'm
Hey,
the
Greg.
Skill Search Lab. This might get a little awkward. I got to warn you.
Okay, thank you.
Because I'm going to tell you that some of the stuff you've heard today and some of the stuff you're going to hear in there is not something you should buy, but I'm actually not here to pitch a product or a service. Everybody else is pitching because they want dealers to buy their stuff so they make more money. I'm here pitching something free to help literally every dealer because everything matters today about being found online, whether it's Google or ChatGPT or any other AI platform. And in reality, that 30% number is not correct. Right now, it has been proven that the traffic that comes from all AI is 6% of the traffic that you're going to get. Have any of you ever optimized for Bing in the past? No, you just care about doing SEO, right? You get more traffic from Bing than you're getting from ChatGPT right now. The other side of it is, I'm going to do a little bit of education very quickly. There's 3 important terms that you need to understand. First of all, AIs are probabilistic, which means variability is built into the platform. You cannot track position like you can in Google. Like he mentioned earlier, you ask the same question, you get 5 different answers. In fact, recent research shows you have to ask Google's AI the same question 124 times on average before the same 2 brands even show in the results. Also, all of the things that these people are saying is GEO are actually things that real SEOs have been doing for years. And you see all of the hustle culture guys on LinkedIn saying, oh, for geo, you've got to do this. Well, that's what we've been doing for SEO for forever. And I feel like we are the most qualified to talk about SEO. I literally travel the world. I spoke in 7 different countries last year teaching other people how this works. So what we're talking about today is our massive automotive study. It's the biggest SEO study ever performed in automotive. We studied over 2,260 dealers, pulled 150 data points for each. We can compare the guys at the top to the guys at the bottom so everyone out there can see industry averages and what's actually working based on real-world data to show up in Google and AI.
Boom.
Mic drop.
I would, but it would
They get mad at
it'd
you.
probably break the mic
Yeah,
if
they
they
get
get
mad.
mad. And there's still people that have to go, so that would be rude.
Well, I have just one. I don't have a question for you as much as a statement. If you're going to go against AI like that around here, you better get a large security detail because there's a lot of people in there going to try and get to you.
Yeah, and you know, all the people in there trying to sell it, I appreciate they're trying to make some money, but they're not really explaining how it works. And the personalization is a big aspect. The other side of it is a thing called grounding. So if you do a search, and let's use Google AI mode, because that's really what people are seeing right now. Actually, research coming out this week shows that ChatGPT user base has dropped in Q3 and dropped again in Q4. So fewer people are using it. Google's going to win the game. So when you're talking about AI overviews, that's really where most of your clients are going to be seeing you, right? The training data for Google's Gemini model ended last spring. So anything after last spring, it doesn't know that information. And it's actually not AI either. It's a word prediction program, but I don't want to take too much time. So what it does, you ask a question about anything related to a dealership. That's a local informational question. The AIs don't know local yet. So what do? They do something called grounding. So ChatGPT, Gemini, whatever it is, will go out and perform a search on Google and use the sites that it finds there to then synthesize your answer, which means if you're not showing up in Google search results, you're not showing up in AI either.
So to be clear, the free value proposition in this situation is?
The free value is we have this massive report that shows with real data what's actually working for SEO. And so so we have all these dealers, we combined all of the data, and half of the report is industry averages. Like the average car dealer in the US has 1,436 reviews with an average score of 4.3. The average load time for a website is 2.5 seconds. The average number of words on the homepage is 1,334. Sorry, those are the only ones I have memorized, so I can't go on. But we have all kinds of stuff, like which categories you have selected. We've shown that almost 50% of the dealers don't have a separate Google business profile for their service department and parts department, which you should do, but nobody's doing this stuff. So this gives you the industry averages, but also compares the guys at number 1 to the guys at number 10 so that you can see, all right, you have people from our company telling you, here's how SEO works. People from Reunion telling you how SEO works. Now, we pretty much agree, but there's other people that will say, oh, no, that doesn't matter. Our SEO is better. Okay, what do you trust when you're walking around talking to everybody? So we have this report that says, look, regardless of what anybody's telling you, the data shows which things work and which things matter because the guys at the top are doing it better or doing more of it than the guys at the bottom.
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, second to last, but not last. My name's Jamie Crum. I'm with One Micro. I need everyone to look up here and pay attention. This is really big news. I've got a 600-pound secure key solution that controls keys across dealers across the globe, sales, service, loaner cars, dealer plates, and spare keys to managers only. Now, we won this pitch competition years ago because we solve a massive problem for dealers. Who has the key? How long they've had the key for, why they took it out of the system, with a picture of them taking it out of the system. So we're a cloud-based system. We're on AWS. So if you're on the beach, if you're at home, if you're at a different dealership, you can sign in and see all your reports on any device anywhere. We also have communication methods between the systems. So if it's centralized recon, if it's cross-selling between dealers, if it's sales and service, I can move a key from one system to the other because they're talking with each other. Now, everything starts with our mobile app, iLot, on the phone. If I'm a salesperson, technician, I can type in the info of a car, I can scan the barcode on a car, and I can tell you the keys in the system, or maybe one of you guys have it checked out. If you have the key, I can scan your barcode, transfer the key securely from you to me, and now it's in my name. If it's a snow day or I need to do a lot rodeo, I can scan multiple cars into a batch, walk back to the machine with one QR code, and get all those keys out in the same method of scanning those cars. Now, we also have an asset tracking tool, so every time I scan the barcode on a car, that'll update the location of the vehicle. I also have an inventory audit tool, so for doing real-time multi-user inventory audits, I can have my team go out, sweep the lot, and update the locations of the cars all in one and make sure they're on the lot. So our goal here is getting you and your team and most important, your customer from point A to point B as quickly as possible. We're focused on keeping things efficient, secure, and productive. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Cool. Simple process that makes sense.
Yeah. What do you guys got for me?
What's new since the last time?
Our solo device. So we launched this last year, Q4. It's a self-service device. Single key opportunity so that it bridges the gap so customer can drop a key off or pick a key up at their own convenience with a one-time code. So service is obviously a big one. We're talking rental cars too. You talk about standing in line waiting for a rental car. Why don't you just do all your paperwork beforehand, scan the QR code and get your key. You don't have to talk to a person, get in your car and go. And potentially self-service test drives, but that's a little far out there.
Is this where you see that a lot in rental loaner car situations? Is that frequently used by your customers?
Yeah, it's something where what we're trying to shift the focus is making it frictionless, so taking a person out of the process. If I can do 99% of the paperwork, the authentication before somebody gets to the key or to the system, I send you a one-time QR code, and our system's just the gatekeeper with the keys. Door opens, they get their key, and then they're on their way.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Everyone.
Thanks, Jamie.
Hello?
Hello.
All right. Effective marketing is all about structured decisions. 3 months ago, a dealer ran an oil change campaign with a $15 coupon. It failed. Last week, they ran the same exact campaign with the same offer and the same audience. No surprise, it also failed. Why? Because no learnings were applied. McKinsey estimates that poor decision making will cost organizations over $250 million this year. Not because they lack data, but because they don't learn from past decisions. In automotive, we see the exact same pattern. Poor decisions that translate to declining profits, fewer appointments, and customers who never come back. Most platforms today report on outcomes. At Inmar, we track and analyze decisions. The difference? Reporting on outcomes tells you a customer came in for a service. Analyzing decisions teaches you how to get them to come in once more. And when dealers ask us, why has my performance changed? We can answer without guessing. Our orchestration engine automatically captures over 20 decision records per campaign. Across a dealer group, that's over 1 million structured decision records over 5 years. No human being can handle that, and dealers naturally don't. Our machine learning models consider every decision as an experiment. It isolates causation. Not this campaign worked, but those offers drove results because of these conditions. And then it applies those patterns forward. We've seen retention lift by 26% and customer lifetime value almost double. So when we apply this across your 30-store group, the learnings start to compound. Patterns from one dealership improve the results at all the others. At Inmar, we've been doing this for over 45 years in industries such as grocery, healthcare, and CPG. Those are industries where a 1% lift in loyalty leads to multi-million-dollar wins. And so we're bringing that technology to the automotive industry, and we're very excited. Got it the first time.
How many dealers are taking advantage of this today?
Today, we have approximately 120 dealers.
Good.
It sounds very interesting. We need a lot more time to talk about it.
I'd love to.
Can't do it here.
Yeah, no worries. I'd love to explain to you how it works. Our understanding is that, we know that gross profit is a function of a lot of things, mostly operational things at the car dealership. Customer experience, customer service, operational efficiency. As a demand generation platform, we understand that what we control is not gross profit. So what we control are decision parameters in every campaign, the offers, the offer type, the offer value, the offer category, the timing of the send, the cadence, the message, the subject line, the creative. We track all those parameters, and our goal is just to make sure that we optimize those parameters. Over the long run, we see that retention and loyalty improve over time.
Cool. Tell these people what booth you're in and we can
8122.
Everybody go visit this guy and hear more about it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Yeah.
Woo, woo, woo. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the finish of our 4th annual pitch competition. Let's give them all a round of applause. Now, I know you're wondering, why does he have the flag? I literally went to the welcome reception last night. They had the flag. I was like, I need one of those. And then I came in this morning. There was one backstage, so I had to use it. Don't worry, it will come back later on today. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and then when we come back, yes, we do commercial breaks at the live stage, so check out the screen. We're going to have our winner when we come back. But first off, check this out.
So wait, you knew you were having a stroke, and at the same time, you're like, let me make sure the customer is taken care of. Yeah. Car dealerships don't always have the best reputation, but we wanted to know, is the legend still reality?
This isn't a makeover show. It's not a roast. It's a raw look inside dealerships across the country.
Bring your dealership into the future with CarRx real-time vehicle data that protects your inventory, keeps deals moving, and brings customers back. No more guessing when service is needed. CarRx alerts you and your customer. Leading dealer groups add up to $1.8 million in annual service gross. Level up your dealership at booth 5143 by the cafe in the West Hall and see how CarRx turns every sale into long-term revenue. CarRx. Data powers your future.
All right, let's give one more round of applause for all of our contestants. So as a reminder that tomorrow, that the winner of the competition will be able to do their full 20-minute presentation back here tomorrow at 2:20 p.m. All right, so enough about that. Let's announce the winner. And the winner is, drum roll, DAS Technology. Come on up.
Come on in.
Well, I'll get the solution for free. You got to come back.
Oh,
You're
wow.
gonna love it.
Sounds good.
Thank
Get in
you.
here.
Thanks. Come on in.
Oh, we're right here. I think he wants this camera.
Oh, thank you, guys.
Yeah. Here. Okay.
We'll customize AI agents to look however you want. You
I want one that looks like this guy.
Like him? Perfect.
Yeah.
We'll do it. All right, we'll get you guys balance for sure. Number one.
Congratulations again.
Thank you so
And then
much.
you guys can keep the trophy and just
Okay.
have it be at your booth all
All right, once again, great job. Congratulations to DAS on winning the 4th annual pitch competition. You just seen their commercial, and we're keeping it moving in high gear. So please, do me a favor, make him feel warm, make him feel welcome. Fellow Detroiter, we've been on many planes together, met at many conferences. I'm excited to welcome him up from CarRx Connected Dealer Services. We're going to talk about stop running your yesterday's playbook. To lead that conversation, please welcome Shane Wilson. Shane, you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do it.
Ready. Let's go. Let's go. How's everybody doing? Welcome to NADA 2026, everybody. So glad to be here. Glad to talk to you guys. Shane Wilson, President of Connected Dealer Services. And today, as Errol had mentioned, we're going to talk about how old playbooks don't win new games. So what does that mean? It's a simple idea that we came up with, and in fact, it's the theme of our booth when you see that, which you guys won't miss it when you walk the show. But basically, the industry's changing, right? You're going to hear data, AI, you're going to hear a lot of stuff this week. But is how you're running your business as a dealer changing? How you manage your fixed ops, how you're managing your marketing, how you're managing your service retention, your customer loyalty, is that changing with the times, right? So we're going to bring you to the future here and walk you through that. So first off, who are we? What's CarRx? So we are a connected car enterprise tool or platform for dealerships. We manage everything from lot inventory management, lot management, service retention, fixed ops. We're very profitable in the F&I side, so it's an F&I sale. But at the end of the day, we're a data collection platform. We're collecting the data from the vehicle. I can honestly say we're probably the only one here at the show that can pull the data from the vehicle. Real odometer, as an example. Think about getting the real odometer value on every car that you sold real time. Huge, right? Let's think about what you could do with that data point. It's amazing. So how is that going to empower your business? How is that going to drive you for profitability? We're going to talk about customer retention. We're going to talk about lifetime value, things like that as I walk you through this kind of journey of CarRx. So before we go there, we got to really kind of hit right in the face of what we're seeing as far as trends, right? So 2026, the industry's saying it's going to be a softening market. Fewer sales, fewer leases, less customers entering the market. It's so important to retain your book of business, as I call it, your customer base. You have to keep that. You have to keep that going. And so we have to pay attention to that as an industry. And so if you think about what we're doing here at CarRx, we're helping you with your service retention, your maintenance, things like that, your fixed ops. So, it's about 13% of your total revenue as a dealer, but at the end of the day, it's about 45 to 50% of your profit. And it's just huge. And so my last slide, we talked about the softening market. Where are you going to bring your profitability? It's going to be in the fixed ops side of the world. But I'll tell you, there's a problem. Service retention's failing at the dealer today. Independents, third parties are taking our market share. You'll see about a 20% drop here from 2023 to 2025. Car dealership guy posted something earlier just this week that 35% drops to 35% after the second year of a vehicle purchase. How are you letting your customer base go, right? It's like a no-brainer to me. But how are you doing that? So, and the stakes are high. You have about 74% of actual service customers that are more likely to buy a vehicle from you if they're servicing their vehicle from your group. So you're letting that go. So CarRx is here to help you drive that. So let's talk about why they leave. So why do they leave? Well, 45% of them leave because of poor communication, lack of trust, cost, things like that. There's this perception that, dealers are just too expensive. I can't go to a dealer. I have to go to a third party. Well, reality check, the cost is actually lower at a dealer. The average is $261 versus $275. So the problem is not cost. The problem is really communication and building your trust and building that retention, that loyalty that you have with your consumer, right? So what are customers looking for? They're looking for transparency. They're looking for flexible options, digital communications. They want that Amazon experience, right? Everyone just is used to that at this point. So how do you provide that from a dealer? Well, I will tell you, we can become your mobile app strategy for your dealer, and we're seeing that from some of our largest client base. If you think about retention, loyalty, it all equals to the next purchase. And that's our North Star metrics as a company, is how do we drive that for you at the dealer? All right, how's your outreach going today? Probably have a BDC center, probably doing cold calling, maybe some direct email, some social campaigns. How many people have got a message from a car you don't own anymore? Or you have 30,000 miles, but you really have 100,000 miles because you're driving Uber or Lyft, right? Think about that. Think about the insights you can get from the vehicle, and that's what we can do. So what can we do? It's the data play, right? So we can get you the odometer I brought. Just that one data point by itself is huge. But think about all your maintenance, your check engine light data, battery health, fuel, all of those points you'll have. And you'll have those while the vehicle's at the dealership lot, but you'll also have it from the consumer side too, post-sale, okay? The effectiveness of a campaign. I love this. I love this. Not the prettiest slide, but it drives it home. So none of us love calls, right? It's trust and engagement is what we're looking at here. Calls low on both. No one answers the phone. No one wants a phone call. SMS and email, about the middle, right? But there's a lot of compliance around that. There's spam rules, things like that. But look at push. Push is at the top. You gain trust and you gain engagement. We have stats that a promotional campaign from our program will give you 8 to 10x engagement from a mobile app. It's absolutely huge. So Why? Why does push work? Well, it's immediate, it's contextual, and it's seen in real time. Going back to that Amazon experience, it's in the moment you need the data, and that's the important part. No one else can deliver that besides us here at CarRx. So let's just talk about push one more time before we move on. So you'll see it's about a 5 to 10x more engagement than email. You pass the spam and the compliance side of things, and then just look at the engagement on a personal campaign. Some of our dealers are just doing huge numbers with a Black Friday sale, 4th of July event, things like that from our platform. And remember, this is an F&I product that's sold to every consumer that you sell a vehicle to, right? So now they have they download the app, they've registered, now you have a direct connection to that consumer, okay? Precision engagement gives you the advantage. So if you think about a third party today, which by the way we showed you is gaining market share, they don't have the data. You could have the data with our program. So you have a super competitive edge. It allows you to continue that loyalty and the customer touch. And it's a game changer for you guys as a dealer group. So what else do we do? The data doesn't just help service retention and fixed ops and loyalty, but it also helps you manage your business. So you think about what we can do on the dealership lot. We handle all the stolen vehicle inventory. We handle your sales efficiency. How many of us have seen a salesperson walking through the dealership lot, hitting the key fob, waiting for the horn to honk, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we give you actual navigation to exactly where that vehicle is in real time. We give you the stats of the vehicle's health. We know if the battery's charged. We know if there's fuel in the vehicle. We do not want to have that poor customer experience from a consumer walking to a car that has to be jump-started, right? Or you can't take it on a test drive, Mr. Customer, because there's no fuel in the car. We provide all of that for you, okay? Also, what are some of the hidden costs? I mentioned sales efficiency, right? We did a couple surveys where some of the sales folks will take 30 minutes to go find a vehicle. How many white F-150s are in the back parking lot, right? And trying to find that. But hidden costs are still costs. And so think about the battery by itself. So we had an account, one of our larger dealer groups, if a battery dies at the dealership lot, you have to replace it. And this is a BMW as an example. And if the battery dies, full replacement, you have to swap it. The manufacturer doesn't cover that cost. So we're proactive. We're telling you when this happens, when the problem occurs, and we give it to you in real time to save money. $500,000 in 1 year, just savings, not on top of the profitability we gain and the service retention and some of the other things we do. So sell once and earn for years. I talked about that we are an F&I product, but we are sold as the dealership lot. So I'll walk you through the process where we preload our inventory. Every vehicle has our product installed. Then they sell it into F&I, right? So this is a stolen vehicle recovery type product. It's a customer loyalty product. It becomes the app strategy again for your dealer. And then you have the connection for the life of that vehicle, right? So think about the lifetime value. A couple of the folks are here earlier were just pitching their program and talking about direct marketing and customer lifetime loyalty. Well, this is the data that does that for you guys, okay? So finally, dealers who evolve will win. I think I'm really happy to be up here and would love the opportunity to pitch you guys. My teams, like roaming around, you'll see the guys in the funky shoes and the blue vests around, but please come to our booth. We're really excited. We're at 5143 West. Bunch of arcade games, bunch of prizes, all kinds of stuff at the show, and we'd love to have you and get a pitch, give you guys a pitch. So thank you very much. Where's my buddy Errol?
Bring your dealership into the future with CarRx real-time vehicle data that protects your inventory, keeps deals moving, and brings customers back. No more guessing when service is needed. CarRx alerts you and your customer. Leading dealer groups add up to $1.8 million in annual service gross. Level up your dealership at booth 5143 by the cafe in the West Hall and see how CarRx turns every sale into long-term revenue. CarRx. Data powers your future.
All right. Now, first off, for those that are just joining us, welcome to the NADA live stage. I'm Errol Bomar. I'm your host. Now, you know what? No one likes a know-it-all. And guess what? Our cars know too much. So we're actually going to talk about that a little bit and talk about protecting the data you didn't know that you shared. To help lead that conversation, please do me a favor. Give her a big round of applause and welcome up Cheryl Nins, who is the Senior Vice President of Sales and Head of the U.S. Dealers for Privacy for Cars. Are you ready?
I am ready. Thank
Stage
you.
is yours. Absolutely.
Yes. Well, thank you. As you said, I'm Cheryl Nins, and I am with Privacy for Cars. And I did want to talk a little bit about, hey, your car really knows too much. And I think dealers have gotten really good over the years of protecting customer information inside the dealership or inside your firewall, protecting that information and using cybersecurity. But what about the car when we turn it in? What happens to that information? So this is a list done by the Interior of Commerce on like what your car knows and all the information that it collects on it. And like one of the most interesting ones for me was it can actually weigh you, especially if you have some of those seats that are massaging. They take biometric information. Think about your fingerprints. And I know dealers always say like, oh, but I didn't connect my car. I don't use CarPlay. I didn't let it download my information. But don't forget, the car is a data center that is collecting how fast you drive, how hard you brake. Does it have an app? Can you remote start it? Can you even drive off with it with your app? So how customer information is handled, like look at other retailers out there, whether it's Amazon, Apple, Walmart, or Best Buy. They all have a certified process of how they delete that data. I mean, if you went to Verizon and got the new iPhone 17, wouldn't you want to make sure and verify that data is deleted from the information? So cars should really be no different. And that's where like we need equal protection, and it's starting at the dealerships. And you know what? Customers are expecting that privacy. They're either concerned about the information that's left on their loaner vehicles, and they're even willing to pay for this service. They're willing to protect their security. So let's get into the fun part. You know, we think about, hey, what are we doing inside of our dealership? I make sure like every deal jacket is locked up. I shred that data. I don't have like driver's license left out, all those things. Think about the information that's there. You need to like shred the data in the car. So you guys are all doing a great job inside the dealership, but what information, if I was a bad actor, could I go out and get from the vehicles that are left there? So here's a couple examples, and I think that they really drive home. One, you know, there was a single mother. She traded in her car. The lot porter thought she was really cute, figured out where she lived, and went over to her house and asked her out for a date. Like, how intrusive is that? This story, I'm not allowed to say who it is, but a high-profile actor, let's just say he played on Pretty Woman, turned in his sports car. The next owner got into the car and knew where he lived and had the garage codes to go open up the gate. Wouldn't that be great? You know, there's lots of things that you can do. There's even a story of a woman who had a rental car. I mean, we all, like, I feel like I do my service when I go into a rental car and I see people are deleting information or their names are in there, I go in and delete it. But that's not enough, because really I could find out their name, who they last called, call them up and say like, oh, they need money, they're in trouble. And this has actually really happened. So, and think about like the customer experience. What kinds of information do they find on the car when they get in? Hey, when you buy a pre-owned, you want that experience of a new vehicle. So, wouldn't you be offended if you walked into your brand new house that you just bought, you just closed on, and they left the trash for you to take out? That's kind of like getting into a car of a pre-owned and finding the information of what you can find. And so we've had analysts do this. Now, if researchers can do this easily, find, hey, where they lived, where their kids went to school, think about it. It has sensitive information too. What church do you go to? Or I see you're going to an oncologist. We found company fleets and military vehicles that have left really sensitive information. So if a researcher can do that, what can some bad actors really do? Can they hack into your car and they can get that information? Now, I don't like to say like we just do compliance because there's some laws, but there are some trends that are starting to make that possible. We have state laws, like New Jersey just passed a vehicle data deletion law where they're requiring dealers to do this. And in fact, the Attorney General sent out 3,000 notes to dealers last summer to put them on notice. Illinois has a repo law. If you repo the vehicle, you have to clear the data. But there's other ones that are there, not to mention existing state data breach laws that don't exempt dealership or dealer cars. And then you have 19 states that have privacy rights. Hey, can we opt out of them? Or even the FTC safeguards where it's like, hey, requiring you to do reasonable safeguards. So while these are all different laws, there's an expectation that you are doing the right thing to protect your consumers and their information. So now it's kind of the process. Does anyone make a point to clear their vehicle? Is anyone doing any of that right now, clearing the customer information? Or do you have a process, or is this something we talked about? It doesn't have to be hard. But I challenge you, when you get home next week, grab 2 keys to pre-owned vehicles that are sitting on your lot and just go in and look and see if you can see the other customer's information, their home address, their garage codes. Any of that stuff's left there. And while good intentions, they're just not processed. So let's talk about, like, okay, if you're doing it yourself, what does that actually mean? So one is, do we have VIN-specific steps? Hey, it's great that you have a Ford store, you know how to clear the expeditions, but do you know every trim level on that? Or what about your trade-ins that come in? You have Audis, Hondas, can you remember all that? So do you have something to support your team to get in and clear that data? And this can be done simply 2 different ways, really. One, when you're selling the car at the point of sale, wouldn't it be great, like, hey, Mr. Customer, while you're in the F&I office, I'm going to go to your trade-in and make sure we delete all that data that's in there. Or on the pre-owned side, for when you're reconditioning, this is a step in your reconditioning process. So making sure that there's somewhere that is accountable in your dealership, document your process, write out a policy, and then actually train to it. And then the last one, and this is really important, do we have a way to verify that it was done every time? Do you have something like a certification that shows that it was deleted? You can put it in the deal jacket and prove to the customer that you really care about their privacy. So a dealer action checklist. 1, identify those triggering events. We mentioned trade-ins, lease returns. Don't forget your loaners if you have loaners, or any of your service vehicles. I just ran into a dealer that I haven't seen in a while. He said that he just inherited the demo from another dealer principal, and it had a list of all the people who'd used his cars. And so he's like, it's amazing, all the information that was in it. Assign ownership. Name someone that's responsible for doing this. Hey, the sales team, we do this every time we get a trade-in. And the prep and conditioning and a recon, we don't skip this step. And then really set a standard that we're going to be consistent and repeatable and provable. So it shouldn't be done, it shouldn't question like, hey, if it's done, this is whether we can prove it. And then finally, your car knows too much. It has vehicle life stories, not just miles. So can you get in that car and check out, like, make sure that your team is actually deleting that data? Because customers are expecting this. They just don't know how to really ask for it. It's not something that's on their radar. And a lot of dealers are using this as a way for more trade acquisitions. Hey, we care about your data. Come into us, trade your vehicle here, do business with us, because that's how we delete it. But this is where really trust becomes a business advantage. Other dealers are even charging for this. So what's a reasonable fee? $100? In the New Jersey state law, it says that you can charge it. $100, $200, delete that data. Now it's a revenue source for a little bit of work. Okay, well, I'm Cheryl Nins, the Senior VP at Privacy for Cars. If you guys have any more questions or want to come by and see us, we're in the North Hall at booth 6528. Thank you.
If you're not here, you're missing out.
All the vendors are here. Hundreds of thousands of square feet of exhibitor space.
If you want to see what the latest and the greatest is, this is the place you got to come to.
Hugely valuable to be on the floor.
Right, there's so much out there that we didn't know existed.
The amount of opportunities to connect and network and build relationships.
Everybody that is anybody in the auto business is here this week.
This is the auto industry event of the year.
All right, we are off and we are in high gear. Welcome to those who are just joining us at the NADA live stage. If you have not done so already, the expo floor is open. Make sure you check it out. Also, you can visit the NADA pavilion inside the expo floor. It's very easy to find. And also make sure that you download the NADA Show app. It is a wealth of valuable information. We're going to talk next about the practical side of technology. We want to talk about keeping it simple and reducing complexity. And so to help lead that from Affinitive, I'd like to welcome up Dean Martin. So please give him a big round of applause. He's our Vice President of Marketing with Affinitive. There you go. Dean, stage is yours. Enjoy. Absolutely.
NADA 2026, how we doing? Let's try that again. NADA 2026, how we doing? All right, I am Dean Martin, VP of Marketing at Affinitive. And for this session, we are exploring the practical side of technology, keeping it simple and reducing complexity. Joining me on stage are Sharon Kitzman, CEO of Affinitive, and Rich Lupo, Director of Fixed Ops Director at Appletree Honda. Sharon, Rich, welcome.
Thanks, Dean.
Thank you. All right, jumping in here. Sharon, you have spent more than 3 decades in automotive.
Thanks, Dean. Makes me sound old.
How would you characterize today's vehicle buyer compared to past cycles?
Well, Dean, as you know, because you did the research, we've recently done a Gen Z buyer research here at Affinitive, and as part of the outcome of that, lots of information about the buyer. And as part of that research, what we learned is that the buyer these days, they're very value-driven. They do a lot of research before they buy. And one of the things that I think was most interesting about that research is the shift from financing to more of a cash buyer. In fact, we're seeing about a 27% shift, 24% less financing, and 27% more cash. So I think that is showing us just the trend of really not wanting to have that finance payment or that finance credit issue on the books.
Yeah. So there's a massive shift taking place. So, Rich, how does that value-driven mindset affect your fixed ops strategy at Appletree Honda?
Well, value is baked into the Honda and the Acura brands. There are some other OEMs that are not quite as value-driven from that aspect. But what we do at Appletree is take that value that's built into the Honda brand and send that out to our customers and prospective customers, driving value proposition. So things that are easily recognizable by consumers, such as oil changes, wiper blades, batteries, things like that. Certainly tires. We make sure that we are easily, recognizably competitive in those things that you can easily find on the internet. It's a little more difficult to find spark plug and timing belt, things like that, but things that the consumer can really easily compare. We make sure that we're ultra competitive, and we bring that in our marketing strategy to our customers and prospective customers.
Okay, great. So shifting into acquiring those quality trades, Sharon, knowing the value of the pre-owned vehicle market, what should dealers do in 2026 to ensure they acquire quality used trades without having to go the auction?
Yeah, so as the screen shows here, if you're just talking about used vehicles, typically dealers will rely on the CPOs, right? And if you think about that stat, where now the vehicle buyer is looking at a 40% increase on non-CPO vehicles, that's a huge shift. And so instead of just going to the auction and looking for quality vehicles there, I think dealers need to look right in their own service drive. And you typically have your history, right? Then you know what types of repairs have been done. You know if that consumer has been bringing that vehicle back to your dealership for those repairs, or going somewhere else. Hopefully you also know the equity that consumer has in that vehicle, and you can make them then a good quality deal and work them into another new car that you have in stock. So I think that's an untapped area for a lot of dealers, and they can really work that angle and leverage that consumer that they already have in their drive.
Yep. And Rich, on the fixed op side, are you seeing that Gen Z demographic opting for that new vehicle more often than opting for the really expensive repairs?
Well, one thing that we can know about Gen Z is commitment, and there's a big difference between a $5,000 or $6,000 repair, putting a transmission in a car, or 60 months and $1,000 a month. And so we recently partnered with one of the most recognizable short-term financing companies to offer that short-term financing for those larger repairs, and we are seeing a lot of success with that. It is something that they're opting for more often. The average mileage of the vehicle that we're servicing continues to climb. Original owners are deeper into the trade cycle than we've seen historically, and they come upon eventually a decision point whether they're going to put another major repair into the vehicle or trade it. And a lot of times we're seeing them opt into the repair and even extending out that trade cycle even further for the customer. So bringing that value, giving them financing options, and working very hard to retain that customer so deep into the trade cycle so that they will be brand and dealer loyal when they finally do make that decision is important to the future of our business like never before.
Absolutely. And so when we talk about differentiating, service competition is tough.
Yes, it is.
Right, and we know that's the case. When we consider service lane technology, what are some of the things that dealers can do to differentiate themselves from the competition?
Well, we've always had some built-in advantages. We've got beautiful marble floors and leather couches and tidy bathrooms and tiled service drives and people in uniforms, and so we've always been able to differentiate ourselves with that, but also bringing technology. We have a 24-hour drop-off kiosk that we have. You can come inside the store, climate-controlled, secured, and check your keys in. The communication technologies, meeting the customer if they want to be texted, emailed, phone calls, automatic updates sent out through the system, a high level of communication, and then just making sure that the value is there, as well as extending it past an oil change, but letting them know if there is something more in depth, that we have the competent professionals that can fix it correctly the first time, and it's backed up by the warranty and the dealer network. So there's a bunch of different ways that we can differentiate ourselves from our competition. Communication levels, technology, convenience, and competency.
Yeah. I can tell you from my experience, like one of the big things for me is I know my service advisor by name. I always go to Joey. He's my guy. He makes sure I have my loaner. He knows I always need a loaner. And so customers having that, for instance, is obviously huge. Sharon, what do you think differentiates dealers that are really nailing it with this service experience?
Yeah, I think a lot of professionals now have the work from anywhere kind of mentality, and so more of them are staying at the dealership as well with the laptops and the Wi-Fi and all the amenities that you just mentioned.
Right.
But I love, when the advisor comes out with the laptop or the tablet and shows me the video that the technician just took while they were walking around.
That's huge.
Walking around the vehicle and shows me the brake pad or the frayed, harness, and I can see what's actually going on with the vehicle versus just being told. A little red, yellow, green kind of a MPI, and I can actually see the video or the pictures versus just being told what was wrong with the vehicle. I think that transparency is going a long way with the consumers, and I talk to a lot of the manufacturers, and I know that they're hearing that in the surveys as well, back from the consumers at the retailers or the dealerships that are really taking that seriously.
So let's shift gears into economic uncertainty. So Sharon, how does economic uncertainty factor into everything that we've just discussed?
It's a huge factor, and let's be honest, the political climate here today is, one day it's up, one day it's down, right? We flip-flop a little bit in our country right now, and that weighs heavily on the consumer, especially in the Gen Z arena where maybe they don't have a lot of disposable income and they're not sure about where the next paycheck might come from, or whether buying a house or renting is in their future, or buying a new vehicle or a used vehicle is in their future. And so making that next decision and which one is it going to be, and how am I going to pay for that is a huge factor. And as the stat says, 66% increase in customers saying they're just not sure about what decision they're going to make next and how they're going to feel certain about that. And so it's a huge number.
Yeah.
And when is it going to end? It's probably not going to end anytime soon, and that's a huge impact in our industry right now.
It is 100%. I'll add on to that and say that we have the ability, with all of the information that's out there and all the different channels, to define ourselves. And if you don't make that information available to the consumer, who does a ton of research, we know how much research they do. If you're not putting that stuff out there, then you're likely to be defined either by your competition or by lack of information for them to do the research. So when you are at the market level, whether it's the Google, the AI, any of those kinds of things, you have to be able to put your information out there to help to define who you are for those consumers and give them more information to help them make those decisions.
For sure. And with those Gen Z service customers, are you seeing some of those younger customers opting for service financing, for instance, for those larger, expensive repairs?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, prices have, our costs have driven huge over the last 5 years. Costs are up, retail prices are up, and, the average mileage of the car we're servicing is up, and all of those factors combined to, customers that very often are looking at substantial repairs. And when you have the ability to offer them something that's very simple, seamless, a quick scan of a QR code, and you're putting all of your information into your phone, not filling out papers or, handing somebody a weird iPad that they've never seen before to put all their information in, doing it private, and then giving them the options, it has certainly come a large part of our business, especially for large repairs. And you do the analytics on it. It's also a retention tool. Once they use that and it's a good experience, you're likely to retain them in the future.
So getting into AI, I mean, you walk the expo here at NADA, you cannot help but hear AI mentioned everywhere.
Absolutely.
So Sharon, knowing there's still that uncertainty, how can dealers prepare for that game plan and leveraging AI without fear or dread or confusion?
Well, first of all, I think you have to just assume that your consumer is using it. You have to assume they're using it almost in every interaction that you have with them at some level. And you also have to assume that while they're using it, they may not be getting accurate information, right? They may be using it to assess what your labor rate should be, and it might be wrong.
Yep.
They might be using it to assume or assess what your parts price should be, and it might be wrong.
Yep.
And you might be having to educate them along the way and do it in a nice way.
Yeah.
And a patient way. So you have to do that. But you should also be looking for a partner, a technology partner, a vendor, but a partner who is leaning into AI in a very paced way, in a very intelligent way, doing their research as well, and partnering with their dealers and their retailers in looking for ways that they can use AI in partnering with you to drive efficiency and productivity into the friction points in the processes in the dealership.
Yeah, and Rich, from what you've seen, what role has AI played, and how has it surprised you in unique and interesting ways?
So we have been very interested. We've interviewed multiple AI companies with AI solutions for different things. We actually partnered this past year with a company that took a look at how we schedule service appointments, and we've seen a 10x increase in the amount of online appointments. We did not realize how much friction was in the process, because it's the way we always made online appointments.
Yep.
So that we were able to rethink that and saw a 10x increase, dramatic increase in the number of online appointments right away. That same technology company is working on a solution right now so that we can connect with customers who are going to be in the mobile service market, and we are announcing that in partnership, and Appletree, Honda, and Acura are going to be the first in the country to deploy that technology, and we're going to be, if not the first, one of the very first standalone Honda and Acura mobile services providers, and we're going to reach our customers at an even higher level of convenience, which is certainly part of unlocking that loyalty and retention to our customers. So it has played a huge part in some advances in our business, but we have not gone dealership wide at this point. We've been waiting for the right technology as it's maturing in leaps and bounds, every day.
Excellent. All right, final word. I'll give you each 30 seconds for looking ahead at your biggest takeaway for dealers over the next 12 to 24 months. Sharon, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think it's there on the screen. Consumers are looking for trust at the dealership. Obviously, there's a lot of competition out there. There's a lot of places they can take their vehicle for service. There's a lot of places you can buy a vehicle, not a new vehicle, but consumers aren't always looking for a new vehicle these days. So trust, transparency, and value are the keys, I think, in today's economic environment, and with all the information that a consumer can get online, especially with the AI boom that's going on right now.
Yeah.
All right, Rich?
We like to call it, at a Honda dealership, one accord. Sorry. But if you don't have, if your service department's not talking to your parts department, if your sales is not talking to your service, or if there's walls there and you don't have unity and cross-pollination, more than ever going to be susceptible to leakage because the customer does have so many choices. So if your service customer wants a trade appraisal, let's get them trade appraisal. You know, if they need short-term financing, let's go. If you know whatever needs to happen across departments, those channels need to be established and have unity inside. Whether we're talking about trades on the service drive or any of those kinds of things, you have to have unity within the store.
Yep. It's all about that customer experience and efficiency. All right. Well, I'd like to thank you both for joining me on stage today. Sharon Kitzman, CEO of Affinitive, Rich Lupo, Appletree Honda. Thank you both for joining me. Be sure to visit Affinitive booth 1543 to learn more about industry-leading software for marketing, sales, service, and retention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you.
iPacket value is driven by data.
Driven by verification and facts.
This is simply the purest pricing and market data ever provided.
And better data means better profits. It's that simple. This is iPacket value. Driven by belief. Driven by integrity.
And driven by data.
We know the problems your dealership is facing. Your customers are reaching out and dealers are not responding. I'm Pam, the AI customer experience platform for car dealerships. I handle inbound and outbound conversations across sales, service, and parts.
That is slick. I feel like we're definitely missing something, and this could be the answer to.
With natural, human-like conversations and real-time scheduling, I keep your digital doors open, more appointments booked, better CSI, more revenue captured. This is always on customer experience. Book a demo and meet Pam.
Don't let closing time limit your sales. With over half of in-market car buyers shopping out of hours, make sure you capture intent, even when your dealership is closed. Trust App lets you accept deposits and sell vehicles directly through your website 24/7. Close more website deals, gain high-intent leads, and generate more revenue from a faster inventory turnover with Trust App.
Once again, for those of you that have been here, we want to thank you for hanging out with us here in the live stage living room. There we are. Oh, that sounds so much better. Once again, we want to thank you for hanging out with us in the live stage living room. Now, are y'all having a good time so far? Are y'all comfortable? Let me hear a round of applause. Yeah. All right, good. How many people attended the welcome event last night? All right, good deal. Did you do the simulator, sir? You did not do the simulator. What about the pit change? Did you change the tire? Yes. I didn't do it myself either. I did the same way. But the museum, for those of you that did not have the chance to attend, the F1 or the Grand Prix Plaza was absolutely amazing. We had outdoor karting available. We also had the opportunity to do an F1 simulator. And what was really cool is everyone raced the same course. And so at the end of your race, you got to see if you did really good, not so good, or you shouldn't have done it at all, because it told you what position that you were in amongst all the drivers for that night. So it was a really great welcome event. Again, just another special way to kick off day one of NADA Live and also just the NADA 2026. We're excited. We're going to continue to keep our NADA Live stage program going. I have my next two guests. They are revved up and ready to go. So as always, part of the living room rules is that as they come to the stage, you make them feel warm, make them feel welcome, and give them a big round of applause. So here's what we're talking about. We're actually going to talk about how the Rohrman Auto Group turns website traffic into more opportunities, which I think that's what everyone wants, right? So to help lead that conversation, please help me in welcoming up Jeremy Rodriguez, the Senior Director of Product of Trade for Trade Pending. Jeremy, you ready? There he is. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Stage is yours.
Enjoy. You're welcome. You want me to go up with them? Is this we good? Yeah. All right, folks. Thanks everybody for coming. Hopefully, this is a great way to kick off your first, I think, full day of NADA. So we're joined here by. Feel free to introduce yourself.
Thanks for having me out.
Yeah,
I'm Ryan Rohrman. I'm the CEO of the Rohrman Automotive Group. Happy to be here.
Oh, well, Thanks so much for taking the time. You've been a great partner of ours, and really excited to talk about everything that's going on.
Yeah.
So, obviously, the theme today is talking about how Rohrman turns website traffic into opportunities. So, as someone who comes from a company that is a leader in turning website traffic into opportunities, we always think about that in the context of tools, and we'll talk about tools a lot today. But after the tool does its job and someone clicks submit on your website, right? It's really about people from that point on. So let's talk a little bit about the people at your dealership and some of the processes and the structure there. So how do you have your dealerships in your stores organized and sort of set up to be able to handle website leads?
So we have 20 rooftops throughout the Midwest, and what we really focus on is a high-touch culture. So what I mean by that is we believe that the trickle-down effect does not work. So if I come to a GM meeting or a director meeting and have a concept, if I go into the store the very next day and I say, hey, what do we talk about? In theory, the salespeople should know because it affects them, but they don't, because that's the trickle-down effect and it's broken. So we are very engaged in being in front of all 1,300 of our employees almost every single month. So we have high in-person touch points 11 out of the 12 months, and we drive process like crazy through those. On top of that, we have a unified program that we call the Infinite Pursuit. It's a game, and we utilize that to drive our culture forward. It's like a form of gamification of this is what we expect you to do, and this is what it looks like, and we drive that. So that's really briefly going over it, but those are some of the things that we do. But it's all about people for sure.
Awesome, and I definitely want to drill into some of that process as we continue. What is it? So lead comes into your CRM. In terms of structure, what does that look like for you? Is it a BDC jumping on that lead and handling it, passing off to sales? Could you talk about a little bit?
So we've changed over the years. I mean, I think that a few years ago, we did have those BDCs with people in the back room and doing that, but we've migrated away from that. We believe that the best person to handle that customer journey is potentially the person that would be selling them the car. So we don't have a BDC in any store sales BDC. We do service BDCs, but from the sales side, the sales associate handles the lead from the time that it enters the CRM to the time hopefully that we're selling that customer a car.
Awesome. So that kind of begs a really important question, for anybody that's maybe thinking about how they're handling leads, right? You're obviously emphasizing the role of the salesperson in that process. To you, what kind of characteristics and qualities make a great Rohrman salesperson? Like, what kind of insight, could someone who wants to get better at handling leads glean from what you guys are doing?
I think a lot of it is it's multiple things. So, people make this business special. I mean, anyone in the car business knows that it's about people. So I think from the people standpoint, we've really leaned into our tenure inside the auto group. So we have a problem in the automotive industry with high turnover. And so it is going to be very hard, in my opinion, to establish a very, we'll call it well-oiled machine if you have consistent turnover happening all the time. So at some level, the culture of the organization has to shift to we want to keep people, and we want to pour into them, show them this is what a path forward looks like. This is what you can do with this career path. And so, and tenure, it takes a long time to shift. So in 2018, when we really started leaning into this, the average tenure, I'm almost embarrassed to say this out loud, our average tenure was just shy of 3 years. It was like 2.6 years. And right now we're almost to 5. So that's huge. I mean, if you don't have consistent turnover, you'll never have a really good process.
Sure.
inside of that. So that's like step one, I would say, on the people side is the culture has to be a place where people want to come to work. And we can do that with the shifts that they work, the hours, the compensation, all those things matter. And what does the touch points look like from the top down with them? So that's why I said like those 11 touch points that we do with all 1,300 of our employees, myself and my director team, we all do those. So it's not, we don't hire it out. We don't let tier 2 or tier 3 managers handle that. We do it from the top down. So that's step one. I think step two is the process inside the CRM drives a lot of it as well. If we have the mentality where more is better in terms of emails or texting or calls, I think we can wear people out really fast. Not just our customers, but we can wear our employees out as well. So I think having a really clear expectation of when you get into work every single day, what are you doing? What does your job look like? And so we define that for them in a big way. And so I think combining that culture touch point with a really clear defined path of what your day looks like, I think those two things really matter a lot.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? Yeah. So before coming into product, I worked at the retail side. So, it is a labor of love, and it's a pretty intense process.
Yeah.
Ramping up a salesperson and investing a lot in them. So retaining, somebody that you've put a lot of effort and blood, sweat, and tears into obviously makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
So want to kind of hone in a little bit more about that process because, to me, if I'm a really, really great salesperson, that's phenomenal. But if I'm plugged into a bad process, like you said, I'm probably heading out the door. Are there some ways that Trade Pending and what you do with us kind of lends to a better process and helps, arm your salespeople and to be better at their job?
So, Trade Pending for our team, where it really sits, initially you might think it's just a trade-in tool or something like that, but it's really a data capture tool for us. So it runs all our CTAs on all our sites across the group. And so first thing is, I would say, is the consumer experience with that CTA. How easy is it? I love the example of like OpenTable. Like if you think of how easy is it to make a reservation on OpenTable, it's really quite simple.
Very easy, yeah.
And so with our partnership, I feel like we're constantly changing it, but you guys have been great to be like, we can do that, we can do that. And so we keep making our CTAs more user-friendly. If the consumer is on our website and they've gotten down to the point of, I want to put information into this format, how easy is that? And so I think that's a big one that I would say we've partnered really well together to figure out how easy is it for the consumer to do that fast and then move on. So from that data capture level, but then it's, well, how can we pick up from where the consumer left off? And so that data capture has to give us enough information so that the sales associate knows this is how far they went. So I'm not starting over on that deal.
Sure.
And so the information inside of our process works really well with you guys on that as well. So that continuing of the car deal, it's not a start over.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So I think there's a few follow-up questions that I would have there. So I think you've very clearly stated something very important, right? That what's working for you in terms of website conversion is, for lack of a better word, simplicity, right? It's removing a lot of friction, right? Make it very easy for the consumer to get from point A to point B. That seems logical. And then, you had mentioned that, the CTAs are more than just a CTA on your website, right? They're kind of a piece of the puzzle for understanding where a customer left and then coming into the process. So can you elaborate a little bit more about what you're doing with some of that information? Like I know that you're working in some of your marketing efforts, that kind of a thing.
So about 18 months ago, we partnered with Telium as our CDP provider, and that just opened up our eyes to a lot of things that we miss. Like we all know inside of the automotive world, like what the form fulfillment rate actually is. There's a 70 to 80% abandonment rate on every form on a website. So that means that when we actually see the results of a sales lead or a service appointment, we're actually only seeing 30% of what actually was on our website. Now, 18 months ago, the consumer's journey with Rohrman ended there. But now we call that an abandonment. And that's an audience type that we can now activate. So, but again, the partnership has to be able to get that information, and not all partners. Frankly, that's one of the reasons that we've partnered with you guys over the last couple of years. Was you were first to say we can give you all that, and then we can go and activate on that. So from a Marcom standpoint, we are able to find 70 to 80% more customers to market to. Without going out and buying lists and whatnot, because they are on our site with the intent to do something, but then they stop for some reason, and we don't know why that was. If they're on their phone, it could have been that they're driving in their car and it's time for them to go, or the boss walks in and they need to put the phone down, or their kids walk in, or they get a phone call or a text message. All those reasons are great reasons why you would abandon that form, but then it's, do we have a partner that has the ability to give us that information that we can then activate? And so we've been activating form abandonment now for probably 6 to 8 months, and the return on both sales and service, it's huge.
Yeah, that was something that I think got us really excited when you started talking to us about what you're trying to do with Telium and your CDP as a whole. It made a lot of sense for us that, obviously the lead is incredibly valuable to you, but if we can, I think, provide some value to you outside of just the lead itself, then it becomes kind of a better partnership overall, right? The non-leads sometimes have value as well, right? So outside of, those things, I want to ask kind of two questions. What, when you're talking about a vendor-dealer relationship, I think you went over some of this, but it's kind of a blanket statement. What do you think is really important for there to exist in that relationship? I would always kind of say that, when I was on the dealer side, it was easy to look at a vendor as a monthly expense, and when you're on the vendor side, it's sort of easy to look at a dealer as just somebody who's paying a monthly fee. But there's more to it than that. Dominic and I from your team have talked about this, at length, right? There's a lot of mutual benefit out there, right?
I think a lot of it is the flexibility of the partner themselves. There's a lot of partners or vendors. I do think there's a difference between a vendor and a partner. So
well said.
A vendor is a monthly bill, and that's, hey, this is what we do. It's unchanging, and when I hear from them, it's probably because I'm a day late on paying the bill, right? A partner is different. A partner is someone who, if I have an idea, is able to, like, for example, when I said, hey, can I capture all the form abandonment folks on our website? And you guys were like, yeah, that's a partnership, because that is not what you normally do. I'm not sure how many dealers are actually asking for that right now, because you have to be able to receive and activate on that. But that's a partnership, and then I think it's both ways. I was just talking with your CEO, and he had an idea, and I was like, yeah. I was like, can Rohrman be one of the tests on that? So I think it goes back and forth, because on your side of it, you see things that we don't see. On my side of it, we see things that you don't see. And I think a partnership says, well, let's try some new stuff. And as long as we keep trying these things, we'll land on something that works. Boom. Like that benefits you, definitely benefits me. And I think that is the beautiful thing of a partnership versus a vendor relationship.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. It makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, when you guys at Rohrman first came to us and started talking to us about Telium and just better ways to perform on websites and all of that, right? We took a lot of action because, one, we want to be a valuable partner for you and be invested in your performance with our tool and just the growth of your business. But there's a lot of mutual benefit too, where it helps us understand our positioning in the market. What we do and what we think of it, right? Is that actually resonating with dealers, or are there things that we're actually doing this whole concept of abandonment is a great example of that, right? Maybe there's a whole other value proposition that we haven't unlocked, and maybe that helps inform our future roadmap. So that's I couldn't agree more. The feeling is mutual there. One thing I wanted to just shift gears here. I know we're a little bit tight on time, but you guys do something really, really neat. Your recharge events.
Yeah.
I want to talk about those.
Okay.
Can you talk about for the uninformed what those are, why you do them, what kind of outcomes and successes come from those?
Yeah. So what we have these things called recharge events, and so this goes back to those touch points. So like I love the concept of high touch points. This my philosophy, I guess you could call it. If you want to move 1,300 people in one direction, it's very challenging to do that. There's not enough memos you can send out, threats, I don't know. Think of all the different ways that people try to move stuff forward. I think the best way to do that is in person, in front of them, and show them that it's, number one, we don't ask you to do anything that we ourselves are not doing. So I think it starts with that, but then it's making those experiences really awesome. So our purpose statement inside of the Auto Group is driving relationships, awesome experiences. So we try to say in everything we do, that's our filter. So, the filter works on both sides. So whether it's with the consumer, we want to drive that relationship, or whether it's with each other, those 1,300 employees that work for us, we want to drive those relationships, and then it needs to be awesome. And so like whatever we do, it needs to be an awesome experience. So for our recharge events, we do those 4 times a year. We have beautiful stores, but we don't do them in stores. We get them out of the store. And so we'll rent, in Chicago, we use a college, and we use their auditorium. In the other markets we're in, we use conference rooms and hotels, and we make these events awesome. I mean, we have smoke machines, we have fire, we have all kinds of stuff. We have characters, we dress up. I shouldn't say we. I don't dress up, but the team dresses up. But it's fun. And every single time it's like, well, why do we do this? Because we don't want it to be another stuffy training session. Because I just don't know how much good that actually does. Sure. So we go over the top. We had when the new Mission Impossible movie came out, we had Mission Possible, and we had a full movie of a guy doing stunts inside of a dealership, and then we reenacted it into the actual training room we're in. I mean, it was wild. So we bring a ton of fun because it has to be awesome. If it's not awesome, we're not living up to our core purpose. Because again, if we're asking our sales staff and advisor team to create an awesome experience for our customer base, then we have to do that for our staff as well. So we do those 4 recharge events. You guys have been there a couple times.
Yeah.
So we invite our partners to come in to those, and we normally have a big group session at the beginning where we have a lot of fun, and then we'll end it that way, and then we'll do breakouts. So we'll do breakouts for sales managers, for advisors, for parts managers, for service managers, and we really cater all that specifically to that position in the store, and it's consistent. We rarely are saying, all right, we got something new process. It's the same process, and we just try to keep refining it and making it better.
So, I know that we're essentially at time here, and to me, if I were in a dealer's position, and hopefully this is resonating with some folks out there, it seems like a lot of the secret sauce is not this really difficult to understand crazy idea. It's have a really simple process to bring a lot of opportunity into your store, and then really invest in your team and go all in on empowering them to be able to do what they need to do and stick to that process. And
I always tell, whenever we do the recharge events, I always try to remind everyone in the room, selling cars and servicing cars is fun. Like, it's fun. And if you're not having fun doing it, then we're missing something.
Sure.
So if we lose that edge in this business, that's a shame. So we got to keep it fun. It has to be simple. And it all comes down to experience, you know. And a lot of times we focus on just the experience of the consumer, but I think that's important. But the experience of the staff is just as important. You know, people enjoying working at a dealer group will enjoy doing the tasks that we ask them to do for the consumer. You know, so it's hard to provide a great experience for the consumer if you don't love the experience of working inside the auto group that you're in right now. So I think both things have to hit at the same time.
Awesome. Well, I know we're at time, so couldn't thank you enough for spending the time here. And, you know, again, it's been a wonderful partner for us here at Trade Pending. And, you know, for anybody else that is wants to talk more about what we do and part of your process, we are here over at Trade Pending. So thanks a lot. Thanks for everybody's attention. And
yeah, thank you.
Take care.
Set the standard for sales excellence and pinpoint customers most likely to trade. Create the ultimate lane experience and set your dealership apart with integrated solutions powered by data. Grow lasting relationships and turn customer churn into loyalty. And establish your brand with Affinitive advertising with media placement, search, social media, and more. Affinitive, elevating the dealership experience.
Expect to see a lot of AI at NADA. Bolt-ons, bots, and even AI agents, like me. But no one has the DAS X factor. We're AI native, with AI built into the foundation of our platform. We set the standard for AI native sales and service communications that drive revenue. From AI search to our customer data and experience platform, everything we do improves the consumer experience. That's the DAS X factor.
We're celebrating the industry at Allegiant Stadium, Thursday night, February 5th. Get your party pass and see our newest tech in action at the DAS Technology booth.
Oh, what a wonderful time at NADA Live Stage. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. My name's Errol Bomar. I am your host, and you are in our NADA Live Stage living room. I hope that you're comfortable. We have a few house rules. Rule number 1, enjoy yourself. Rule number 2, take your trash with you. Rule number 3, you can take your shoes off as long as your feet don't stink and you don't have holes in your socks. Those are my only rules. Other than that, we want you to have a great time. Next up, I am super excited for our next subject and topic of what we are going to be discussing, not only because it's a new initiative and new program for NADA, but also because I think it is going to be a huge initiative countrywide. It is something that also personally affects me because my son is actually looking to go into the automotive space, so I'm definitely going to push to get him involved. So let me tell you what we're talking about. We are talking about the NADA ASE U.S. Department of Labor Registered Service Technician Apprenticeship. It's preparing for tomorrow's ICE and EV technicians. So it's a really, really big deal, and I'm super excited to be able to have this conversation. I am going to be joined on stage by Madam Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez DeReamer, NADA President Mike Stanton, ASE President Dave Johnson, Director of the Nevada Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation, Christopher Sewall, and Chief Economist of the NADA Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation, David Smith. So please, let's give them all a huge, big round of applause. And we're going to be joined by a few more. While you're all there on the outskirts, guess what? We've saved some seats for you. So please, feel free to come on in, fill in the empty spaces, make yourself comfortable. As I said, you know the 3 house rules, the number 1 being take your shoes off as long as your feet don't stink. That's a big one. Boom. I like it. I love it.
We'll get it figured out.
The star of the show is not here yet.
She's on her way.
She's on her way.
Yes, we had to cue the music, smoke effects, all the fun stuff. No.
Dave knows. He's a joke teller.
Oh, I love this. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Now, you do not want any of my dad jokes.
I too have dad
people will
jokes.
just pass out. Well, let's hear yours.
You want to hear a dad joke?
Absolutely.
Okay, so here's the first question. When does a dad joke become a dad joke? Let's give the audience a chance. Anybody in the audience know? No? Okay. When does a dad joke become a dad joke?
When does a dad joke become a dad joke?
When it's apparent.
That was good.
See, you like that one? You like that one?
Yes.
Do you know where I store all these dad jokes?
Where?
In my dada base.
It just goes, Mike, where did you get this guy? It just keeps going.
I'm telling you, I got them stored. But right now, please do me a favor. Let's welcome Madam Secretary Lori Chavez-DeRemer to the stage. Hello, welcome. How are you? Pleasure. Come on in.
Well, hi.
Hello.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here.
Am I a few minutes late?
No, you're right on time.
Okay, good.
This is the live stage. This is our live stage living room. Whenever you get here, you're right on time.
Well, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to see all of you. I've met some of you as I've walked around, but it's nice to be here and visit with you on what I consider a really great day for NADA and the Department of Labor.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. So before we get started, just for everyone out there that may not be familiar with everyone, I want to take a moment to allow everyone to introduce themselves and very briefly tell us about your role.
Thank you. I'm Dave Johnson, President and CEO of the National Institute for Automotive Service Excellence, otherwise known as ASE.
I got it. The living room, they're just...
Well, I'm Lori Chavez-DeRemer. I am the 30th Labor Secretary of the United States, and I'm here on behalf of the President of the United States to talk to you all about our apprenticeship programs and how we're going to grow the workforce with all of, we're talking about all the technicians in the auto industry, so it's great to be here, and thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
And I'm Mike Stanton, President and CEO of NADA, which just means that I get to talk to more dealers than anybody else.
Boom.
I'm David Schmidt. I'm the Chief Economist for the Nevada Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation, and I love to talk about labor market information.
I'm Chris Sewell. I'm the Director of the Nevada Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation. Basically, it's the workforce agency in Nevada.
All right, so let's get right into it, right? Because this is a very big program. I don't know if you all heard, but I have an 18-year-old son, and so this is a huge initiative. When I heard about it and the opportunity, I lit up, right? Because he actually wants to go into automotive, but the big thing is where to start, how to start, all of those fun questions. So this is for anyone. Tell us more about the program for everyone else out there, and then why you feel that this program is so vital and so important.
Why don't you go ahead and introduce why the program is so important, and then I'll talk about what the Department of Labor is doing to assist you in that.
Fantastic. Thank you. So the program is it's an apprenticeship, right? We see in our industry a challenge with bringing kids from through high school into the industry, becoming productive technicians, for example, and that process can be difficult because often we have a situation where they go to high school, they go to an automotive shop class, they learn some things there, but if they're not involved with a dealership, it's not the same as having that real life work experience. And this apprenticeship actually gives structure to that process so that you have a much better chance of those students coming through a school program, coming into your dealership, having that structured apprenticeship that is going to develop them into a productive professional technician who is able to learn a good living, produce well for you, and contribute back to society.
Well, I want to add to that a couple of things. One, the President of the United States has asked me, as the Labor Secretary, to make sure that we have 1 million active apprentices across this country. Since Trump's Department of Labor started this year, we have registered over 320,000 new apprentices nationwide. We have over almost 2,800 new programs. But right here, through the auto industry, we're seeing more and more programs. I know that our state partners are doing a wonderful job, but there's really more to that. We have to change the narrative that we have been talking about for the last 30 years, that we are going to recognize our tradesmen and women across this country to have mortgage-paying jobs, have great paying jobs where they can provide for their families, and that they will earn while they learn. And one of the ways to do that is to partner with private industry. The one thing the Department of Labor doesn't do is change market demands. We want to hear from private industry, what are those market demands? And then how do we have that skilled workforce to answer the call? Whatever economic drivers that we can help with, the narrative has changed. We want to be your allies, not your adversaries. We want to listen to what you have to say, and that's why we're here today, because we're going to sign this agreement with NADA and the Department of Labor to register those apprentices, deploy the dollars through our state partners, and make sure that we can draw a line from A to B. What do you need? How fast do you need them? And let us get them deployed on the ground. That's why this program is so important, because NADA is leading the way in telling us a nationwide program. We don't have to replicate it over and over again. We're going to have the industry standards. We're going to train these young men and women who want to go and be a technician, and then we're going to deploy that across the United States where you don't have to, dealers don't have to reinvent the wheel, and we're going to assist in that program. That's the change in this administration, and I have MOUs with the Department of Education to deploy hundreds of millions of dollars to produce and measure that metrics on how many apprentices that we can register, and we're finally here to be your partners.
I love that. That's great. Now, David, Madam Secretary kind of set you up a little bit. She talked about some of the economic indicators, right? And I know one of the big things, and you mentioned some of the stigmas from 30 years ago, right? One of the big stigmas right now is that this is not a well-paying industry. You mentioned being able to have technicians and workers that are able to pay their mortgage, pay their bills, and do it comfortably. What are you seeing from the economic side of what people are experiencing when it comes to wages and the impact of that, especially in this particular career field?
Yep. So what was really interesting to me is that if you look at occupations that have similar education, experience, and training requirements as auto technicians is the second largest industry as a whole, but it's also one of the lowest paying industries. It's $48,000 a year. But for those auto technicians that work at a dealership, they make $10,000 a year more than the technicians in other industries. And so being able to have a partnership with the auto dealers where those technicians are making the highest wage they do really helps to take a step forward and get people prepared and get people in to those better paying jobs.
That's great. Now, Mike, I'm going to come to you in just a minute, but Chris, I've got a question for you, because of course the big thing is, how do we build that bridge, right? Because you're talking about potentially kids that are coming out of high school looking for, hey, the 4-year degree might not be the direction that I need to go, right? How do we then create that bridge to where we can show them, here's a new roadmap that isn't necessarily what's been pushed for so long?
Well, I think one thing, apprenticeships are the key to drive success in this country. And when I was junior, senior in high school, my parents said, you're going to college, you're going to college, you're going to college, you're going to college. That doesn't fit. We need to go back to apprenticeships. We need to go back to the trades. And this is a perfect example of how that is going to work nationwide. And we need to make sure that our young adults can go out, graduate from high school, get into a position where it's a great paying job, and they can pay their mortgage, they can pay their bills, they can go on vacation with their families, and that's where this is all beginning. And not only does the state of Nevada fully support this 1,000%, but we also have programs not only to help the dealerships with this apprenticeship program, but we have a program for incumbent worker training. So if you're a dealer and you have a great employee, but that employee may need some more education, come to me. I'll pay for it through the federal government and through the WIOA program. And then that way, when you bring that individual up even further, we can then backfill with the apprenticeship program that we're going to be signing today. So this is a win-win for everyone. It's a win-win for dealerships because they can actually use some of the programs that we get from the federal government for incumbent worker training along with apprenticeships.
Man, that's unbelievable. Now, let me just, quick personal note, I'm actually the product of an apprenticeship program. So my father retired from General Motors 51 years in. He started an apprenticeship program when he was 17 years old, and his goal was to do 50 years at General Motors. He made it to 51. And so I definitely recognize the importance of programs like this, and I think to the point of it used to be a common thing, and it's kind of gone away, so I love that we're bringing this back. Mike, I wanted to ask you, one of the big things, right, is NADA is always pushing to bring something new. You mentioned that you talk to more dealers than anyone. What are you hearing feedback so far from the dealers about starting this program, and then potentially, because we know dealers are family-owned businesses, they are in the community, and so this is a wealth and a pool of talent that they could potentially tap into. What's the feedback that you're getting so far?
Well, first off, just listening to you all, I've heard the word apprenticeship, job. This is really a career opportunity for these individuals. At NADA, we have 18,000 rooftops out there, dealerships, all makes, models, in every community across the country. Dealers employ directly about 1.2, indirectly 1.1 million people. But every dealer I talk to has a need back in the shop for a technician. And so we love this program. We have had a lot of starts and stops in my career over the last 25 years, and we haven't been able to kind of nail it yet. This is encouraging. It's on a big scale, and dealers are excited about it just for that very reason. We got to develop that pipeline of our future master technicians. So we are very, very pleased to partner with the government and with ASE. We just very, very optimistic.
Yeah, and Dave, one of the things that I loved when I heard about the program, and for those that aren't familiar, this is not a virtual program, right? This is a program that actually requires that these people that go through the program are doing the work. They have so many hours that they have to do the work before they move on. Can you tell us a little bit more about what the requirements are? Because I think that sets this program apart.
Well, I think you're right. And it's not just a time-based apprenticeship. You know, there are some apprenticeships out there where you do the time and you check the box and you're now something. This is a competency-based apprenticeship where you, as you said, have to do the work. You have mentors that are in the shop. You have ways of tracking you throughout so that when you're through with that apprenticeship in the 18 to 24 months, you are a productive employee. You haven't wasted your time, nor the dealer's money, nor the taxpayer's money, and you're able to go out and produce. And so to me, that if I want to talk about a key difference, that's it. Yes, it incorporates elements of ASE certification in there, which is important because ASE certification isn't created by a couple of guys in a corner at the ASE office. It's by all of you. This industry created it. I'll just say real quick, many don't know this or they've forgotten. ASE was created by co-founders, NADA, the OEMs, and some of the large aftermarket players in 1972. And here we are over 50 years later, still here with the industry, serving the industry, and that's why this thing exists, and why we're so excited. I want to also point out, it should not be lost on us that the Secretary of Labor is here in this facility today representing our president and the federal government and their commitment to the automotive industry, and this segment of the automotive industry being technicians, those who work in fixed ops. That is a big deal. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, now listen up. To everyone that's out there, everyone sitting down here, it's not often that you get to be a part of automotive history. And this is that moment. We're getting ready to come up and they're going to sign this into action, okay? So here's what I need from you, because this isn't just another convention. This is the auto industry event of the year. And you, 2026, you all are witnessing and a part of automotive history, because this, I guarantee you, can impact your child, it can impact your family member, or someone else that's connected to you. So you really definitely need to be excited about that. So as I announce their names and as they come up to the podium, I want you to make so much noise that they wonder in the other hall, what in the world is happening over here? Can you guys do that for me? All right. So with that being said, to go ahead and get us kicked off, I'd like to first ask NADA President Mike Stanton, please come on up. We got ASC President Dave Johnson, come on up. And last but certainly not least, let's give her a huge round of applause, Madam Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez DeRemer. That's great, that's great. And then here, I'll have you three step right on over here so they can get a photo. I'll have you hold it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, big round of applause for automotive history sign into effect. That's what I'm talking about. I'd like to thank each and every one of our guests that came up today. Don't go anywhere. We are still hanging out in the NADA live stage. We're going to take a quick break. We do have commercial breaks while we're here on the live stage. Thank each and every one of you for being with us here. Thank each and every one of you for being here. And I'm super excited. Who's responsible for this? This has to get to where it needs to go. Somebody? Okay, there we go.
We launched Jerry 1.0 in the beginning of 2024, and the number one impact that Jerry has had on dealerships over the last 2 years is driving more revenue. What we learned is what makes a great AI employee for a dealership is the same exact things that make a great human employee. They're great at their job, they know it inside and out, they know your business, they know the playbooks, they follow them, and they're coachable. The result of everything we learned has allowed us to build capabilities and coachability into our AI employees that doesn't exist in the market and nobody else is working on. And I cannot wait to show you what we built.
You know what I hear? I hear buzzing of excitement, and I absolutely love it. But we're not done yet. We are still in high gear. As a matter of fact, I think the turbochargers might have kicked in, and we're off on a great second day at NADA 2026. So we've got another great session coming up for you. This is actually brought to you by Informative, and we're going to be talking about Midland to Manhattan, fraud and compliance risk all dealers face. So please, let's give our next guest a round of applause as they come to the stage.
Sorry. They want you to go. They want you to start talking. Yep.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Bird with Informative, and today we're diving into what really happens behind the scenes when fraud prevention, compliance, and pre-desking technology come together to drive dealership success. We've gathered some of the sharpest leaders from top-performing dealer groups to share real-world experiences and how they're streamlining operations, protecting against fraud, boosting performance, and ultimately creating a better experience for their customers. Today, we have with us Scott Kunis, who's the Chief Operating Officer from Kunis Auto Group. We have Ben Stillwagon, who's the Director of IT for Cavender Auto Family. Brandon Lee is the new car director at Autobahn BMW Fort Worth. And we also have Kent Hensley, who's a Senior Vice President of Operations at Informative. So today, you'll be hearing about this won't be theoretical. This is what's happening in stores just like yours around the country, the challenges, the wins that are happening, and how they're going about it. So let's jump in. We know that fraud's on the rise in our industry. And once the fraudsters find a crack in their armor, they tend to come back with a vengeance. So Brandon, I'd like to start with you. You've had firsthand experience with synthetic fraud, which synthetic fraud is something maybe not all dealers have experience with. Can you walk us through how that unfolded at your dealership?
Yes, of course. So I didn't know what synthetic fraud was until 18 months ago. And we had some clients come in, and we had two $100,000 cars stolen within 60 days. And everything passed. When I say everything, red flags passed, OFAC passed, credit passed, not only with the dealer at our level, but also with our BMW Financial Services. The contract funded, cars were gone. And we didn't know anything was going on until we got a phone call from BMW Financial to let us know that the payments hadn't been made.
So going through that experience, how did that change your approach to fraud prevention?
Well, really what it was for me was, we had to find something, a solution, and find it fast. When you have an asset stolen like that, it is, it's a big hit to the bottom line. So, we were chasing, and we were trying to find a solution to it. And, the solution for us was obviously Informative. They gave us immediate known if somebody was a fraud. So if you take their app, which their app is incredible, it's very user-friendly, very simple to use, which you get buy-in from your client advisors, your salespeople, whenever it's easy to use. But literally, instantly, once they take a picture of a driver's license, front and back copy, and the insurance card, me as a manager can see whether or not they're fraud right then. So, I was at that point whenever we were chasing, every customer to me was a fraudster until they weren't, right? Had to prove it to me. And with Informative, it happens just like that. So you can go through the rest of the process with confidence.
Ben, have you had similar challenges?
Yeah, definitely. When we expanded our partnership with Informative, we also went to the driver's license fraudulent scanning, and we caught fraudsters in our Mercedes-Benz store right there, real time. We were able to call the police, detain the folks, and we were able to save a stolen car, essentially. So worked out well for us.
Now, Scott, I would imagine with 50-plus stores, you've probably run into fraud once or twice?
Yeah, we've kind of been hit from every direction. So whether it's internal fraud, customer fraud, you name it, synthetic fraud. So we've built a dedicated security team and fraud prevention team. But really the first line of defense is really always at the stores. And so Informative is a great tool for us to start with. It helps us to get the right people involved to be able to catch it early so that our team can get in there right away. And likewise, we've caught people right at the store and called the police right then.
Yep.
So I'd like to shift gears a little bit and talk about process enforcement. So we all know that on a Monday, it's really easy to control process, but we get to a Saturday and we've got lots of people in the showroom, things get more complicated. So Scott, I'd like to start with you. And, a group like yours with process and then having a technology behind it to drive that process, how vital has that been for Kunis, and how has Informative helped?
Well, it's critical. You know, when you're dealing with as many people as we have, you know, we're up to just about 2,000 employees in all of our stores now. Informative helps us to ensure that we have compliance at every level, from salesperson to sales manager to F&I. And the tech really tracks everything. So we know that the customer experience is consistent and compliant. When you're managing this many rooftops, tech is essential to catch issues early and make the necessary changes, because they can happen just like that, whether it's internal or fraud, like we talked about. But there's also the cost savings element. You know, we've had stores that would do 2 or 3 hard pulls on every single customer across all different bureaus. So it's super inefficient and costly. Every one of those bureaus is costing us money. So Informative's tools have helped us limit that and ensuring we're not overspending on bureau pulls, which really adds up across all 50 stores.
100%. Now, Ben, you and I were having a conversation about that transition from a paper process to a digital process. Could you maybe speak to that a little bit, and Kavner?
Yeah, we were very slow to adopt a digital process when we've done paper for years, like all of us, right? And really the biggest change for us was not having paper in the showroom, credit apps sitting on showroom tables, which are obviously a compliance issue, but having an easy mobile app that just, you scan everything you need in there. It's all under one platform, one dashboard. The desk manager can see who's in my showroom right now, where are we at in the process. So it's worked out really well for us. But yes, our teams were slow to move to really just moving to paperless at the front end of the process. But they love it now. We're used to it. It's a part of our process, and really we've embraced it. So.
Now, Brandon, at Audubon, what's been your experience from a process standpoint?
Well, it's made us so much more efficient, and my sales managers, my desk managers, we absolutely love the technology. You know, whenever you're desking a deal and you're pulling up the manager's, desk, you can see everything on there, right? You can see that the driver's license is scanned. You can see the insurance is scanned. You can see the OFAC. You can see the red flags. You can see the soft pull. It allows me as a manager to be able to desk my deals correctly. It allows us to just be more efficient in every way, and that's what it's about nowadays, right? When you're trying to grow, you're trying to sell more cars, you need to be as efficient as possible, and you need to be able to do that with the confidence that you're moving forward with a legit customer.
Absolutely. I think the days of the vanilla folder with the salesperson filling out the documents is long gone now. Being able to force that process and really set it up to the dealer specifications of how you want your showroom to operate has been something that we've really focused in at Informative. And then obviously having an auditable digital deal jacket that you can reference back. So speaking of consistency, one thing we hear often from dealers is that when they talk about the desk, it's a little all over the place. They have their A players, then they may have some B's and C players. Relatively consistent in some stores, maybe inconsistent at others. When we developed our Smart Pencil technology, the concept was that we would level the playing field at the desk. So I'd like Kent maybe to talk a little bit about the concept behind the Smart Pencil technology and the vision for it.
Yeah, thank you. The biggest thing is we, as part of that feedback, we've heard a lot about desking strategies and how to consistently implement them. So we've built a system called Smart Pencil. Smart Pencil leverages credit qualified payments. They're VIN specific. They uncover all sorts of profit opportunities across your deal structures. So your lenders, your structures, your fees, your markups, and OEM incentives. We handle all the crunching of the numbers and maximize your profitability on the back end to ultimately elevate these B and C players into A players. We've really designed it so that credit is what triggers these payments. So we're not jumping between systems. We're not banking on those legacy A players to really overcome any unknowns at the lender level, at the OEM incentive level. It's automatically done, and so it's going to produce the best possible payments for your customers as well as maximize your profitability. And so seeing a lot of positive momentum here does a lot of the work for you and ultimately unlocks that kind of desking strategy that's never been able to be operationalized through a tool set.
Absolutely. Well, and pre-desking is a little different than desking, right? And the concept is to move it forward in the process. Scott, I know we engage you a lot on new ventures, new products that we're coming up with, and very gracious for your team to give us feedback, and you were able to provide a lot of feedback into what the product has become. Maybe give your thoughts a little bit on Smart Pencil and how you can see it impacting stores at Kunis.
Yeah, I mean, we're about to launch the pilot here pretty soon and start to work on a few of the stores. And it's not about making the best desk managers better. They already know what they're doing, and they're going to tell you that they know what they're doing, right? And they're probably not going to want any help on that, right? But it's about raising the bar across the group. You know, we have a unfortunately in the car business there happens to be a lot of turnover, and that's no different at our stores, no matter how much we try to combat that. So as we're trying to train up new desk managers and everything else, it's important for us to be able to make sure that we're taking advantage of all the tools that we have possible to do that. So, when they could see the full spectrum of lenders, when we were talking about 30 plus lenders and 100 plus, and when you add Cuddle into there, and then the constantly changing bank parameters, right? We try to stay on top of it. You try to make sure that your entire group is talking about it. But Smart Pencil hopefully will help us identify those niche lending programs and those opportunities that even seasoned managers may have missed just because of the changes in the lending landscape out there.
Absolutely. Now, Ben, I'm going to put you on the spot. You just had a peek at it. Any initial thoughts around Smart Pencil and how it could impact Cavener?
Yeah, I mean, it's all right there at the beginning of the deal, right? Our customers, they want transparency, and they want it pretty much right when they walk in, and it provides that. It provides, just from a simple soft pull, you get a payment option. You get all your options right there in front that you can present to the customer. So I liked what I saw.
Absolutely. Now, the last piece I want to hit on is partnership, right? You guys have a lot of vendors you work with. Love for you, maybe, Ben, you could start us with talking about the partnership with Informative and what it's meant for you guys in real terms.
For sure. It's been huge for us. I mean, I think of really whenever we bring up any ideas of, hey, we're thinking about doing this or that, they're always like, hey, how can we help? And that's what a true partner does. And then I also think about, we were doing 3 pulls on every single customer. And we have a Toyota store that sells 1,200 cars a month. So you can imagine how much money that costs us. And so they came to us and said, why aren't we doing soft pulls? And really never thought about that. So, so we've shifted our whole mentality to doing soft pulls on everybody, which has saved us a lot of money. And it's a lot easier. It's a lot obtrusive to the customer. So they're a true partner. They're looking out for our best interests, and they're going to continue to do that.
Scott, anything you'd like to add?
Well, yeah, I mean, I do feel like it's a true partnership. When you get to our size, we like to say that we're agile, that we look at the cutting edge products and all those kinds of things. But with as many people as we have now, for us to switch products midstream is really, really difficult. So it's important for us with multiple stores, multiple regions, to have partners that we know we can stick with and that they can adapt and evolve as well. And Informative has been incredibly agile to a lot of our demands, I'll say. But you guys are all very, very responsive, and we really appreciate when it can be a true partnership with the vendor like that.
Absolutely. And Brandon, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, it's after 30 years in this business, I've worked with a lot of vendors, and just like these guys said, it's a true partnership with these guys. Not only was rollout and training on point, but the true partnership comes after that happens, right? It's whenever you have an issue, whenever you have a problem, how responsive are they? Are they going to be there for you? Are they going to work with you when you have those issues? And I'll tell you right now, it's been the best partnership I've had, and I've got to call out somebody. Trish, my sales rep, was amazing, and our support group too. The training at time of rollout with Sequoia was amazing too. So it's a great partnership, and they're very responsive.
Awesome, thank you. At Informative, we built an end-to-end deal engine. It starts with the first interaction with the consumer, the first time they interact with your dealership, and it carries all the way through till they get sent over to F&I. And we feel that by integrating Smart Pencil into that process fills a giant hole in how we can be transparent with our customers, but also empower our dealership partners to sell more and to sell more efficiently. So we're super excited about that product and releasing it to the market. Afterwards, if you have questions or you'd like to see a demo, we're at 4137 West We'd love to spend some time with you. We're going to have a midday mixer. We'll have cocktails at the booth, a little added incentive to stop by. We're also going to have a drawing today of $5,000. So great chance to stop by, take a demo. You'll get enhanced entries for that grand prize. I'd like to thank our panelists. I'd like to thank Ben, Brandon, Scott. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thanks, Kent, for being here and talking about Smart Pencil. We really appreciate you guys stopping by and listening, and look forward to speaking to you more about Informative. Thank you.
You can't make lives better without changing how things work, and that starts with seeing a better way. Stone Eagle pioneered a new path through the F&I process. Then we unified the industry with data driving innovation across the board. Making lives better isn't just a slogan, it's our promise, guiding every design and customer touchpoint. We build solutions that tackle the industry's toughest challenges, improving efficiency, deepening insights, and fueling growth. Stone Eagle, making lives better.
Most commercial titling platforms promise convenience, but convenience means nothing if the system is not directly provided by the state DMV. The National Digital Titling Clearinghouse, powered by CHAMP, changes that. Built as the nationwide acquiring solution for vehicle titles, NDTC enables dealers to source and secure titles across all 50 states without risky commercial workarounds. NDTC is created by government, backed by government, and recognized by law. Every title issued is the official legal record, compliant and secure. If you can title anywhere, choose the state-backed platform built for accuracy, trust, and scale. The solution is NDTC, powered by CHAMP.
Welcome to NADA Show 2026. We're excited to have you here in Las Vegas, where innovation, learning, and connection take center stage. If you haven't already, download the NADA Show app, your one-stop guide for schedules, maps, and updates throughout the week. Now it's time for what makes NADA truly special: education, the expo, and networking. You'll find all of this and more in the North and West buildings at the Convention Center. In the North building, start your morning at the main stage, where dynamic speakers offer energy, insight, and inspiration. For education, you'll find the exchange sessions, where attendees share peer-to-peer experiences on leading topics facilitated by NADA subject matter experts. And there's so much to see and do on the expo floor in the North Hall. The Dealer Learning Lab offers bite-sized sessions with key dealership takeaways. The Relaxation Zone is comfy seating, calm vibes, and a quick break from the buzz. And the NADA Sips Lounge offers coffee, conversation, and connections. And what's more, the North Hall has a whopping 145 first-time exhibitors among the mix. Over in the West building, when you walk into the lobby, be sure to stop at the live stage, full of lively panel discussions and interviews with industry experts. For education, choose from dozens of workshops and dive into our Spotlight series and super sessions to drive dealership success. And there's plenty to see on the expo floor in the West Hall. The redesigned NADA Pavilion, where you can maximize your NADA membership. The Dealer Manager Lounge, a quiet retreat for quick meetings and catching up with colleagues. And the brand new product discovery stage, offering live, engaging 15-minute demos. And the EV Power Pick, your Q&A hub for all things EV. And don't miss the NADA Foundation auction to benefit K9 Companions, helping fund service dogs for kids, adults, and veterans with disabilities. Take a pause for a great cause. Thursday at the Open Lane booth in the West Expo Hall.
Throughout the week at franchise meetings, dealers and managers meet face-to-face with OEMs. Franchise meetings are held in both the North and West buildings, so check the app for schedules and locations. 2 halls, 1 great experience. We like to think of North as fueling attendees with cutting-edge innovations, while West delivers proven solutions to keep your business in the fast lane. Thanks for helping make this the Auto Industry Event of the Year. Make sure that you share your feedback in the NADA Show app. Tell us what you loved and what you'd like to see more of in future events. And plan now to join us for NADA Show 2027 in Orlando, happening February 17th through 20th, 2027.
OEMs and dealers are all part of the same ecosystem. So it is essential and critical that we are aligned, because we're not independent in this. Dealers nor OEMs are not independent in this process. We rely on each other, and it comes down to how well we can work with each other in the pursuit of the ultimate customer experience.
It's important for the manufacturers to demonstrate that they're listening to dealers. And what better place to do that than when you have thousands of dealers in one spot to get them in the room and to really listen to their questions and talk to them.
These discussions foster collaboration, build trust, and enable data-driven decisions that improve programs, process, and support.
If you're not here, you're missing out.
All the vendors are here. Hundreds of thousands of square feet of exhibitor space.
If you want to see what the latest and the greatest is, this is the place you got to come to.
Hugely valuable to be on the floor.
Right, there's so much out there that we didn't know existed.
The amount of opportunities to connect and network and build relationships.
Everybody that is anybody in the auto business is here this week.
This is the Auto Industry Event of the Year.
Today is a great day, day 2 at NADA, and I'm excited. Welcome everyone to the NADA live stage. For those of you that are just joining us, I'm your host, Errol Bomar. This is the NADA live stage living room. I want you all to be comfortable, have fun. There's only 3 house rules. Rule number 1, be comfortable. Rule number 2, if you brought something with you, make sure it makes its way to the trash as you exit. Rule number 3, feel free to kick your shoes off. We actually upgraded the padding in the carpet. However, if you have holes in your socks or your feet stink, keep those shoes on. Sound good? That's it. Other than that, we're going to have fun, laugh, smile, and have a great time. Next up, we're actually going to have a conversation about how AI service calls are being used in real dealerships. And for those out there, you know that service calls are always one of those touch points. To help me in having that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Jennifer Suzuki, who is the CEO and founder of eDealer Solutions. So please give her a huge, warm round of applause. There she is.
So nice.
Come on over.
Okay, sorry. Saw somebody I knew.
Oh, that's great, isn't it? All right, so first off.
Okay.
What's new since the last time I saw you? Because we're not new to this. Derry might be new to this.
No, I was just saying, he's here every time I come to Vegas, and I always love this because you're fun and you get the business, and I always enjoy this. But what's new for me this year is I've been in dealer education for 25 years. I'm also a guest instructor
at NADA. So you started at like 2?
Yeah, 2. I was 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like an early riser.
Right.
And now, you know, the evolution of AI has impacted me too. You know, and so I started building AI tools in the last year, and I teach guys to get approvals in dealerships, do their walkarounds, and now I'm, you know, knee deep in building tools that are very revolutionary and helping, you know, the team members that I train every day to do their jobs better.
I love that. So what I hear is that you identified a need and then you pivoted from what you've been doing for quite a while, right?
Oh, yeah.
But why now? Like, what was it that you were seeing?
Okay.
Because I know there's
with you.
obviously with training and doing the things, there's some repetitive steps, right? It's kind of like you run the play. But what made you say, you know what, we're going to stop running the play and we're going to do something different?
Yeah, because I'm fighting for salespeople, service advisors' success. And when I saw a very big issue with approvals, calls, making sure that we can attain loyalty, that's always what I'm fighting for. So for me, I'm working with the advisors, I'm on the drive. I'm always like focused on two sacred moments. One is the walk around, and a lot of times the people they let off the gas on the walk around, but the walk around is where we build trust. This is where we increase the commitment from people. This is where we can highlight things that we actually see on the car as proof and get approvals on bulbs that are out that hold up approvals down the road, and it creates more efficiency. So the other part is the MPI call. Once the multi-point inspection report is done, you got to make the call so that they can understand what they're getting for their money, which is how we sell stuff, But if nobody explains the work, then what are we going to do? So I created a voice AI that allows the advisors to tag Tom in when they need him.
Okay, I like this.
So if they can't make the call because the shop is slammed,
right,
tag Tom in.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because what I hear is that you address two big points. When you're talking about approvals, for those of people that are out there that may not know, what type of approvals are we discussing, and then what's been the pain point with getting those approvals to move forward?
Well, what happens is we need approvals to upsell. We need to allow customers to know what's going on with their car. So when our master certified technicians, our factory certified technicians, when they've done this work at providing a report card of the health of their vehicle, and they send out the video and they send out a text with the MPI report, it's not enough. They don't always call. Sometimes people don't call because they're too busy. Sometimes they call because they don't want to call because the customer's a jerk. The customer says, don't call me, don't sell me nothing. And I'm like, we're missing opportunities. The customer deserves to have a full explanation every single time and consistently. And what happened is sometimes the guys would sound rushed. And that, for me, I didn't like it because I get it, they're rushed, but you don't want the customer to hear you rushed. And if the customer feels that you're rushed, they think you don't care about them. And that's what was killing me. And
that's big. That's big. So
voice AI can create that consistency.
Right, and it goes back to the biggest thing, which is customer experience. Right. I think that's overall.
That's been my thing for years.
Right, and to your point about making that call, you sometimes take in your own perception of what you think the customer is going to say or how they're going to respond. Like, yes, they came in for an oil change, but now they need X, Y, and Z.
And they get scared sometimes.
Exactly.
People get scared. They don't always want to sell the work, I've been asking people that have come to my booth all day today, why do you think these calls get missed? And a lot of them come back and say, they're too busy. They don't want to. They're scared of rejection.
Interesting. So they tag Tom in. Tom's not scared of rejection. So
nope.
Tell us how it works.
Okay. And I think when you're looking at any AI tool, what is important, and if you saw me yesterday in the super session, I want everybody to remember this. This is a very important, simple statement I'm going to say. And I really don't want you to forget it. It's very powerful. You're not buying tools. You're buying teammates.
Say it again.
AI is not a tool. It is a teammate. And when you look at AI as a teammate, you're now including your entire operation in understanding where's their biggest pain point. And now if we can solve it and we solve it together and we work through the product together, now you're going to get better adoption from your team on leveraging tools like voice AI or automated follow-ups and things like this. So, for me, I think you're looking for consistency, and I hope I'm answering the question right, but.
No, you're absolutely, I think, because you said it, right? Like, Tom is the tool, right? And here's the great thing about tools. Tools are the blessing of being able to do the work. And that's what I think sometimes we forget. Like, have you ever tried to, cut something with old scissors that were dull?
Right.
You have to go out and you have to get new scissors that are sharper, that are better, that will allow you to do the job that you're trying to do. And so if you're using outdated tools or tools that are maybe hesitant to make the call because they're putting their own personal perspective into it, then now you have a new tool that is going to give you the privilege to do the work.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of tools out there, but don't. I find like a lot of my dealer friends, you know, they'll just be like, oh, did you see this? Did you see this? And it's a lot of times it's exciting, but if the guys don't adopt it and they don't want to execute it, then it's no good. It's no good. And this is why I say it's a teammate, not a tool.
That's great. I love that.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, since
Okay.
this is going live in real dealerships, I love how you said real dealerships. What have you been seeing? Like, what has surprised you? What has kind of,
Okay.
you know, said like, oh yeah, that's exactly how I thought it was going to work?
You get
What's
so
been the
excited. I'm
feedback?
like, calm down, Jen. You know, the first thing when you're looking at any kind of a voice AI tool is you got to think about this. I never want to trick customers. I've been working in dealerships my entire life, and I fight for these guys' success. So we're already trying to win, you know, over customers every day because they don't trust us. They're skeptics. And I never wanted to be that. So, you know, when you listen to some voice AIs now, they're so good. You're just like, wow, that sounds like a person. They say all these weird things like, oh, yeah, that's cool. And you're like, that's AI? But what you're trying to do is trick people. So for me, the first thing, when you look at any sort of voice AI, I think you need to allow customers the opportunity to know that you're acknowledging that. You know, so I now say, you know, I'm Tom, your digital service advisor. Right from the jump, anytime that they're greeting the customer, it's letting them know this is an AI tool. And I also think you got to get the voice right, because you want that customer to feel a certain way when they hear a voice that's representing your multi-million-dollar brand. So some people don't want to hear robots, but they don't want to hear somebody faking a human. So finding that happy medium is very key. It's very key to a customer feeling like they could trust this teammate in your sales process, your service process. So there's that. There's so many elements that are, you know, important. But what would surprise me the most, because I was gunning for approvals, I wanted to execute a voice AI that would read the MPI report and consistently call and explain the benefits. This is what I would teach the advisors all the time, and this is where I would get the 30% lift. But a lot of times, you know, you don't have the consistency because everybody's busy. And then you have to be thinking, okay, well, what are the components to the process here? What are the components? A nice greeting, you know, and then you've got to get into the right value and the way that you explain things to customers. So for me, I started off with really long explanations, and I thought they were too long. What's an alignment? What is it going to do for me? What is the benefits of it? Why do I need this? But the customers would say to me, no one's ever talked to me like that before. My advisor never explained stuff that detailed before. And then you start to recognize that the tool is not just for approvals, that it's about guest experience now. It's about making customers comfortable in learning about the health of their vehicle. And so I know this is long-winded. I get really excited. There's so many pieces to getting it right. And by the way, a lot of people that are in this space right now, you know, it's still very new. And I do think that you have to work through the things that can make it work for your store.
I love that. What I hear you saying, overarching, is it's about trust, right? It's trust on multiple levels. It's about the advisors trusting the system to be a teammate
that
can help them do their job more efficiently.
Yes.
It's then about the customer trusting now the service advisor and the dealership, because you're providing information that they can learn and actually not be afraid to ask questions. Because, you know, as humans,
that's true.
Sometimes we will act like we know, like, oh yeah, absolutely, sure, when we don't really know.
What's
right?
worse is sometimes the technicians, the advisors will say, they'll use like what I call tech talk, you know, to explain, or they don't explain nothing. Your brakes are worn, $5.99, and you're like, well.
Right.
Well, why do I need brakes? What, you know, is that something I can hold off on? And so, yeah, it's trust.
It's trust. I love that. Now, I know we can talk about this forever. However, we don't have forever time.
Okay.
So before we get out of here, tell folks where they can find you, how they can find out more information, and how they can look for the new teammate.
Okay. Well, I'm over there way on that side at the north. That's where all the new technology is, you know, and it's actually kind of exciting for me to walk through there and see all these new faces and new companies. People are really trying to solve big problems for dealers, so I would definitely go to the north side, check out all the tech. I'm over there by the Dealer Learning Lab. You can't miss me. There's a photo of me over there. But thank you for that. Listen, I would love to answer questions and help people through this because I've been a dealer advocate. I've been working at the Academy for NADA for 12 years. I've had a training consulting company for 25 years. And I've taken a lot of everything that I've built and put it into this labor of love here. And I've learned a lot of lessons the hard way, always the hard way. And I would love to share with you as you start to explore new tools to help your team members do better.
I love that. Well, Jennifer, thank you so
I'm
much
here
for
for it
being
all.
here. Don't forget, we actually make it a little bit easier. You can take a shuttle to get to the other hall. So we got
No way, where's that at?
It's right outside the door.
I've been sweating
Yeah,
all
it's-
day
You
for
hop
2
in
days.
You hop in the car, it takes you underground, and boom, you're there.
What?
Yes. We'll talk about it after.
Thank you.
Listen, we want to thank each and every one of you. Let's give Jennifer a big round of applause. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
One of the things that we talk a lot about in the auto industry is, did you pull in or did you back in? I definitely backed in. I've been in the industry now for almost 11 years. I was going through a bit of a transition in my previous career and was looking for a change, looking to do something different. And there was an opportunity to join the operations side in the sales department at one of our local dealerships. And I said, sure, why not? It's different, something that's unfamiliar for me and something that would be a bit of a challenge. So I thought I would stay in the business maybe a year or two, and here we are more than a decade later, and I'm still working in the industry. My name is Tristan Tops, and I'm the Human Resources Manager here at Penske Automotive Group in Scottsdale, Arizona. The opportunities for women in this business are endless. I actually started in the internet sales department at one of our local dealerships, so on the operations and sales side of it. We see women taking on positions not just in sales, not just in the internet department, but positions as technicians now. We have women who are service advisors, we have women in management, and then there's also all of the people that work behind the scenes to make this industry move forward. We have our accounting representatives, we have those that work in titles and billing, our controllers. There are all of these different avenues for women to come into this industry and really find a home and be successful. I would just like to say that the industry is shifting, the industry is changing, and it's going to continue to evolve. And women have a place in this business. We are going to be at the forefront. And as the industry changes and evolves, women are going to continue to make their places known within this industry, and it's exciting, and I look forward to seeing what the future has, not only for the automotive industry, but for all of the women that work within it.
All right, so one of my favorite parts last night, oh, thank you, I appreciate that. So one of my favorite parts last night about the museum is they had this section where you could see all of the tires, right? And they showed you that the F1 car tires, they were used for different things and different speed ratings and conditions, all of that good stuff. And that's how I kind of feel that we are here on the live stage. We have our tires on for optimal performance, and we've been racing through today. I looked down and I didn't believe what time it was. I thank you all for being here. Thank you for your energy, and we're going to keep that energy going. Here's what we're talking about next. Are you all ready? We're talking about full access, full potential, and why visibility into your portfolio matters for maximizing dealer profitability. And it's your portfolio reassurance that matters. So, to help lead that conversation, please do me a favor. The other rule, it's like an unspoken rule because you guys should already know it. The other rule is anybody that I introduce on stage, you clap for them like it's your personal family member, friend, or someone that you've known your whole life. All right, with that being said, please help me in welcoming up Rich Brady, who is the Vice President, General Manager of Zurich Direct Markets. Let's welcome him to the stage. Come on up. Enjoy, stage is yours.
Thanks and good afternoon. My name's Rich Brady, Vice President, General Manager for Zurich Direct Markets. Pleasure to be here. Joining me on stage today are a couple of our long-term F&I partners and industry leaders, Fletcher Flower, the Flower Motor Organization, and Tom Bloomfield of the Don Thornton Organization. Thank you both for being here. Also joining me today is one of my Zurich colleagues, Dan Moed. He's our National Profit Solutions Manager and an expert in the field of profit participation programs. Dan, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
C-suite leaders in our industry measure net every month, and while that number may vary depending on makes and models, NADA's benchmark data is around 4%. The focus of today's discussion is, do you have that same rigor in your profit participation programs? We recognize that profit participation is a significant part of your overall profitability strategy. So what we're talking about is, do you have something similar to a net analysis, what we'll call a return on profit, that you measure on a regular basis as it relates to your reinsurance program? Essentially, how much of every dollar of premium that gets seeded into your program do you retain as profit after you've paid your claims, taxes, and fees? And what do you use to measure that, to drive those numbers, and to have the ability to control those losses? So what we're going to talk about is access to data that allows you to do that. And we're going to start with a simple question. If net on sales is a metric that you both track on a regular basis, if we agree then that the reinsurance portfolio is also a significant part of your profitability strategy, what are you doing to measure that and drive that profitability on a regular basis? So Tom, let's start with you. When you think about your reinsurance program, how critical is it for you to have some sort of equivalent, reliable measure to track your return on premium? And what visibility do you have to allow you to drive that?
I think it's very important. When we started our program over 10 years ago, we wanted to be sure we were offering a product to the customers that was similar with the coverage to what we had before. And we want to be sure that our loss ratios and our pricing stays in line as costs grow, as labor rates grow, as parts costs grow. So we review the data every 6 months and be sure that we make any adjustments necessary to see kind of what our loss ratio is, which would create that kind of return on premium number that we kind of keep an eye on.
And the access to that data that allows you to do that, how do you find that? Where do you find your access to measuring that?
Well, that's the softball. So Zurich has a lovely portal that it allows us to log in and see all of our different business units and how they're performing individually against the loss ratios on all our voluntary protection products. So we can see, as trends move, we can see those numbers, and then we can ask guys like Dan, what do we need to do here? Do we need to make an adjustment here? Can we wait another 6 months? Because we want to be priced competitively, of course, but we also want to be sure we're around to pay the claims, in the future.
Yeah. Fletcher, similar. How often are you accessing that? What are important metrics that you're tracking? How do you use that to drive decision-making in your organization?
So, I probably go into the portal monthly and look at those numbers. Usually, I would say by the 5th or 6th of the month, I have last month's numbers. I can go look at them. And it's kind of sorted by a month to date, a year to date, and an inception to date type of format. So I go in and look at those every month.
So you bring up a good point, because that sort of granularity of data allows you to dive deeper than just surface level. An example of that would be, rather than just seeing a VSC line item, it gets broken out into subsets of that, new and used, and over 100,000 mile, that type of thing. Are you doing that at that level of detail and on a store-by-store basis then?
Yeah, so I can go into each of our stores. We have 4 different stores. Look at each store individually, and it starts with new, used. We have a product out there that we call the Flower Promise, and so that's broken out as it's a limited warranty. It's a 6-month, 6,000 mile, and we track those and make sure that all of our different products in those categories on a month to month, yearly basis, whether we're offering products that make sense for us and if it's working for the customer.
Tom, thinking about that and what Fletcher just shared, you shared an example where you had used some of this detailed information to make adjustments within segments of your portfolio, increasing profitability, perhaps making adjustments on labor rates and other types of things. Can you share what some of that was?
Sure. We, when you're looking at those different business units, and we have brands that are, I guess, pretty different in how the loss ratios, happen, because some of our European imports, the pricing of even something like a windshield or parts in general is quite a bit higher than some of our domestic products. So we need to drill it down, as Fletcher said, to the individual new and used policies as well as the over 100,000, and then in the ancillary products like tire and wheel or windshield, be sure we're priced properly there and watching those loss ratios as they're happening, so we can make those adjustments in order to stabilize. And we're trying to make money, but we're also trying to make sure that we stabilize our exposure, kind of watching as trends happen in those repairs.
Yeah, so that's a good point. So there's a lot of active management by each of you as you look at your portfolios, but you're not alone in that. And I introduced Dan at the start of this discussion and his level of expertise. So Fletcher, can you describe sort of a balance that you find in having access and the ability to manage that on a daily or monthly basis, whatever that frequency is, aligned with input from an expert like Dan?
Yeah, so I think the going into the portal is important. So I'm doing that monthly, probably once a quarter. Where the rubber kind of meets the road is where I'll have Dan come in, and we'll get on the phone and we'll go through, maybe over 100,000 mile claims. We'll pull up, 30 days worth of claims and see what's going on. Why did that number change? If it's high, what's going on? Sometimes it's something simple, like we ended up having a couple transmissions or an engine that we had to do. But it also kind of helps us spot maybe trends that are starting to happen. Maybe I have a manager that is not reconditioning the cars like he should. So we enjoy doing that.
And to play off that, sometimes Dan will be proactive about calling or emailing and say, hey, we should look at this, because he sees the trend that's moving in the wrong direction. So he brings it. If I haven't looked at it for whatever reason, he'll bring that to my attention so we can discuss it.
Yeah, the trending of the data is really the key point, especially in a mature reinsurance program. Looking at inception to date numbers is always great, but in the portal that you guys look at, there's year to date and month to date. So you could see inception to date numbers, where it's trending this year compared to inception, along with what did it do last month in terms of claims, loss ratios, etc. The other key element, so that's a big key element you need to look at, not just the inception to date data. The other key element is the retention, the claims paid to the selling dealer, and we monitor that very precisely with our dealers, and they monitor it as well, because we know that if a claim comes back to the selling dealer, like a service contract claim, they're going to pay less. We're going to pay less than if they go elsewhere. Somewhere in the range of, it's a big range, $400 up to $1,000 per claim less if the customer comes back to the selling dealer to get the repair. So that's a key element that needs to be really looked at and monitored and measured.
Yeah, and we, you know, the tool of the pricing with a disappearing deductible has been really effective for us in enticing the customer to come back to us for the repair. Because if they bring it back to one of our service departments, they essentially do not have a deductible to pay, yet if they take it somewhere else, you know, they pay that deductible. So we use that as a tool to create the retention that Dan was speaking of.
Yeah, I think those are both great points, that it's not just having the access to that information, but what you're able to do with that, the levers you're able to pull to affect change in your overall profitability. So Dan, you brought up a good point. You've been in this space for a long time. You've seen a lot of different providers that are in this space. Can you share a little bit, when you go and you're evaluating perhaps a competitor's position and the type of information available, how that may differ when you're trying to analyze or evaluate their program versus ours with the level of access to information?
Yeah, it's really important, the access to the information. It's the real-time data that dealers need to have access to. Like, there's a portal that they can go into anytime, look at the data, look at losses, look at claims, look at retention, look at return, look at investment income, how much money, you know, their bank statements, their trust statements, what the returns are, that all wrap around a profitable reinsurance company. So that the access to the data and the management of the data is the key.
Yeah, so we talk about two aspects of that, access and transparency. So talk, if you would, just for a minute, we'll start with you, Fletcher, on being able to sort of follow the money, right? It's not just having access to data, it's the level of detail and transparency where you can start with amount of premium ceded on a given month and really follow that money all the way through to your bank statement.
Yeah, you know, that's probably where I start, honestly, is when I go in, I'll look how much is ceded per month. I'll look at my losses for the month. And then, you know, you kind of drift over and you say, how much is this really worth? How much money's in there? And so I look at that every month, and I track it like clockwork.
Yeah. Tom, similar?
Yeah, I think to follow up on Fletcher made a point earlier on used car reconditioning, and I look for that data where I see claims on that are early in after a sale of a service contract to a pre-owned customer. Did that car come back quickly? Did we miss something? Did we not recondition that car properly? We shouldn't have those losses, and you know, those are the ones we really want to try to avoid and make sure we've got the job done before we deliver the vehicle. And then, as Fletcher said, just looking at that, the amount of data that's available to us to see how we're earning that premium over time, monthly, quarterly, semi-annually, is great information.
I appreciate you sharing your experience with that. It's obviously something that we feel gives you the tools and ability to control these programs, both at the dealer level and your individual stores within your organization, but then combining that with expert consultative opportunities to work with Dan and his colleagues and be able to understand the long-term vision of what that is. These programs are important parts of your overall profitability, and if we finish where we started this conversation, if net is a driving metric and something we're closely monitoring, we need to be doing something similar, and we refer to it as return on premium, to measure the profitability of these. So before we close, any final thoughts or input on that topic?
You know, one of the things that I've also been pretty happy with is I know that Zurich allows us the opportunity to have a B account, if you will, to invest that money with maybe an outside source. But in tracking it like I've been tracking it, really in looking at it with my advisor, because I have a financial advisor that comes in and meets with me quarterly, We've been very happy with the way that the portfolio has done for us, and also the return on investment that we receive. So it works for us.
Yeah, and you just touched on something that's important, Tom. I think you take advantage of that as well, is this ability to track your surplus, your underwriting profit, and be able to move that seamlessly then into an investment account where you can make more aggressive investment options or whatever.
Definitely, it's been great to watch the dollars earn over the period of the life of the company. As we've been in it 10 or 12 years, we've seen policies earn out, and we've seen the true return and the investment value we've gained from it, and it's pretty rewarding. In addition to being able to sell a product that we know is going to take care of our customer after the sale, so we know the coverage is good, and we're managing the portfolio properly so that we're going to be there to take care of that in the future.
That's fantastic. Gentlemen, thank you for your input and sharing your experiences with us. We appreciate that. I think in summary, the combination of access and transparency to data combined with expert consultative support creates a very powerful opportunity for you to ensure that you're maximizing your profitability in these programs. We want to thank everybody for sitting in with us today. Thank you. If you have questions, follow-up, anything you'd like to get more information about, will be available immediately following, here just off stage or at the Zurich booth, 4501 West. And please feel free to come by. We'd love to have a chance to chat with you. We appreciate the opportunity to share our thoughts with you today. Thanks very much.
If you're a dealer and you haven't attended the Washington Conference, you need to come.
Local activity is good, but you've got to be able to get the bigger pictures. There's so much stuff going on. It's such a complex landscape. You've got to have multiple brains involved in figuring things out.
It's the best place to really get a deep dive into the issues of the industry.
Getting dealers to realize what's happening on a federal level for all dealers and how all dealers are being impacted by laws and regulations helps them, I think, be better leaders at our association.
I think it's extremely important for dealers to participate in these sort of things because of the challenges that we're up against as an industry.
Whether it be GMs, whether it be service managers, whether it be sales managers.
It's very important to have a voice and a say. And if you don't participate in these sort of things, then you don't get a say.
It is the easiest way to facilitate visits, get briefed on the issues that are at hand, and to make a major impact.
I think being able to meet with the congressional members in their offices has been a good experience to kind of see their side of the world, to see the staff side of the world.
It's a great experience. It's rewarding, I think, for all of our dealers, and it's just a fantastic opportunity for them to really participate in advocacy at the federal level.
This is all relationships. This is all meeting people from other states, meeting people from your state you may not have known before, getting in front of people that are making these decisions and are influencing these decisions.
You need to be involved, and whether that's at your state level or whether that's coming here at the federal level, you have to be playing the game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are still going, still in full high gear. We've got our optimal tires on. We're hitting the corners, and we're having a great time at the NADA live stage. Of course, we want to thank each and every one of you for being here. Also, if you haven't done so already, start preparing for 2027. We're going from Vegas to Florida, and I'm excited for that. Also, for those of you that haven't downloaded it yet, make sure that you download the NADA Show app. It is a vital, vital piece to the puzzle because not only does it give you all the key information that you might want to know, it'll go back and tell you the name of the session you just watched or the session that you're trying to get to, along with allowing you to make connections for the individual people that you meet while you're here at the show. All right, next up, we're going to talk about a topic that I love discussing, and that is driving performance and the power of NADA 20 groups. To help me with that conversation, you know the rules. Please give him a warm round of applause to Joe Dalbo. Joe, you ready? Come on up, man. Come on up. Let's do this. Let's have some fun. There we go. I love it. Please go ahead and have a seat. Great to see you as well.
Good. How you been?
I've been great, man. No complaints. You know what my favorite part about coming here was? No snow.
I thought it was
I left the snow.
You said it was hanging out with me.
That part too.
Okay, because this is like, what, 5 years in a row?
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
we're kind of got like a tradition going.
Totally.
It's great.
Totally.
So I know that we know each other, but for those that are out there that don't know you, please take some more time, introduce yourself, and tell us specifically about your role.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Joel Dalbo. I'm a NADA 20 Group dealership management consultant. So I manage and run 7 NADA 20 groups. And that's what we're going to be here to talk about today.
I love it. So why just 7, not 8?
I'm getting old. Seriously, it is, we like to keep them around that number. Some of the younger guys do go to 8. It's a lot on you when you're on the road all the time. And when I go out on a Sunday, come back on a Wednesday, that's like 75 hours in 4 days. And you only do so many a year. So that's why I try to keep it at 7, and they let me.
That's great. The reason I ask you that, because some people, and we're going to start at the basics of what 20 groups are, but the reason I ask you that, and I love the way you answer, is because you're putting in the work, the effort, the energy, and really making it consistent for those that show up for the group. Then that's part of what makes it so impactful, so important, is that it's not just like, hey, here's your materials, go at it. Like, no, I'm there with you, and we're going through this together.
Yeah,
and
it's 100 miles an hour. Very busy, and to do this job correct, you got to be all in to help and get the dealers most profitably they can be. So yeah, it takes a lot of energy.
I love that. So for those that aren't familiar or maybe haven't been involved, let's start with the basics. What is a 20 group, and then why, for you, do you feel it's so important to be involved in one?
Okay, so a 20 group is just like it sounds. It's a group of 20 dealers, and we use 20 as a round number. 20 groups can be as many as 24 members in the group, and the members are generally dealers. I'll get into that in a minute. So it's dealers, 20 dealers in non-competing markets. So you can't have a dealer who's across the street from you be in the group, because you don't want them sharing best practices and sharing financial data is what we do. So it is, just think of it as this: it's 20 people that get together 3 times a year for usually anywhere from a day and a half to 3 half days, depending on the format, to help improve their operations, to make more money is what we're all here for. So that's what a 20 group is, and why should you be in a 20 group? If you have no desire to improve and you think you can really be the best you can be on your own, give it a shot. I will tell you, you don't have as much knowledge as you're going to have in a room with 20 other dealer operators. And today's market is so competitive, and it's so cutthroat, and it's so demanding, from dealing with the OEMs and dealing with the customers and changing and AI and what's going on latest with everything. You need help. And the best help is peer-to-peer. Another dealer helping another dealer. And if, in my mind, you're in the business today and not in the 20 group, you're leaving a lot of money on the table. I mean, millions over years. It's not a little bit. I can't tell you how many times I've seen dealers come into a 20 group and they're underperforming, and within 5 years they've tripled and maybe 4x their earnings, all because of ideas from the group.
Yeah, and that's unbelievable. And I think you're absolutely right. I mean, what I hear you saying is that you have the opportunity in the 20 group to talk to others who are in not only the same field, but playing at the same level, doing the same thing, and a lot of times dealing with a lot of the same issues, concerns, pressures, anxiety points, all the things. And so that way, when you get in those groups and you're able to have a free-flowing conversation, you're able to get real answers, not surface level stuff.
Yeah, it's exactly that. So it's a safe area because it's a closed environment. We're in a meeting room. I'm the moderator. I run the room. We generally set it up in a U format where everybody's around the room. And everyone knows that it becomes a brother and sisterhood when you're in 20 group, that everyone wants to see their become friends to survive. It's not uncommon to have dealers get on an airplane and fly to another member's dealership, spend 2 or 3 days because they're really having trouble making money in service. And they go through their whole service process and look, say, hey, I don't know why you're doing this, I don't know why you're doing that. And next thing you know, the dealer's was on the way to going out, and is now doing spectacular. And all because the dealer has decided to help, and that's how it is. It's helping each other. And you know, in this, just in this area right here and in this entire building, there's all different levels of knowledge in our business. And the beauty of 20 Group is in that room, someone is going to have a great idea about F&I. And we all know how important F&I is today. And other people may not be. And the way we know that is we use a composite that brings the financial data from your financial statements into a book where you're compared to every dealer in your group on everything. And there's pages for F&I, there's pages for new F&I, used F&I, total F&I. And when you're comparing, and one dealer may be at the top of the page and could be over $2,000 per copy, and someone's at $600. Well, that's a massive difference. And we all know the person that is underperforming in F&I is fixable. It's totally fixable. Well, there's people in the room who know how to fix it. You know how they know how to fix it? They were on the bottom of the page at one point, and they went through the fixing process from someone else in the group helped them.
Yeah.
So this is, in a nutshell, why it is, in my opinion, of course I sound, you know, like I'm not selling anything because I'm not on commission. As a dealer operator today, if you're not in an NADA 20 group to help your dealership be the best it can be, you just really are making a big business decision mistake. It is the best way to improve your operation. There's no other way to really do it.
I couldn't agree more. I think, you know, one of the key elements is that life isn't meant to be done alone, right? And if you get in the opportunity, and that's, I think, what brings a lot of people here today, because they recognize, like, hey, I can go to an event that is filled with like-minded individuals that are going to help me progress and really be the automotive leader that I'm trying to be, in whatever role it is that I'm serving now, because the role I'm serving in now is going to continue to grow and escalate. So let's ask for like more specifics with the groups. What type of groups are currently a part of the 20 groups, or what are some things that if a dealer's out there and they say, hey, I want to be involved, what are some things they can look forward to?
All right, so excellent question. So when you hear 20 group, it sounds simple, just 20 group. Well, we have many different types of 20 groups. So the primary group in 20 group is a dealer 20 group. To be in that 20 group, you have to be a dealer or a general manager or a dealer operator to be in the 20 group. That's a dealer 20 group. And then from there, in those dealer 20 groups, they're in the same brand. So it'll be a Honda group or a General Motors group. So for instance, I have 4 General Motors groups. I have a Honda group, I have a Volvo group, and I have a super group, which is a multi-franchise, which I'll talk about in a minute. So these dealer groups are the same brand, not in the contiguous markets, not competitors, and that's a dealer 20 group. Then there's manager 20 groups. We offer a whole different array of manager 20 groups. I'm not going to go into every one. I recommend stopping at our booth. We can show you all the different ones we have, but to highlight some of the better ones, fixed manager 20 group, very popular. So in that 20 group, we have a moderator like myself with a fixed operations background, and everybody in the group is one of your fixed managers. Again, not in a competitive group, and all they talk about is how to run a fixed operation in a General Motors group. Could be a mixed, could be a single, but it's generally how to run a fixed business. We also have a human capital group for HR professionals in stores have 2 or 3 or 4 and have that. We have a digital, big digital managers group. Those are gigantic right now, meaning it's such a hot topic for everyone that if you have a digital marketing manager for your either single or multi-point, you'd put them into that group, and that's what they discuss with an SME or subject expert on digital marketing. And that's an area that I don't know how you operate today. This is what I tell my dealers in 20 group. I'm not sure how you operate today as a dealer, say of even a single point, trusting any third party to come in and tell you what you need in digital marketing. Because you know they're all commissioned salespeople, and I'm not against them. There's many of them in this room right here. But you need to have knowledge of what they're doing, what they're selling you. Only way you're going to get that is you don't have the time. You have to have somebody on staff who is the digital marketing person, and many of you do. That digital marketing person can only get better if they meet with other digital marketing people using a digital composite which collects data off your website to determine what we should be doing. So that's the biggest growth area.
Right.
The other one I mentioned is multi-franchise, we call them super group. So to be in the super groups, you have to have 3 or more locations. The person as the member has to be a C-level or higher manager. Can't be one of the general managers of one of the stores. It has to be a C-level, so usually an owner or maybe the CFO could be it, or the operations person partner. And then who comes to the meeting needs to be someone at C-level or higher. No general managers, because they wouldn't really understand the discussions. The discussions in supergroup or multi-franchise are different than traditional. They're more focused on, we all know how hard it is to run one. How hard is it to run 10? It's not 10 times, it's really 100 times harder. And there's so many big picture things that I need ideas on of how to do it. For instance, how do I structure my management team? Years ago when we built multi-franchise stores, we thought it was scale and efficiency. And then we started hiring a finance director and a service director and a regional vice president over 6 stores. All those jobs, $800,000 a year, $700,000, $500,000. You had all this high-level expense, and didn't really become efficient. So what we talk about a lot in multi-franchise is how to get scale and efficiency back in it peer-to-peer, helping each other. Yeah, we used to have 5 layers or multiple levels of very expensive people. We do it a different way now. Here's how we do it. We run them kind of independent, or we run them with one person as a fixed director over 10 or 12 instead of one over 4 or 5. A lot of different ideas. So that's the multi-franchise group, and it gives you a lot of other benefits of a separate subgroup of your store in a financial or your stores in a financial composite, and that rolls up into one number that we have a comparison to everybody else in the group. So that's all the different types, and there's, like I say, many more. I could be here for 10 minutes. We probably have about 15 different types right now. We have a women's only group, and there's several others. Again, I don't want all come to mind at the same time, but there is several others I recommend if you're interested in finding out more, either online or come on over to the booth. There's plenty of people to go over them all for you.
It's great too, because what I hear you saying is that no matter what level you're at under that rooftop, there's a support system of like-minded people that can be there for you to help you grow and whatever that growth looks like. And with doing the financial and basically kind of doing this almost like a health checkup, right? You kind of go through and you look up, and a lot of times what I hear you saying is that dealers are able to identify blind spots that they didn't necessarily know they have, but not only get to identify the blind spot, but also then now get that support to be able to say, okay, how can I take this from a blind spot to an opportunity? How can I take this from, something that's been hurting me or hindering me, basically a stepping stone from a stumbling block. And I think that's great. 100%. The other thing that you mentioned, and I want to make sure that everybody out there caught it, is that the moderators of these groups have a background or experience in what they're moderating. And I think that's a very big deal, because sometimes you get inside of a group and everyone, like you said, is in that U shape and everybody's looking at each other and, like, what do we do? What do we talk? But having a moderator that has the experience, that has the knowledge, that when the conversation starts, they're able to speak from real world experience that they come in with, that's a game changer for these groups, because of course it's very important to be able to shift and change the dynamic and direction that the groups need to go.
So excellent point. So, if you look at the job title, it says 20 Group Dealership Management Consultant. So I'm a consultant as your 20 Group moderator. I moderate the meetings, but in between meetings, I consult with my dealers on everything. I mean, literally everything that they need help with. It's hard when you're the dealer, especially if you have one store. You can't go talk to your employees about some things. You need someone to be able to bounce things off of. And it could be anything from family issues in the dealership. It could be financial struggles with the dealership. It could be, I had somebody come and bring me an offer. I have that all the time. And I will go with them and say, okay, so they're going to give you X. Yeah, okay, Uncle Sam's going to get Y. You're only going to have this left over. And now what do you do after that? Oh, that don't sound so good anymore. So a lot of consulting and that kind of things. Consulting with, they found another location and you want to look at that. We look at it together and we talk about it. So when you join the 20 group, you not only get the peer-to-peer learning in the group, you have a consultant, and if you're one of those groups that is now your go-to. I get phone calls nights, weekends. During COVID, I was as much a psychologist as a consultant. I was getting calls at night. Oh, it was getting tough. At the very beginning, if you don't remember, dealers that were told they had to shut down and didn't have a lot of cash, and they were asking me how am I going. They were scared,
right?
And they had someone to call to. So that's part of what you get when you don't just think it's just a peer-to-peer learning. It's peer-to-peer learning, and you get the moderator and the consultant.
Yeah, I love that, Joel. What I hear from you, the word that comes to mind is committed and commitment, and I think that's a very big thing to understand that from a consultant standpoint, because you mentioned it right at the top. 75 hours you're there, and it's go from the time that your feet hit the ground.
Yep.
So I know that all of the consultants that are managing the 20 groups, and I think that it was great because when I jokingly asked you, why 7, not 8,
right.
Your commitment, right, being able to have the bandwidth and know your bandwidth of how much you can pour back into.
100%.
So knowing that all of our consultants are fully committed, what type of commitment are we looking back from the participants? So if someone's out there watching and they say, hey, I want to be involved in this, what kind of commitment level are we looking for from those that participate?
Excellent question. So it does require a commitment. So say you decide today to go over to our 20 group booth and talk about joining a group. We find a group for you, we take an application, and the next steps are you're going to be invited to the next meeting. You go to the meeting, and then it's a test drive. You test drive them, they test drive you. And what I mean by that is you get to see if this is something you think you like. And at the end of the meeting, I ask the prospect, is this something you're willing to commit to? And they, yes. I go, okay, you understand commitment means we meet 3 times a year. You're going to have the dates 2 years in advance. There's no, I got a birthday party. There's no, obviously if you can have a family event that you have to bring, you're committed to your members to show up each and every meeting and to contribute to the meeting and to help each other. Are you willing to do that? Yes. Then they step out of the room, we vote on them, and as long as they participated and have been a good person for the last 3 days, usually almost all the time they get voted in. It's very rare, but it's only if someone's been afraid or don't really participate. But the other commitment is obviously the financial commitment. So it's $495 a month for each month, and then 3 times a year when we meet for meetings. The $495 is for the composite. We generate a composite every single month for you. And then the meetings, you have to pay for your own expense, obviously, to get there, pay for your hotel, and then you pay for the meeting room expenses and my expenses for travel. And then there's food, so there's breakfast in the rooms, lunch if there's a meeting that has lunch, and then a group reception on the first night and a group dinner. If you bring your wife and kids, which by the way, it is a family event. This past summer I had a 20 group that had 75 people on the dinner cruise, of which 22 were kids. So, and these kids are growing up together. That's what's fun to watch. I just saw one of my friends with his son who's now ready to graduate college. Wow. When I met him 10 years ago, he was not even in high school. So, and the kids all know each other and become best friends. The wives all get, and the spouses all get very connected and very supportive of each other. So that's really the commitment, is that you're committing to become part of a group that's going to help you make more money, help you be a better dealer, and enjoy yourself and have a great time.
That's it. I love that. And the biggest thing that I hope everyone takes away is the commitment is not just one-sided. It's everybody is committed 100%. To do. And you kind of threw it out there a little bit, but for the groups, for the meetings, the group actually gets together and determines where they're going 100%. To do the meeting. So it's not just like, oh, we're going here. No, the group actually 100%. Consults and they pick the place. That's obviously how you ended up on a dinner cruise, right?
100%.
That's great.
Yep.
Well, Joel, listen, this is always a pleasure. It's great to see you again.
See you, man. I'm glad you're doing great.
And you're going to be over at the pavilion?
I'll be back over there now, right after we get done, and then I might be at a workshop or two. But if I'm not there, just ask for me, and they'll let me know when, and I'll get back over there.
Fantastic. So if you're interested in finding out more about the NADA 20 groups and how it can help your rooftop, definitely make sure that you visit us on the show floor. We've got all the information laid out, or as Joel mentioned earlier, you can always go to the NADA website and plug it in there, and you'll definitely find the information. Joel, thank you again.
Brother.
It's been a pleasure.
Really great seeing you.
Yeah, same.
Thanks again. See you next year.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
It's always great to be here in New York, a city like no other. With the Javits Convention Center, we're excited to be here and excited on what this year's going to bring.
It's a one-of-a-kind event. It's absolutely one of the two, I would say, hallmark events in our industry. Obviously, number one is NADA show, but number two is the Auto Forum.
This is one of my most looked forward to events of the year. Just one of the greatest opportunities to get real inside information on our industry.
The speakers that come to Auto Forum consistently every year are the folks you want to listen to for what's going on.
It's an opportunity to connect with the OEMs, share ideas, share thoughts, to get information from both sides, try and collaborate, and improve both of our businesses. It's vitally critical to the success for both the OEM and the dealer partners. I mean, being surrounded by incredibly talented people in the OEM side of things, as well as industry experts, gives me just an inside look at what's going on inside the industry.
It's the only place you can come where you can see all of that at one time.
Well, if you're not aware, NADA, of course, is always about technology, what's happening now. Being over 100 years old, it's amazing the amount of technology that has changed since NADA was first started, right? And if you think back, as I mentioned earlier, for those that were here, this is not just a conference. You literally are part of automotive history every time that we're able to come together and meet. You are the industry future leaders and current leaders, and so it's great to be able to be in a room where you're seeing technology that has been talked about that is now actually being put into play and being used every day. So speaking of which, we're going to keep that going, and I would like to welcome up DAS Technology, and they're going to talk to you about how to own the AI customer journey to drive, check this out, huge profits. Not mediocre, not minimal, not small, huge profits. So to help in that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Scott Pechstein, the Senior Vice President of Business Development, and Josh Leader, the Director of Dealer Relations. Let's give them all a big round of applause. That was kind of like a medium round of applause. I think, yeah, I think that, let's do it bigger. Come on, let's see if we can swell it up. Bigger.
Time to wake up, folks.
Guys.
We've got to earn the applause.
Yes,
Hold your applause.
earn the applause.
See if we deserve it at the end.
Just so you know, everything we talk about, we know people that can help you with it.
Hey, everybody, I'm Scott. This is Josh. I'm honored. I've known Josh how long?
Too long.
20 years?
At least.
So I met Josh on the dealer side. I was on the vendor side. I started on the dealer side in the 90s at a Ford store, but Josh was always on the dealer side, and he was a client for many, many years, and he made the shift, but I'm honored to have some dealer DNA on stage with me, so it's just not another vendor or two talking to you guys.
Well, you know, we go back. I recall I was telling Scott, dude, I was jumping at a fax to get the lead. So that's how far back we go with internet leads. And it's been a great ride, and glad to be a part of DAS and partner up with Scott here.
Yeah, he used to sell him leads that we fax to him. So for those of you who have been doing this for a while, NAD has always got a slogan, right? Years and years ago, it was big data. Big data's coming. You got to embrace big data. And then it was transparency. You remember that was like 2007,
Digital retailing.
Digital retailing's coming. You don't need salespeople on the sales floor, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody will just do the whole transaction on your website, and everybody's going to be out of jobs. That didn't happen either.
No.
And now, big data. I'm probably sure that there's 5 or 6 sessions already on big data. There's going to be 5 or 6 more. Not big data, AI. Big data. Yeah. AI, artificial intelligence. So we're going to take a step back. We're going to define AI, right? Because if you've noticed and you've gone to the booths, booth to booth to booth, the convention hall, everybody's an AI player. Everybody's got AI, right? From your lead providers to your website providers. So we're going to back up. We're going to define it and differentiate what it exactly is. Then we're going to talk about search. This is a big one. How to place number 1 in search. So years ago, SEO was the play. It still is. SEO is still important. If you couldn't organically place an SEO, what'd you do? You bought your way up through SEM, through keywords, through AdWords. Yeah, you can technically still do that today. We've got some stats we're going to share with you guys, but when more than 1/3 of all searches are now AI searches, it doesn't matter how good your SEM is. It doesn't matter how good your SEO is. You're not being found. So we're going to talk about that. Leveraging AI to help scale in the dealership. You know, I hear these blanket statements, these absolute statements. Hey, with AI, again, it's like the digital retailing. I don't need salespeople. I'm just going to let the bot sell the car. I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we might not even be there in our lifetime. It gets a little scary. We've got an example where there's a dealership made an example out of that was almost forced to sell a Tahoe, a 2024 Tahoe, for $1. But we don't think we're there yet, but definitely you can embrace AI, leverage it to scale, and do more to get to the point of the sale. And then we'll end with our final thoughts. Sound good?
Let's go.
All right. AI, what is it?
Well, if you can read, it's right there.
Oh yeah, we AI'd the answer to see what AI is.
Yeah.
So the first NADA was in 1918 in Chicago. So AI wasn't around then, but by the 1950s, AI was derived, right? The first AI program was a checkers program that you'll see there in the definition. AI has been around for a really long time. What's that, 70, 75 years. In 1997, an AI algorithm actually beat the #1 chess master of the world, Garry Kasparov, out of Russia. So when a dealer tells you, hey, we've got AI, yeah, folks, or when a vendor tells you they've got AI, it's been around for a while, right? What kind of AI are we talking about? And I think why most of you showed up today is not to learn about the intelligence that was built in the 1950s or 60s that could be, technically a chatbot, but generative AI, right? Generative AI, the learning AI that's going to learn, serve up value to the consumers. You've been hip to AI, I think a couple jobs ago,
You know, the car business has its ups and downs, and back in 2008, we had that financial crash, and I had the great idea, use what, went to college for and do some marketing, opened a company called Artificial Intelligence Marketing Solutions. In my basement on a Mac, just playing around, got on an article, and that led to the company. I wish I'd have held on to it, though.
Yeah, whoever bought that company from you might want to look into the URL. So let's jump into it. We know what AI is. There's simple AI. There's generative AI. We're talking about generative AI. I know that's why you guys are all here. How far do you go to embrace AI? That's the question. Let's talk about search. So I teased everybody a little bit with search. Talk to us about search. How has the landscape changed just over the last couple months in search?
Well, here's the thing. Before it all had to be, you got to be on the first page of Google, right? Well, now we have to have the answer. And that's how you get, seen on AI search. All of these different tools, ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, and we all know there's going to be more popping up. If you have authority, if you have the answer, that's who they're going to push it to. They're going to send your customers to the place that says, hey, I have the answer to the questions that they're searching for. It no longer is it the OEM, websites. You're going to have to sit there and push data to your website that's going to answer any kind of questions that the customers are searching for. I was telling Scott the other day, my wife was on ChatGPT. I don't know what it was searching for, but couldn't get the answer. And then I finally got to say, well, just Google it. Because that used to be the thing. You just tell people, just Google it, and it would come up with it. So 70 years AI, and we're finally getting there.
So the big deal with AI search, everybody, look at the stats on the screen. There's a screen behind me. Over 1/3 of all searches, think about folks looking for your dealership, are now AI search across these platforms. Perplexity, Grok, Gemini, Claude, ChatGPT, even on Google. We all have seen it. When we Google something, there's the AI rendering, and then there's all the other organic searches, and then you've got your paid searches. This number's up 529% year over year. I'm going to repeat that. The folks using AI search is up 529% year over year. What is it going to look like a year from now? So I Googled this morning to see where we are. What time frame will AI search officially take over standard search, Google search? It's 16 months from now. We're 16 months away from the majority of the people looking for your front door on AI search. So you're all sitting here, okay, Scott, well, that's the problem. What do we do about it? What you do about it is you've got to index consumer sentiment. How do you do that? Reviews. Reviews is by far the biggest variable. You've got to keep up on your reviews. And when I say reviews, it's not only having a 5-star rating, right? It's having recency. How recent are the reviews? You can't have a 5-star rating and then just sit on your laurels 2-3 months. Google will, they don't like that. They want recency. They want consumer sentiment. They want critical mass. So you've got a dealership with 100 reviews with a 5-star rating, and then you guys have another store with 800 reviews with a 4.7 rating. The 4.7 rating trumps the dealer with 100 ratings because, again, stars is just having a 5-star count or a 4.9 star count is just one variable among many.
And it's just not about 5-star ratings, 4.7s. It's also about when you get a bad review, how do you respond? Are you going to take care of that customer? AI doesn't have any emotions. It takes logic, it takes data, and it sends the customer to the place that the customer's searching for. And that's how you rank. So reputation is more important than ever. 30%. Right now, third most search site is AI search. You got Google, YouTube, which Google owns YouTube. Then you have AI search. So maybe it's faster than 16 months, Scott.
Yeah, it's going to change. The answer continues to change. Again, over 500% just year over year. So again, to recap this slide, it's pulling in consumer sentiment. What does that mean? I know we spent a lot of time on reviews, but backlinking to anywhere, any place where consumers are talking about your business. And then whoever's handling your reputation, you want to make sure that they're taking that into consideration when they're responding to reviews, because there's two parts of a review, right? There's the review that the consumer leaves for you, and then there's the response to the review. So if you're a Honda store and somebody's talking about, well, I was trying to decide between a Honda and a Ford, and I pulled the trigger on a Honda. When you respond to that review, mention that, reiterate that, mention somebody's name that helped them if it's a 5-star review. All of that is indexing, and that's all going into the equation that gets you up top on searches.
And it is imperative that you find a company that's going to help you get those reviews onto your dealer website organically, because that's how you're going to get found on AI search. You're going to be transparent. You're going to be authoritative when it comes to who should I do business with, why should I do business with this dealer in my local area.
So the question came up a lot today, can I pay to play, right? So for some of the smaller dealers, the independents, I can't compete with the big group down the street, so I'm just going to pay to play. How can I pay to play? It's about 2.5 months ago, AI search started taking dollars for ads. So how the ads work is on the right-hand side, you're going to see an ad. The ad will never influence the answer on the AI. So you can have ads, but it's not like traditional SEM where it's stack ranking. It's not like traditional SEM where it's a bid system. So you can't outbid your neighbor. You buy the ad lives off to the right. So a few things on that. One, they're starting to monetize it. Didn't take them long. Two, it will continue to evolve. But right now, as far as pay to play, you're getting an ad that doesn't influence the answer. Leveraging AI to help scale things in the dealership. So this was I hinted to this earlier. There's a dealership in Northern California that was made an example out of. They didn't end up selling the vehicle for $1, but it was a reporter trying to make an example out of a dealer. So they negotiated with the AI bot, and the AI bot ultimately reached an agreement to sell a 2024 Tahoe for $1. So when I asked earlier, are we ready to hand the keys over to the castle, to the AI bots? Not yet. Not yet, maybe not even in our lifetime. This is still a relationship business, but where we see the value in AI is leaning into the AI for efficiency of scales, right? To do more with less, to do more with the same. It's impossible for your sales reps to follow up with every single up. Ongoing, right? A good dealer will follow up for 12 days, 14 days, even 20 days. NADA tells us that the sweet spot on a new car customer is at day 42. Think about that. A consumer that submits a lead on a vehicle on January 1st is ultimately burning gas on February 12th. And a lot of our BDCs, our internet departments, are long gone. That's an opportunity where you can lean on AI.
Well, yeah, but you can't forget, you don't know if you were the first lead or the fifth lead. So the consistency is what matters. If you're consistent and you have a system that's constantly reaching out with relative messaging, that's what wins. And the other thing, too, is AI, it doesn't get sick, never calls off work. It's consistently working on your business's behalf and responding to customers. AI is not here to replace people. It's to enhance their jobs and make it easier to stay in front of your customers, keep your brand in front of the customers.
So with your partners, with your vendors, keep this conversation in mind, right? When they say they're AI, is it an AI plugin? Is it an AI bolt-on? Or is it true native AI? And if it's true native AI, they should be embracing price drop alerts, right? If you've got a CRM, Vin is really good at following up with consumers. Does Vin have the capacity to give price drop alerts? Does Vin have the capacity to serve up videos? Maybe they do, maybe they don't, but these are the things that you want to ask to make sure that you're holding your vendors accountable to make sure that they're embracing AI and serving up the best opportunity to grab that consumer, put the antenna up, put the flag up to say this consumer's ripe for the picking, sell them, get them in.
And the other thing too is relevant messaging it's important. If somebody's looking at an SUV and then their changes, their needs change and they start looking at trucks, AI is going to be able to pick that up and then start sending messages about your trucks that you have available. It's takes the data and uses the data faster than a human can.
Yeah, it's data mining with video, and it's data mining.
Hey Jason,
as it
we've
learns.
got some
I wanna show everybody
exciting
a
news
video
for
real
you.
quick.
Your 2022 Ford Bronco is still in high demand, and we'd love to make you an offer. Even if you have some negative equity, don't worry, we have options. Our team specializes in creative solutions to help you trade, sell, or even upgrade to something newer with financing options that fit your budget. Let's turn this into an opportunity. Call or visit us at Harbin Ford today, and let's find the best option for you.
So we can have an entire session on video. That's just one example, right? Is your CDP, by now everybody should probably have a CDP in place. I think that was a buzzword 2-3 years ago at NADA. Is your CDP sending out video, serving up video like that? Could our internet departments, could our BDCs all have that conversation? Absolutely. Is it scalable? No. So are you leveraging AI to call the consumer out by name, by make, model, those that are lower in the funnel for either a purchase and or a repair and or service, missed service, decline codes? Is AI pulling your decline codes? Josh, if you don't mind, you're a little frugal. Your good friends call you cheap. I'm just kidding. But let's say you go to the dealership and you get the brake pads, but you don't do the rotors and you don't do the cabin filters. Is there a message going out to Josh showing him a dirty cabin filter, showing him a new cabin filter? What kind of air do you want your family breathing on this next road trip?
Wow.
Again, that could all be automated. You'll get me back later on that one. I'm sorry.
That's strong. The air you're breathing. We all bump people for cabin air filters. Got to get it. $97. So imagine that. Imagine anything, all your profit centers getting personalized videos and the customer the opportunity to sit back, go home, talk to their spouse, and make a decision. The time span has shortened drastically with videos. I mean, we're talking decline services went from just your typical your service advisor making 1 or 2 calls and thinking they're not interested. That was about 26 to 28 days. Then we started doing email and text that shortened that time frame down to about 14 days. When we launched AI personal videos, it shortened the decline services come back in 6 days on average.
Yeah, and there's what we've seen is a 600% increase in open, right, on videos. People love personalized videos. They know it's AI, but it's calling them out by name, make, model. Even for your reviews, make sure whoever's doing your review solicitations, are they using video? The technology's there. They should be sending videos. Josh Leader, thank you for coming in for your service yesterday. There's no compliment better than a review. Would you be willing to give us one? The old tired email and text, that's how it's been getting done until recent. The technology for videos there, so make sure video is also integrated not only in all of the different communications to the existing database, but also on your review gen. It's really important. We only have 30 seconds left. What's the future?
Let's not talk about the future. Let's talk about how AI can help with marketing. It's going to drastically reduce your spend, right? It takes the data, knows where to spend the money with your database. So let's not forget that. It's sales, service, and marketing.
Yeah.
So with the future.
I put 2030. If I could do the slide over again, honestly, just after talking to everybody today, I'd probably say 2027. Because there's the old saying, the future's already here. Things are going to be drastically different by 2030. I think things are going to be a lot different just where we've come over the last 12 months, when we're going to be sitting on this stage next year. Orlando. What we're going to be talking about in Orlando, it's changing by the minute, everybody.
And there's no way in hell in 2030 am I going to have an intimate conversation with a freaking robot. No way.
In 2030, robots still aren't going to be selling cars, so we're strong about that sentiment.
Yeah, I think we're there.
All right.
The future's here. The future's now. If you don't have AI, get it.
We know you guys had choices. Thanks for sharing the last 20 minutes with us.
Appreciate you.
Every day, local dealerships keep America moving. Moving to work, moving to school, moving to play. Every day, local dealerships keep America working, employing more than 1 million hardworking Americans in good-paying careers in sales, service, and management. Paying an average salary of over $70,000, with exciting opportunities to advance into management, regardless of whether they chose to pursue a college degree. Every day, local dealerships keep America growing, investing more than $200 billion in land, buildings, and infrastructure in their local communities. creating jobs and rejuvenating cities and towns. Every day, local dealerships help keep America diverse and dynamic, with workforces that reflect the communities they serve, where minorities and women continue to account for a growing portion of the talent base, harnessing the latest innovative industry technologies, from EVs to zero-emission vehicles. Every day, local dealerships keep Main Street thriving, succeeding only when their communities prosper, unlike Wall Street or faraway big corporations. Providing 15% of local tax revenue, giving to local charities like hospitals and schools. Every day, local dealerships compete to earn your business, providing greater choice, access, and accountability, and making the customer experience simpler and more streamlined. Personalizing the process of purchasing a vehicle. Local careers, local businesses, local communities, local dealerships. Committed to the American communities we are proud and privileged to serve and to call home.
All right, live stage living room. We're going to do a little bit of a roll call. How many people this is their first NADA conference? Oh, welcome. That's a lot. Oh, that's awesome. I'm excited to have each and every one of you here. All right, I'm going to go bold. How many? 15 or more? Oh, he was quick with it, too. All right. How many? We got two. How many, sir? 25. Can you? 18. That's phenomenal. Okay, so everyone that raised their hand for their first time, you see the 18 and 25? Your goal is to obviously get there. But along the way, it's to get those new connections that I'm telling you. You guys would be like, oh, they were a stranger, now they're like family, right? And that is one of the biggest things about the NADA show that you'll find. Actually, let me ask you this. You want to know what's better than this NADA show? Anybody want to take a guess? The next NADA show. Come on, right? That's what we're excited about, right? So you guys are in for a treat. We have a great conversation that's going to happen next. It actually is going to be led by our own NADA president and CEO, Mike Stanton. So here's what we're going to do. As they come to the stage, this isn't a graduation. So as they come to the stage, you can just give them a round of applause as they come up. What we're going to be talking about is actually a conversation with Cars Commerce, DG, Salesforce, and as I just mentioned, our very own NADA president and CEO, Mike Stanton. So do me a favor, let's welcome up the rest of our guests. We have Julian Schneider, who is the Chief Strategy Officer with Cars Commerce. We have Jeremy Beaver, who is the CEO of DG Dealer Cloud. And we have Connor Martson, who is the President of North American Industrial Consumer and Energy Industries for Salesforce. All right, gentlemen, you ready?
We are ready.
Stage is yours. Let's do it.
So welcome. Is this guy working?
Nope.
How about now? How about now? All right.
Oh, there you go. All right, we're off to a great start.
Yeah, that's right.
So, Jeremy, you guys got some good things cooking.
We're trying.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
That's it. Well, no, we just announced Dealer Cloud. We're really exciting. As you know, at DG, we're a Bay Area dealer group, 15 locations in the heart of Silicon Valley. We are known for building technology, and we're really excited to launch this partnership today with Cars Commerce and Salesforce as enterprise technology here for retail automotive, just like every other real business, and so we're excited.
So how's this going to help dealers improve the customer experience?
Yeah, well, everything at DGG, we are focused on using technology to make sure that it creates better efficiency for our team, so our sales teams, our service teams, really through data, and then being able to provide that world-class guest experience. We believe modernization in automotive, especially in the retail brick-and-mortar experience, is going to be the future where automotive is, and really, really excited for our Salesforce partnership.
Connor, let's talk about that. Salesforce, the automotive retail business, why the interest?
Well, so first of all, Salesforce is the #1 CRM in the world. And so we support every industry. We support a lot of large OEMs today. And we really didn't have the right partner to focus on in the dealer community until we found the DG and the Cars.com partnership. Because it wasn't just about providing CRM, it was about providing CRM specific to what the dealer needs were. And so now we're mixing the best of both worlds. The world's leading CRM, enterprise grade, trust is our core value, together with the industry experts to build, and surpass the experiences that folks can get today from their CRM and ideally help them drive more revenue.
Yeah, Julian, your perspective from Cars Commerce.
Yeah, I think we are super excited about the partnership. I think, first of all, starting with technology that's been
used in a store that has proven results, right? I think that's already a great starting point. I think partnering up with Salesforce and building on top of their platform, I think is also a unique opportunity about scale and trust. And actually, yesterday I had someone ask me a question of like, well, how come Salesforce isn't in auto? And I was like, well, come today at 3. And so I think it's actually a great opportunity to bring technology that's been successful outside of the dealership landscape to auto. And I think for us, a lot of the vision for Cars Commerce and Cars.com is how do we actually help connect the pieces and the data that we have from our core Cars.com connected marketplace to actually help dealers across the country work more efficiently and be able to reduce a login here, a point solution there, that's just going to simplify the operations and break through the famous 10 cars a month, right? That's been the norm in the industry for
100 years, yeah.
Yeah. I was about to say 40, but I'll take you at 100.
That's it.
I think it's at least 50.
That's right. Yeah.
So we talk a lot about data in our industry, and data, whose data is it? How's it going to be secure? Data has to move. I mean, we got to focus on the customer, but dealerships have OEM partners. Like, you look at the vendor, there's 600 vendors on the floor out there. The data has to move in a secure way, in an efficient way, to make sure we can take care of the customer. Customer doesn't care about all of our kind of back-end integration issues that are pretty darn complicated. So talk to us about data security and how, again, your new project here is going to bring efficiency.
Yeah, well, I think you just touched on it, and actually you and I have been speaking a lot about that on data security and then just data aggregation, and how do we use data in the automotive industry between dealers, OEMs, our partners, and be able to put that all in one place and create the most efficient ecosystem. That for us definitely entered Salesforce. When you think about commercial grade, enterprise technology, and data security is very important. For us as dealers, 17,000, 18,000 franchise dealers, we believe that the data at the dealership is the dealer's data, full stop. We believe that if you use that in a proper way with OEMs, with our partners, that really it's 1 + 1 + 1 equals whatever that large number is, so that we all can win to create not only more efficient businesses, but a better consumer journey at the end of the day, which will be a lot of success for us.
And I'm guessing Salesforce knows a little bit about data.
We know a thing or two about data security. And so if you think about the largest healthcare systems in the world, use Salesforce for data. So our all personal health information, Salesforce has to secure. Our DoD uses CRM to track their most sensitive systems. We know how to secure data. But there's one point I want to make from a data standpoint, because I know it's sensitive to this community. We made a pledge at Salesforce that your data is not our product. We don't resell your data. We don't share your data externally. We don't use it to our advantage. And so what we do is we protect it, and we give you the control on where you want to share it, where you want to extend it in a safe and secure way. And so in this partnership, you're going to have the best of both worlds, a very personalized experience on how to drive CRM with data control and access and AI built on top of it to really drive a level of efficiency that this industry has never seen before.
Yeah, Julian, why do you think if our country's figured this out, or even the globe has figured this out in terms of health information, financial information, why has the car business been so late to the party?
I mean, I think it's not only I don't think it's only in the US. I think when you look across the globe, the auto category generally is one where there's a lot of fragmentation in the tech stack. And so I think across the globe, right, auto is generally something that behaves in a very verticalized notion. And I think it's a little bit of the chicken and the egg, right? I think the more verticalized you get, the harder it is for horizontal players to come in. But I think here we have a very unique combination to actually break the mold and remove a little bit of the friction and remove some of those point solutions, right, that I think Jeremy was talking about that are in the way of a great consumer experience.
And we're a dealer just like everyone else, right? And so selling a car, servicing a car, we have 20, 30, 40 systems that all have their own data, and where does it go, and how do you use it? And so being able to get more to a platform, more to a modern scale will really help efficiency in all of these different plays. And it could be in marketing. It could be, we talked about AI, which is obviously the buzzword here this week for sure, or CDPs, being able to have data in a place that can partner with our manufacturers, partner partner with our partners, our marketing players, because that is really where the pressure still continues to live. Every OEM wants to have their own programs, they want to have their own data, and as they want to have the dealers on these, similar platforms, there's not really this, scale yet that can really move the industry in this modern stage like other businesses outside of automotive.
Yeah, to talk a little bit about, from my perspective, the NADA, we have to protect dealers. We have to make sure that they're going to be kept out of harm's way. AI, we're concerned about that. We've got to figure out from a compliance perspective what dealers need to do. And then you've got the car companies, dealers focused on the same customer, maybe fighting over the customer at times, which is horribly inefficient. How is AI going to play into that? We've got vendor dealer AI issues, and we had emerging trends. So what does this product mean in terms of AI? How and make it really simple for a guy like me to understand?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for all the work protecting the dealers. It's very important, and everything is changing here, especially in the auto industry, faster than it ever has before. When we think about AI for us in this product, it should really just enhance the day-to-day workflows in a lot of these items. It shouldn't be another hindrance on the operation. It should just really create more efficiency, more scale, more performance.
How about an example?
The easiest one that probably is a little old for in normal modern, but just email writing, automatic responses, being able to really follow a consumer in their journey and help our team have better conversations with guests, which in turn will have a better guest experience at the end of the day.
Do you see, if the dealer were to subscribe, and I want to talk about how dealers get involved in this in a minute, do you see efficiencies in terms of personnel costs potentially?
Absolutely. So what you get with Salesforce is you get the world's largest AI platform localized for your business. So just to give you some scale from a Salesforce perspective, with security at the trust, we have, we talk about AI agents. Salesforce today has 18,000 businesses using our AI agents today in production. Go to williamssonoma.com. You can see their AI sous chef that they use to help with recipes and selling dishes and returning items, all automatically, saving them a lot of temporary labor costs. And so when we think about this AI platform, it's not just about the task. Yes, we can help write emails. We have what's called an SDR agent. So a lead comes in, you can actually have an AI agent actually go and qualify it and drive it. We're actually driving revenue without ever touching the customer because the AI can actually have the conversation back and forth with the customer. And then it can take actions. It can book the appointment on your behalf, can schedule that appointment. You can use it as an FAQ to understand everything that needs to be known about the car and answer all the questions, the totality of all your information. And then if other third parties want to share their information, you can use that insight as well. But then you mentioned the OEMs, who we do a lot of their CRM and CDP today. And so you're going to have to start thinking about, from an AI standpoint, agent-to-agent interactions. We're moving into this world where agents are going to do work on behalf of other people. We're one of the few small companies that are building the standards for agent-to-agent communication. So your agent talking to the Ford agent, talking to the GM agent, that's how you're going to securely orchestrate and share data to unlock this value. So if a lead comes in from their agent, your agent responds, communicates back to the customer, and then you can report back to the OEM the action that you took, and having a complete closed-loop marketing type of flow. That's going to drive efficiency, and it's going to build trust with your partners as well, that when they're investing their data in you, they're getting a response back, but it's not creating a labor burden on you to drive that reporting. So there's a lot of scenarios that I think you're going to find that you're going to have efficiency, but once again, it's this platform that's tried and true across other industries that we are finally, and it's about time, bringing to the dealer community.
So real life example, customer starts their journey, OEM website, and now we've got a customer talking to an agent. How does the dealer get involved at that point? And we make sure, because historically there have been issues with OEMs improperly routing customers to dealers.
So you're never going to be able to stop bad behavior from an OEM. If they want to have that relationship with the customer, qualify that lead. In the U.S., eventually the car is going to need to be sold. So at some point in time, there's going to have to be a transfer. And so that's a conversation the OEM is going to have from that perspective. But from an efficiency standpoint, and what we're going to be able to do is, it's going to be a very trusted system for them to be able to pass their lead that they generated over to you, to your agent, to further the conversation forward, and then make a determination when you want to put the human in the loop to drive the conversation forward. And sometimes you may put the human in the loop, sometimes the AM may close the opportunity. Like, that's kind of the world that we're moving into. But you're going to have a trusted protocol with the other agents. You can have that communication. And as a dealer, like, you don't have the time and energy to invest in how your agents are going to communicate with another company's agents and what you're going to drive. So it's going to create this digital divide that I think this partnership is really going to help to unlock for the broader community.
Yeah, and that's where NADA wants. So that's kind of the space where we would want to be involved in, is helping with the dealer perspective with the OEMs and make sure that they're doing it the right way. So let's talk about how dealers get involved.
Yep.
What I read in your press release?
No. Well, that just came out. No, we are in very early stages of picking our pilots, and we're going to pick a very, very select group of dealers. They're going to help build the rest of the product, help shape the future of all these items, work with NADA, work with all of our partners, as you talked about, whether they're marketing partners, whether they're OEMs, to really hone in this next level of this consumer journey. And so we're going to be doing that over the next couple of days. We're going to then select our dealers, and you're going to see this in really full scale by the end of 2026. That will then bolt on to be able to be scaled in many different ways. When you think about Salesforce as an engine, one of the things that DGDG has done for the last 3 years is we've been on our own system operating our business, is really getting with Salesforce and getting an out-of-a-box solution that Salesforce, using now Dealer Cloud, dealers can go in, they're going to be able to sign up, add in all their integrations, and it's just going to be very simple and turnkey. No developers, no random seats, no data. It's just going to be able to go in, turn it on, and really get the fruits of all the labor that we're all doing. Because at the end of the day, for us dealers, this is still a very human business. We have these teams, we have OEM related, we have all the things that we need to do, and this just needs to be something to plug in and really make significant enhancements to their business.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of companies talk about being dealer focused, but the fact that you are involved in this, Jeremy, and I've known you for quite a while, is fantastic. So I'm a dealer sitting in the audience, and I want to sign up. What's the process? Attack you as soon as
I think you got to give Julian like a couple $100 or something and see if you can get on the list. Yeah, but there's going to be more.
Julian's a cheap date.
Me a couple thousand for sure. But no, there's going to be more announcements from Cars as the partner. They will be our distribution partner, so we will all be through them. There's a lot along the horizon with the integration of their companies and marketing and consumer journeys that they have, and so it's going to be a really, really fun time over the next couple quarters.
Well, we got a couple minutes left. What did I miss?
I think you covered many pieces. Yeah.
Well, I didn't do anything. I just facilitated the conversation. But anything more, Connor?
I think it's. I think now is the time. There's going to be a profound amount of change that's going to occur over the next couple of years with the advent of AI, and all of our businesses are going to be disrupted. And the question you have to ask yourself: are you going to be disrupted in a positive way to drive revenue, or are you going to be disrupted in a way that others are going to take market share from you? And it's going to be the companies that are going to lean into these new capabilities in a secure and trusted way through the partnership that we're forming here, that I think are going to be the winners in the future. And so I get the opportunity to work with the largest Fortune 500 companies in the world. I run our global data strategy, our AI strategy at Salesforce. And the companies that are embracing this change are the ones that are seeing margin expansion through labor efficiencies and are finding new revenue streams to disrupt the current sales model. And that's an opportunity, I think, that's being brought to the dealer market through the partnership with DGDG and Cars Commerce.
Yeah. Well, last year, franchise dealers sold over 96% of new cars in this country, and we want to sell 100%. And the way to do that is to keep getting better.
Yep.
And we need vendors like you and vendors that are on the floor to help us get there. So,
and I think that is really the closing statement. This is a product for dealers by dealers that is going to be able to help drive that business forward, make the efficiencies. We know how to operate car dealerships, and so something to have to be able to plug in is going to be a really, really big piece. I do think I am allowed to say that they can go see it tomorrow morning at Cars just for a little bit if people do want to see it at the booth. But it's going to be it's really going to be one of those evolutions that Connor did talk about of how do you move your business forward. This will be one of those platforms.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
I tell you what, I don't know if you all looked at those great history facts. One that was fun for me was 1980 was the first year that the convention was carpeted. I think that's a really big deal because, as you know, there's a lot of walking to do. So having a little bit of cushion on the feet always helps. Other than that, guess what? It's over 100 years that the NADA show has been going on. So I've said it before, but I'll keep telling you, you guys are part of automotive history. It'll be interesting to see 5-10 years from now when they talk about 2026, when new things were innovated, when we had certain things like the apprenticeship that was signed in earlier today, and all the great things that happened, not only on the show floor, but here at the live stage, on the main stage. So again, thank you all for being here, and we hope to see you back again next year when we're in Orlando. Now, there's something that I think every dealer faces, and that is, how do I put a price on this particular vehicle, right? And to help lead that conversation and talk about how to price vehicles without assumption, the tool that changes everything, not just some things, but everything, please do me a favor and help me welcome up Bob George, who is the Vice President of Product Management at iPacket. Let's give him a big round of applause. Bob, you ready? You ready? All right, I love that. This is your stage. It's your turn. I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you, Errol.
You got it. Enjoy.
Errol with 2 L's, I remember.
That's it. You got it.
Yeah. All right, so first off, that group up here in front of me, I'm not intimidated at all by some of those folks. I can follow them, no problem. So I'm going to walk you guys through the newest product from iPacket. And before I do that, I thought it'd be good to give you a little bit of history on kind of how I came to this and what I see in this. And so first off, let me just advance this. All right, so background. Spent 20 years in automotive, SaaS, one of the founding members of Dealer.com way back when, joined Cox for a long time, and really have covered a lot of different products, CRM, websites, advertising, that sort of thing. And I can tell you all, I mean, I was thinking about this. I said, this is one of the most exciting product launches. No. This is the most exciting product launch I've ever done. And one of the reasons why is because it goes after such a fundamental problem in the auto industry when it comes to pricing and appraising vehicles. And it's really a simple one. I'm looking at a car, I'm looking at comparable vehicles to try to price it. What equipment, what options and packages do these vehicles have? What were the original MSRPs? What data built this car from the factory? And how do I rationalize that when I'm looking at 100, 200 comparable vehicles in inventory management systems? You know, you can use iPacket's window sticker product, very good product, sticker puller, and go through and do it manually, but that's hours of work every single time. And so what we've built here is an automated way where when you're pricing a vehicle, you can go get original OEM window sticker data, not just for the car you're pricing, but all the comparables you're looking at. And so, yeah, I'll go off script here. I was talking a little earlier today to a Ford dealer, Central Texas. We were talking about Ford trucks, right? Because what does an F-150 run? 30, high 30s maybe, all the way to, can you get one for 80 grand? Probably, right? Platinum, Lariat, highest trim. And so we were talking about, he said, you know, I don't even care about the trim. I care about the engine. If it's got the 5.0 motor, I don't want to compare it to 2.7 EcoBoosts. Because especially out here in West Texas, the dust kills those motors. So when you're showing me a comp set, I need to make sure I know exactly what the options, packages, equipment, engine is, right? And so for him, that made a lot of sense. And what I love about that story is I hadn't really thought of that. I live up in the Northeast, so I'm not dealing with all the dust out there. But for him regionally, that was his value in seeing this product. And so what I thought I'd do here is give you guys, you know, don't just hear it from me. I'll run you through a quick video of our product, and then I'll take you through some of the specifics.
When we started iPacket, we took on one of the largest automotive problems in history. Transparency was taboo, and now it's an industry standard.
We didn't know it at the time, but we were building the single largest repository of OEM verified vehicle data ever assembled.
Vehicle values, as a general rule, a lot of it traditionally is done by gut feeling. Every dealer could give you a different number.
They'll look at Black Book, J.D. Power, they'll look at KBB, and they'll kind of look out on the market to see what the average price point is.
We're taking all the guesswork out of the equation, and we're replacing it with OEM verified data.
This is fact. This is hard data. What dealer principals have seen is profits going up, appraisals being put together because you trust the data that is provided by the OEM.
When we set out to build iPacket, we always felt like we'd change automotive, and I think we have, but this one could change everything.
So iPacket value, right? And so one of the things that was said in that video, my favorite line of the video is when our head of engineering sits back and says, you know, over the last 14, 15 years, we were quietly building the biggest set of OEM window sticker data in the industry. And kind of just, I mean, I can't speak to the founders, but a lot of it was just, hey, we may want to use this data someday. Let's not get rid of it. Let's put it away. We know it's a value. We actually have OEMs that come to us who have lost data and said, hey, do you have any window stickers from 2018, 2019? We lost all of ours. Yeah, actually we do. And so we've built ourselves the largest repository of window sticker data. Okay, great. I remember talking to an OEM a couple years ago and they were saying all the data they had. I said, well, what do you do with it? I don't know. It sits in a warehouse, data warehouse. We're waiting to do something with it. And so what we've done in the last year is we've taken those tens of millions of OEM window stickers and turned them into structured data. Right? Because a lot of those things, and I know because I've lived the pain with our engineering team, they come in as PDFs, they come in as images, they come in as PDFs with images layered on them. They come in sometimes as structured data, but a lot of times you have to form it in a different way. It's very, very challenging to turn window sticker data into structured data. But that's what we spent the better part of last year doing. And so with iPacket value, what we're doing here is it's a totally different way to price and appraise vehicles because our starting point is different. Right? We don't just look at a comp set and look across what's local and say, okay, that car is 42,000, that car is 48, that one's 44. We get there, but we start with all the original window stickers. Right? Take that F-150 example. If I'm looking at a $54,000 F-150, I don't want to compare to the $38,000 one, and I don't want to compare to the $70,000 one. I want you to show me those 54 to 62 range trucks, right? That are about the right in terms of options packages. And then let me then triangulate the value based on that. And so again, previously you'd have to go through and do this. You'd have to click through all the different VINs, download the stickers, probably build a spreadsheet. You could spend hours on a vehicle. Now it's just a couple clicks in our application and you can do it directly there. And so what I kind of was getting at is, for those that are familiar with iPacket, within the portal that we have today, the dealer portal that you use to send packets out, we've nested our values directly in there, right? So when you're looking at a vehicle now, you're looking at that Volvo, it's not just the price on the Volvo, but we're going to show you 19 highly precise comps. Sometimes people ask, well, the other tool I had has 100 comps. You only have 50. What's up with that? Well, ours are down to the trim, sometimes down to the package. We are so precise in the set we show that for us it's quality over quantity. We still have a good breadth of inventory here, but we're all about finding precision in appraisal and making sure that when we show you a number, we're basing it on original MSRP data and not just the average in the market. And so what we do here is we find all those, I'm kind of going through our process, right? We find all those original window stickers and we apply percentages to them on based on what they're priced at. Most of this, it's like a residual for a new car, right? Coming off lease. You know, this car, 4 years old, tends to be worth 52% of MSRP, regardless of which level it's at. And then when you get a car in stock, you can triangulate the price right against that percentage. You can kind of see it here. And suddenly you're not guessing anymore. You're not hoping that you land right. And it's really applicable when you look at those high trim and low trim vehicles. You know, cars in the middle, kind of average cars, they get priced in the middle like average cars. It's those outlier cars that if you're not careful, you can leave a lot of gross profit on the table just because it got mispriced. And I'll tell a story a little later on about that. I'm not going to kill you guys with slides too. This is my last one, and then it gets into a little story time. So one of my favorite parts of this product, again, the most exciting product I've ever worked on, is the consumer-facing piece, right? And Sevi, our CEO, touched on this in the video there, that iPacket was built on top of trust, transparency, bringing that into the industry and making sure people understood, you know, what I'm showing you here is exactly what the data says there. So we took the same exact approach for iPacket value and said, here's a simple thing to do. Let's just show our homework, right? We're going to give you a number, but we're not just going to give you a number. We're going to show you all the comparable vehicles that were then used to generate that number. And for a consumer, what if we could do the same thing, right? Because how do I know the price is any good? The car down the street's got a lot, yeah, well, the car down the street, they have way more, you know, it's way cheaper or whatever. Okay, what kind of equipment do they have? What kind of reconditioning have they done? And so our goal here is to take the insights that we have from our product, place it in front of a consumer. So if you know iPacket well, we have our window stickers, we have our RO data, We have all the original OEM data. Now we're assembling a consumer-facing view where we can actually go in and show the consumer, yeah, you're getting a good deal. Here's some comparable vehicles. Now we're careful. We're not going to show you exactly what they are because we don't want them cross-shopping with your competitors, right? But we're going to give them a good story on why you're priced efficiently, why you're priced better. And in some cases, we'll highlight options, packages, that sort of thing, to make sure the consumer understands, I'm not just buying any old GLE Mercedes, I'm buying the good one. And so I promised a story for you all. We had a dealer a couple weeks back. It was a Kia store, and they had taken a GLE 53 in on trade, all right? And so I don't know how they got this car, but we started looking at it. So GL 53, window sticker on this thing was like 112. It was wild. I mean, it had the Napa leather, it had the Pinnacle trim, it had the driver assistance, it had like the good 22-inch wheels, it had the manufacturer paint. I actually pulled the window sticker down. I was like, this has got to be like the highest option GLE 53 you can get out there. So, dealer gets the car, Kia dealer, right? They don't really know Mercedes. If you know Mercedes, you know how to price that car. You know you're looking at a unicorn. You know you're looking at kind of a one-on-one. But if you're a Kia store and you don't see them that often, how do you price them? Well, you pull up your appraisal tool and it says, this is approximately what the price is. But we looked at it, they were pricing it like it was a $95,000 car, not a $112,000 car. And they had that, and so we said, hey, you know, you guys just got this unit in stock, you know, you haven't really advertised it yet. We noticed that you're way under in terms of value, and here's why, right? It's not just you're way under and trust us. Let me show you the comp set. Let me show you the data. I've got a $111,000 one like yours 100 miles away. Look how they're priced. Dealer raised their price $6,000, sold the car a week later, right? And so in that case, now I want to know what they bought it for. How well did they do if they were able to advertise it where they did? But the key there was that dealer knew how to price 80% of their cars. And generally, we're pretty good in terms of our value versus their price. It's those outliers where they're going to miss. And if they miss that gross, you know, you miss $3,000, $4,000 on a car a few times a month, that adds up. And so we start showing people kind of like, look, we're not asking you to change your whole process. We're not asking you to change pricing tools, all that. But use our system to validate on those outlier vehicles especially what the true value is, and then get all the money for them and advertise all the work that's been done to it through reconditioning or all the window sticker data. And so that was a really cool example of, again, that happened a couple weeks ago. I had the one happen on the floor here 2 hours ago. And so we're seeing dealers kind of connecting with, yeah, you're right. If I could find the edge in that, I had a dealer say, there's so much data, there's so many tools, there's AI everywhere, all over the place. I'm just trying to find a competitive edge. Oh, come on over, I can help you with that. And so kind of in summary, I'll wrap up with this slide. Our methodology is all about the original window sticker, turning that data into structured data so we can analyze it against other vehicles, original window stickers, building a pricing model that, again, you can use it for guidance, you can use our comparable vehicles. There's lots of different ways you can use this product depending on your pricing strategy. But it's really all about validating what you think you know from other applications with that original OEM data. And then the last piece is the consumer-facing side, right? Is actually starting to express and expose some of this to the end consumer. Again, building trust, building transparency, showing the consumer, hey, don't take my word for it. Look at the comparable vehicles and look at this methodology that you can kind of, you know, I made this quote to someone. Our strategy is simple because we have the raw OEM data for it to be simple. If you don't have that raw data, you have all these complex ways to try to do things. When you've got the pure data at your base, it's really simple to price on top of that. So I'm going to wrap it up there. You can come check out the product. We're at booth 1453 in the West Hall, right on the other side of there. And I really appreciate you guys' time. Thank you.
All right, if you're still hanging out with us, don't go anywhere because we're still in motion, still in high gear, and we're not quite done just yet. So next up, we are actually going to talk about ways that you can apply digital analytics, to create a true ROI. I think ROI is a really good buzzword. always an exciting topic. To have that conversation, please do me a favor and help me welcome up Jim Dodd, who is NADA 20 Group Digital Analytical Technical Trainer, and he is joined by Kat Ott, Director of Product with VistaDash. So please give them both a big round of applause. It was musical chairs. It was supposed to be designed so whoever ends, that you get to sit first.
We keep walking around and
yes.
sit when the music stops.
Enjoy.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, we're on.
Oh, wow,
Cool.
great. So welcome, everybody. We're going to talk about how you look at digital analytics, talk about some of the best practices. Kat has been working with digital analytics for how many years?
20.
20 years.
18.
And how many with VistaDash? Really?
I've been with VistaDash for 9 years since we kind of first started.
So what do you think dealers need to really consider when they're looking at all of these digital analytics, which, again, a lot of times can be confusing to most of us, right? So what do they really focus in on?
Well, I kind of like to take the top-down approach when I'm talking about marketing and analytics, and sometimes that requires going back to the basics. So what I like to do first off is I like to just look at your digital traffic coming into your website by channel, right? And what I'm not necessarily looking for, I'm not necessarily looking for the minor ebbs and flows month over month. What I'm looking for is those major changes that don't match your expectations. So, for example, if you see a 30% lift or a 30% drop in paid social, right? Yet you spent consistently month over month. And by drop, I mean in traffic specifically. If you see something that does not match your expectations, then that is an area that you need to dive deeper in. Whether those are positive expectations or negative expectations, if they're positive expectations, or if they're positive results, then dig into what changed.
So you're talking about the channels, the sources in which the data is, or the sessions are coming in.
Yeah.
Right? So you look at it not as a lump of all the sessions coming in, but you want to slice it off and look at each individual channel.
Yes.
Why do you want to do that? Is there a big difference?
Yes, there's absolutely a big difference in the different channels. And I look at that, once I take it down from a 13-month approach, and I look at, the changes, then I go into the individual campaign engagement, campaign conversion rate, and I really look at that as a whole, and then finally I dig down into the sources and the campaigns.
So when you're looking at conversions and you're talking about campaigns, a lot of dealers are still using display network to get traffic, to generate traffic. Does that really convert?
It's not necessarily meant to. Okay, so there's strategies. There's a lot that makes up your marketing mix, right? And display definitely is a solid element in a solid channel, but it is truly a micro funnel or a micro vertical where you have to really judge that based on the intent. And the intent is really to drive awareness more than anything else in most circumstances and in most campaigns. So we have to really kind of take away just trying to judge this on traffic or engagement, because engagement for awareness drivers as a whole is a lot lighter than, say, a paid search source or a cross-network source.
So you said a couple of things. When you talk about intent,
yeah.
What are you referring to there? Because if the intent of display traffic is to generate awareness, then what am I looking at to determine that ROI, or was it effective in generating what I expected?
Well, again, when you're talking awareness, you're talking, overall impressions. So looking at impression share, looking at click-through rate or cost per mil, not necessarily. I wouldn't even take it that far. You're looking at awareness, you're looking at impressions that lead to clicks, and you're really looking at that. Especially when you're talking video, you're looking at impressions that drive a full video view.
So I really need to determine what I expect that traffic to look like.
Yes.
I have to determine what's my desired outcome
yes.
of that spend or that marketing,
yes.
right? And
Absolutely.
Then I can judge the ROI to it. So give me an example of how you would determine an ROI on, let's say, paid search, which is everybody does.
Well, again, I think I would break it down a little bit farther than just the broad category of paid search. Different search campaigns actually end up performing differently. A search campaign, a more generalized search campaign with branded terms, generally does see pretty high engagement, as you would expect if you're typing in the dealer name. Obviously, it's going to show pretty good engagement. But when you get into model-specific terms, you have to judge it differently, because model-specific terms, while they give you traffic, they don't necessarily drive as much engagement, and I think that's because you're kind of still in the research phase.
Okay, so let's talk about engagement, because a lot of times what we tend to do is we put all this money into marketing, we generate traffic, and then we determine the ROI by how many sales we got that month. And you're now talking about engagement. Where does that happen, and how important is that?
So I think yes, there's tools at this point that can take a digital visit and bring it down to a sale, but that's not necessarily happening in every single channel. So what I like to do is, when I'm looking at engagement, one, I think that if you are utilizing whatever website provider you utilize, you need to ask them to begin throwing events into GA4, right?
So you got to set up GA4 properly.
You have to set up GA4 properly,
okay.
And unfortunately, it requires maintenance, and that's just kind of the deal. But the things I look at from an engagement perspective, if I'm purely looking at them in Google Analytics, is I look at those indicators of interest, right? Photo views. I'm looking at how many people are reaching out via chat, maybe even just a chat start, maybe a click to call. I'm looking at those indicators of interest, not necessarily hard conversions, because a form submission or a digital retailing conversion, those are, in my opinion, are hard conversions. They lead directly into a lead source within CRM, and then they can be appropriately
So they're more
attributed.
transactional to create a lead.
Yes, but with digital traffic, you really need to look at these indicators of interest, and then silo out those channels based on your expectations of interest.
Okay, so we're looking at the website traffic coming in, and then we're looking at some of these soft engagements or non-transactional engagements, such as the photo view rate, such as a scroll percentage.
Yes.
Whether they are navigating to multiple pages, time on site. Those are the soft things that you're judging the value of your audience against?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so let me understand, when we talk about from marketing to sales and we get leads, now we have a return on effort.
Yes.
Right? So that lead then goes into our CRM. Can you explain to me the difference between a phone up, a walk-in, a chat lead, or an internet lead? What is the difference between those leads?
I think that there really shouldn't be a difference between any of those, because they're all, prospects reaching out for contact, right? And I think they really need to be worked in a similar manner, and I think they really need to be included, or the process for adding them to CRM needs to be the same. And then obviously attribution is incredibly important, because if you do not have, the insight that you need to make a decision, how can you make a good decision?
So when you're looking at leads and you're tracking all of that, right, do you feel, so you're basically saying every lead's the same. A lead's a lead's a lead.
Yes.
Regardless of how it originated, it's
Yes.
a lead. And it should be worked exactly the same.
I think so, yes.
Do you feel like some leads are considered different and therefore they're worked differently?
Yeah, and I think that does apply to certain lead sources, but for the vast majority, I do think that you really need to follow your standard process, what you've been trained on, what you've been, the process established at your dealership, and that process really needs to be dialed in, but that's another topic. But yeah, so I do think that appropriate attribution and sourcing is really important.
So what metric would you look at to determine whether those leads are being worked correctly?
So this is a really simple metric, and it should be really easy for you to get without any sort of additional reporting within your CRM. But what I like to look at is actions taken per lead. So within most CRM companies, you have, how many emails were logged for a given lead, You have chats logged, you have text logged sometimes, you have phone calls logged. And so what I like to do is take that count, divide that by the number of leads you have, and you generally come up with an actions taken per lead. Now that is a really simple metric, but it really does give you a good understanding of how well your team or how aggressive your team is. And then once you establish that benchmark, the nuances over time can really show a lot. Like for example, without even talking to a dealer, they have a dip. I can tell if someone within their BDC went on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, it could be something as, as simple as vacation, or it could be, someone left and now they have this
change in
hole.
behavior or
Yeah.
something like that happens. But that helps you monitor that transition from what happened on the website to a lead, and then that lead being funneled through to a sale.
Yeah.
And that's how you kind of connect those two together. They're not one big funnel, but they're two micro funnels.
Yeah, and also with the activity per lead metric is you can look at it month to date. In fact, it's just as valuable looking at it that way, because then you can really look at the nuances, especially if you're having like a mid-month meeting and you want to get a benchmark. Look at the last 2 weeks and just see if you're at your norm or if you're on a little bit lighter.
Right. So the other thing that we hear about this week especially is we're talking about AI and LLMs, large language models, and how do you actually see that traffic? Because everybody is so concerned about that's taking away from my search, my SEO. How do you actually see that traffic?
Well, most AI tools, most LLMs come in as a standard referral source. Sometimes it goes in the not set bucket, but you can pretty easily within Google Analytics search for the word AI or build a filter string, but that's a little bit more advanced. But I do not find very much AI traffic coming in to the website at this point. I looked at a number of dealers over a good amount of time, and recently I believe I was looking at one dealer and they have a lot of traffic, so I thought it was a good kind of subset. Out of their 182,000 visits, this is a big dealer, 182,000 visits for the month of December, there was like 190 AI visits. So it's way less than a percentage.
So how did that traffic look when you looked at the soft engagement and the hard engagement? How did that look compared to other traffic sources like organic or paid?
There was a lot of, it was research heavy. There was a lot of page views, but not really any leads or conversions. I really do think that at this point, AI is a lot, researching models, comparing models to models. I guess, and I'm not sure, okay, I've never actually tested this, but I would think that at this point there's probably a lot more AI referral traffic coming into tier 1 sites than there is to tier 3.
And you think that that's more educational traffic that's coming in, they're learning, they're evaluating.
Yeah.
So you're going to see multiple pages per session. You're going to see time on site of 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah.
That's normal.
But again,
but
it's
you're
gonna
not going to
be
see
really
the
light
key
traffic.
events, those transactional events.
Not really.
What are the key things that you consider the hard conversions? What are those?
Okay, so I like to think of them, even though I think that they all need to be tracked, I like to think of them as indicators of interest and then harder conversions. Harder conversions is where you're actually getting contact info that can be sent into CRM. So that'd be like a form submission, a digital retailing conversion, even for more sophisticated call tracking tools, having that call tracking with the appointment attached to it. I think all of those are very, very valuable.
So the ones that have intent, the click to calls, the chat, the form fills, those are the ones that you're going to look at, and that's what you're going to use to determine your ROI for that traffic channel, that expense. You're going to look at the channel, the source, the volume of traffic, the hard conversions that it generated, and then you're going to calculate that into your ROI. That's how you would approach it?
That's how I would look at it. Also, bearing in mind that different sources have different engagement metrics. Like, for example, social traffic, particularly AIA campaigns, they do see pretty solid engagement, but their conversions or their key events are more those indicators of interest. there's not as much hard leads.
So you're not going to use the hard conversions in that calculation of ROI. You're going to be using the soft engagement.
I'm going to look at them, but that's not what I'm going to measure it by.
Okay, and that's going to help you understand that you hit the right quality audience.
Yeah.
So you're determining your outcome, and then you're using that determined outcome for the ROI calculations, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then I'm looking at, like I said, major fluctuations in those numbers from channels, from sources, from campaigns. I'm looking at all of those variations. Like if a campaign saw, like a PMAX campaign, all of a sudden starts getting a ton of traffic when spend levels remain the same.
Mm-hmm.
I would go back to the agency, or I would consult with the dealer and tell them to go back to the agency and be like, hey, something changed within your targeting on this campaign. Was the audience expanded? Because normally when I see something like that, I also see a drop in engagement.
So you got a lift at it, and you want to find out what happened.
Yeah, or if that's even solid like, was it worthwhile to expand the audience and reduce engagement?
Right,
Yeah.
right. So that calculation, then your ROI changes because now you've got a ratio of sessions to events that it takes more sessions to get an event. Is that a really good outcome?
I mean, I think traffic at this point is about, not necessarily about volume anymore. At least it shouldn't be, unless you're doing a brand awareness campaign, in which case you're going to get a lot of
desired
traffic.
Outcome. Sessions,
I mean,
that's
it's a natural consequence of targeting the right people, impressions, clicks.
But again, I think what we tend to do is we tend to look at a desired outcome of sales for something that really can only go so far.
In the most part, yes,
right?
For the most part.
So we've only got a minute left. What would be the top 3 things that you would suggest dealers look at? What are the top 3 KPIs that they need to look at when evaluating effectiveness of their marketing and digital traffic?
If you're talking KPIs, obviously, engagement's a big one. Again, those event-based engagement indicators of interest are huge. And those are very much something that your website partner can throw into GA for you. I would continue to look at, your CRM, but also take it in context with knowing, is your team doing a good job with that? And then finally, yes, just top down, look at everything and focus on those wild variances.
So one thing about the event before we leave, when you talk about engagement, okay, and Google Analytics looks at engaged sessions differently than what you do with VistaDash.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Why is that such a big difference that you use event-based engagement versus their theoretical engagement?
I mean, our engagement metrics are very, very comprehensive. We have the events that come in, and then we score them. We score them based on kind of a range, so between like 1 point and 20 points. And then what we do with that is it's like a constant ticker in the back. And then what we can do is count up the number of points, divide that by sessions, and that's really what gives us that quality score. So yes, each event is worth a different point.
But I have to avoid 100 different events to be considered not engaging, versus on GA4, if I just sit there for 10 seconds, I'm an engaged session.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
That's a big difference.
It is a big difference.
You really have to not do something to be considered non-engaging. So when you've got a high non-engagement percentage, that's a concern.
Yes, it is, but based on channel, because awareness driver campaigns is going to have a really high no engagement percentage.
Great point. Thank you. Thanks for helping us identify the areas we should be taking a look at. And thank you guys for joining us. I hope you're having a great show.
My name is Adriana. I didn't have a car for like almost 2 years. Back in March, I was very fortunate to receive a vehicle from Vehicles for Change, sponsored by NADA. It's changed my life drastically. I don't need to borrow a car. I don't need to spend hundreds of dollars on Ubers or Lyfts. We can just get up and go, you know, going to doctor's appointments, dropping my daughter off to daycare. When I have projects I need to work on at work, I can go into the office now. Not having a car was a very, very big issue. My son wanted to go to football practice, so now I was able to finally sign him up. He won the first game. He scored 2 touchdowns, and he is very, very excited. It's made a big, big impact for us, and I don't ever want to go without a car ever again. A car is mobility, a car is freedom, and most important, a car is a blessing.
There is nothing like being able to have impact and then see the results of that impact. I remember that. I was there. I had the pleasure of being there when that car was given away. It is always just an amazing thing. Speaking of amazing things, for those of you that do not know, the American Cancer Society is here. They have a fundraising campaign. It kicked off yesterday with a phenomenal $50,000 donation to help reach their goal. And so it's time for an update, right? Because that was only day one. So we're going to keep that momentum going. So please do me a favor and help me welcome up Brooke Street, who is the Senior Director of Access to Care Solutions and Delivery for the American Cancer Society. Let's give her a big round of applause. You ready?
Thank you. I'm ready.
Stage is yours.
Thank you so
You're welcome.
much. All right. So as you're sitting here, I see many of you on your phones. Take your phone out and scan this QR code back here for me, if you'll do me a favor. I know it's the end of the day, but I'm going to tell you some really exciting things. So you're in the business of mobility, helping people get where they need to go every day. But for many people facing cancer, the most important destination is treatment, and they can't get there on their own. Not because they don't want to, not because they don't value their health, but because they don't have a car, they can't drive, or they don't have a loved one to take them to treatment. At the American Cancer Society, we believe transportation should never be the reason someone misses their life-saving treatment. And that belief is what drives our program, Road to Recovery. Let me tell you about how this program works and why the auto industry plays such a critical role in Road to Recovery. It provides people facing cancer treatment with a free ride to their appointments. We use volunteer drivers that use their car and their time to get people to their life-saving care. Today, Road to Recovery, we are in all 50 states. We have 160 markets, which cover over 700 counties. Last year in 2025, we provided over 80,000 rides to people that needed to get to their cancer treatment. Thank you. So this industry understands better than anyone reliable transportation. Unfortunately, though, even with those 80,000 rides that we provided last year, that is only 50% of the rides requested. We need to do more. We can do better, but we need you all to help us get there. Transportation is the most common and most overlooked barrier to healthcare. In fact, an estimated 3.6 million Americans will miss their medical treatments due to lack of transportation. When patients miss appointments, the consequences ripple quickly. Medical care is delayed, emergency room visits increase, and ultimately health outcomes suffer. And this gap is growing for several reasons. We just released recently that the life expectancy rate is increasing. More people are living with cancer, so that is great. But that means we need to get more people to their treatment and to their care. So for many patients, it's not just about that missed ride, one ride, it's about multiple rides. If you've had a family member go through radiation, they need radiation treatment for 5 days a week for 6 to 7 weeks. That's a lot of rides. That's 30 plus rides that they're trying to figure out logistically how to get to their treatment. I talked to a patient last week and he didn't feel well, and he was like, I'm exhausted and I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna get to my next appointment. Can you help me? And I was like, we have Road to Recovery. You don't need to worry about that. Focus on your care. Let us do the logistics to get you there. And he was like, thank you. He's like, I just didn't know how I was going to get up today and figure out how I was going to get a ride to my treatment. So we know that you guys are trusted anchors in your communities. You know your community. You don't just sell service and cars, but you help people stay mobile. And when it comes to cancer treatment, mobility can mean the difference between getting care or missing it. You all are in your communities, and you are uniquely positioned to provide two things that we need. We need your people, which are your employees, your customers, your vendors, and we need your money. We need both. And often dealerships know your community and where you can look at for your network. Road to Recovery is flexible, so we have some dealerships that partner with us already. They have their courtesy driver drive patients during their downtime. So that's an example of how you can get involved. We also have dealerships that put a flyer in their vehicles after they're serviced to promote this opportunity. But at the same time, we need funding too to support this program. It costs us on average about $100 per round trip ride to make this happen. So we need to meet this growing demand, covering critical needs like volunteer recruitment, our background checks, and our trainings. So by recruiting your volunteers and investing financially in Road to Recovery, you aren't just supporting a program, but you're strengthening your community, you're supporting your workforce, desire to give back, and reinforcing the essential role that transportation plays in access to care. So you can support us today. If you haven't done so already, scan that QR code just to learn more about what we're doing. We are raising $150,000 at least, and we know we can do more. Yesterday, Mile One Auto Group kicked us off with that $50,000 donation. So you can donate right now with either $25, $50, like take care of one ride for a patient, $50. Or, you know, if you need to go back to your dealership and talk about it, we'd love to follow up with you and talk about how we can engage in your charitable giving, either through, you know, American Cancer Society Road to Recovery or some other event or opportunity. And let me just put this in perspective as I wrap up so you can just hear how this program helps our patients and why it is needed. So this is a story that was shared with us from a patient recently. I entered this treatment plan with humility and submission, two traits that are not usually part of my character. But patients who have been through treatment, family members, a few friends, and healthcare professionals all gave me the same advice. Listen to your doctors, follow their instructions, and make your appointments. I did exactly that, but I was able to follow through because of the rides I received, often 5 times a week for nearly 3 months. Without those rides, my treatment plan would have been compromised. What the American Cancer Society accomplished through their volunteer transportation program was as important as the diagnosis and treatment itself. They valued that, like that's so critical. And that is a wonderful fact. A treatment plan only has the possibility of success if it is followed, and that means everything as scheduled. The Road to Recovery drivers were as essential to my recovery as the doctors and healthcare professionals. I can never thank you all enough. So just imagine a loved one that you have trying to get to their treatment. How are they going to do it? You might work, you might not have that, and just the gratitude that it gives back. And our drivers say the same thing. They say they get more out of this ride than the patients because of the connections they make. So we need to do more to make sure no patient has to make the decision between their treatment or not going. We need to get every patient to their treatment so they can have a better quality of life and we can keep our loved ones around. So this week at NADA, we're, like I said, raising that $150,000. Please scan that QR code. Tomorrow, when you're with your colleagues and your peers, talk about us. Talk about the American Cancer Society, what we do, and how you guys can come together as an industry to make sure that no one misses their cancer treatment. Thank you guys so much and have a great evening.
That's what I'm talking about now. I know what you're thinking. You're like, hey, where do you get these cool checker flags? I told you they were coming back, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost done. This is the final lap for today. That means day 2 is almost on a wrap. These are from yesterday. If you had a chance to make it to the welcome event, it was a huge event. It was great. And so I asked for checker flags, and they delivered. That's what NADA does. But here's what I want you to do. Don't go anywhere just yet, because I've got something special. My brothers, and I know what you're going to think. When you see them, you're going to be like, they're brothers? Yes, I just got all the melanin. My brothers were actually out on the floor, and they actually had a chance to cover what was going on the floor. Now, I know we can't be everywhere all the time in all the places, but the team at More Than Cars gave us an insight of what's happening on the show floor, and I want you all to check it out. So here's the screen, and we will see you all tomorrow for day 3.
All right, I get to sit here and spend some time with Matt Carpenter, CEO of Dealerware. The booth looks amazing.
Thank you.
The traffic is crushing. Matt, you guys have been on a tear lately.
Yeah, we're making some news.
Okay.
And we're having fun doing it.
We have a few things that we need to talk about. You just made a pretty big announcement about some investment and some changes. Talk me through those.
Yeah, so we have a new structure, a new company structure, and we have new investors. We're super excited about
nothing real, new company structure, new investors. Tell me about the new investors and why it's a good thing.
So Wavecrest Growth Partners out of Boston and Radian Capital out of New York teamed up together to acquire a majority interest in Dealerware, and there are some additional minority investors, most of whom are automotive entrepreneurs, myself included, and some other ladies and gentlemen that you know.
Very, very nice. How is that changing your thinking or the trajectory of the future of what you're going to be doing?
The acquisition and the growth capital in play for Dealerware now is all about expanding what we do for the market, expanding what we do for current customers at the OEM level, at the dealer group level, at the individual user and rooftop level, and expanding our suite of solutions for current customers and future customers that we're still pursuing.
So if you follow that train of thinking, you have investment, company structure, partnership synergy, that kind of migrates to product.
Yeah.
Right? So there have been some product reveals. You have a little bit of a pipeline. Talk us through that.
We have enhanced our core fleet management suite of offerings for dealers, and we've announced some new things even as recently as this week. And that should accelerate.
Let's talk about those.
Not just at NADA, but beyond.
Right, for sure. This is just a little showpiece. But the reality is the hard work's been being done because you're trying to respond to actual needs that are happening. So talk about the new stuff.
Yeah, so an emerging problem in our space for our users has been the insurance dilemma. 1 out of 3 roundabouts U.S. consumers are going with either no insurance, auto insurance, or underinsurance for their automotive needs. So the risk management...
Did you say 1 in 3?
1 in 3 is either uninsured or underinsured.
Okay.
In America.
I don't think a lot of people think about that. That surprises me when I hear that.
So our original insurance verification product is all about putting dealers in a position to understand the insurance risks when they put a consumer, usually a service customer, whose car's in the shop for 4 or 5 days, in one of their vehicles that is either insured by the dealership or their OEM partner. So obviously if the consumer isn't insured and something happens to the vehicle, there are costs and there are liabilities that need to be reconciled. So 2 years ago, Dealerware launched our first insurance verification product as part of our fleet management solution in partnership with good partners of ours, Axle out of New York. And that puts a dealer in a position to actually verify whether or not the customer has insurance and what level of coverage they have. We've enhanced that to make it faster in the contracting flow for dealers who are putting consumers in either rental vehicles or courtesy vehicles day to day on Dealerware. And the order of magnitude's become profound. I mean, we will do nearly 3 million contracts on Dealerware across the 3,000 plus rooftops in the US and Canada that run on Dealerware. So making sure the dealers know what is the insurance coverage of that consumer on that contract and put them in a position to manage their fleet and decide who gets a car and who doesn't.
Manage your fleet, manage
Super
their
important.
risk, and all of that. So we're moving into this area. We're hearing more and more about industry partners getting together and integrations happening in order to serve the dealer's endpoint. What are some integrations that have been happening? Because you all are very focused on that and have some new integrations.
Yeah. So I've been in the industry over 20 years. Dealerware is coming up on year 8, and double entry in multiple systems at a dealership continues to rave as a pain point for the whole industry and all of our users.
Yes.
So we've identified best-in-breed partners that have complementary tech stacks and product offerings next to Dealerware that are shared by our shared users. So we want our systems to be interoperable. So you think about a dealership's fleet management system, loaner management system, it sits very close to an online service appointment scheduler.
Yes.
It sits very close, obviously, in some areas of the DMS.
Yes.
And making our system
painfully close if you have to go into every one.
So if you have 20 different solutions at that dealership, depending on what role you're in at the dealership, you may have 10 different windows, and you're doing double entry, you're toggling between screens,
different logins,
sometimes you're in front of the web version, sometimes you're in front of the mobile app, and it ends up being an unproductive use of everybody's time, which compromises the customer experience. So we've gotten tighter with our identified priority partners, MyKarma being a great example. We're leveraging the integration now between MyKarma and Dealerware to make scheduling a service appointment and reserving a service loaner for that customer seamless for the employee and then ultimately for the consumer.
I think that is really, like you mentioned, deep down what everybody wants. They want they want the solutions, they want the stack, but they want the stack to work together. I was a service advisor way back in the day, before there were like logins. I had my main green screen and I had all my codes. I can't even imagine what people are dealing with now as they go through this. So the fact that you're streamlining that, and like you said, making productive use of people's time is something that it's obvious that everybody wants. As we wrap here, tell me, what are some macros that you're paying attention to now? What do you think the macros are that are going to affect the next 24 months?
Retail consolidation, so the groups getting bigger, large groups acquiring rooftops, large groups acquiring groups of rooftops. Retail consolidation, we think, will continue to be a macro trend. And what that means for a business like Dealerware is we don't only need to deliver application software, we also have to deliver enterprise-grade reporting and BI, and at the rooftop level, all the way up to the group level, actionable insights enabled by AI. So you have to give the group
You went this
full
whole
view.
time without saying AI.
I held back.
What was that?
I held back.
Yes, you did. I know.
Everyone's talking about it.
Everybody is, but I think what people really want to do is something that works.
Yeah.
Right? And it's just everyone's always looking for the magic bullet.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is like, does it actually work? Does the integration work? I like how you're thinking about the macro, understanding that enterprise grade. As an industry, we have huge opportunity to grow in our enterprise thinking as far as data flow, as far as systems integration. So it's exciting to know that there are a lot of people out there, you being one of them, seeing the trend, paying attention to it, and developing accordingly.
Yeah, so it starts with investment, which we've made, in enterprise level data. We have enterprise level implementations on Databricks in our product environment, so we can bring in all of our product data, and we can bring in data from other products that dealers use every day, triangulate those, and then apply AI tooling to push out actionable insights and notifications to our users.
Yeah, it's
At
garbage
the dealer,
in, garbage out, for sure.
At the dealer level and at the dealer group level, even at the OEM level. But if it doesn't run on an enterprise-grade data foundation, all of the insights are compromised, even if the widgets are cool.
Oh, that's gonna. So even if the widgets are cool, I love that point.
Retail consolidation and software consolidation. So Dealerware will continue to be more and more products as part of a growing platform for our users. And in partnership, we've now just recently announced, powered by HopDrive, a pickup and delivery offering within the Dealerware suite of solutions.
Oh, man,
so we're
another
working with
great
Nick and
one.
the team,
Yes.
on giving basically our users the single screen to decide, does this service customer need a car, which Dealerware does, or do they need a ride?
We can help you get there too.
It enables consumer choice, and it enables the employees at the dealership not having to leverage two different screens to present the same value prop to the same customer.
What a practical solution to a very real-world felt problem, Matt. It's always exciting to be around you and your team because you're on the move. Thank you so much for spending some time today.
Yeah, you got it. Good to see you, Paul. Thank you.
So here is a marginally younger version of myself.
All right, I'm sitting here at the 4Eyes booth here at NADA 2026, hanging out with good friends Dave Steinberg, Ryan Morman. Gents, thanks for hanging out with us today.
Thanks for having us. This is great.
Yeah, excited to be here. All right, Dave, you're walking into a show that obviously has so much energy around data, AI, big data, things that you guys have been dealing with for so long. What excites you about kind of the technology ecosystem and how it's being incorporated by your company right now?
I mean, I think it's about getting your infrastructure together to be able to do the things you really want to do. There's amazing tools out there. The floor is filled with amazing systems that you can do, but it's getting your house in order to be able to use them, to getting the connectivity, getting the accessibility, making data feel like something you have access to, you can get, you can use, you can push, and you can activate. I think it's a whole new world.
Ryan, you are a 4Eyes partner, obviously. Yep. Give us a little bit of insight into the group, the stores, how much data you're managing right now, and then we'll kind of get into like how that's incorporated into the platform.
Yeah, so we have 20 stores, Midwest, Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana. Last year we sold about 33,000 cars.
Wow.
So it was a good year. We had a nice increase on the new car side, used cars. We'll get it back this year. But right now, we manage a little over 2 million clean records. And I think that is a really important...
That's a distinct thing.
Yeah, because our file was bigger, but now I can say we manage 2 million, a little over, clean, enhanced, enriched records that we're constantly marketing to, the right message at the right time.
In today's technology landscape, experts in any technology have only been doing it just a little bit longer than anybody else. And you've kind of been on this journey to understand what your data is and activate on it for about 18 months, right?
Yeah.
At the place that you're at right now, you've kind of like, you did the hard work, and then you started activating, and now you're really learning what the next phase of that journey looks like. Can you talk to how 4Eyes has been foundational in making sure that you make the right new move next? Right?
So it's an interesting question, because you asked me earlier, it's like, where is 4Eyes on our tech stack? Like, I've had the conversations on tech stacks a lot, and it almost like stumped me because I was trying to figure out where it would actually go, and it's not in our tech stack. It is the foundation of our tech stack. You said the word foundational, because it ties it all together. I mean, I think you said it, your house has to be in order, and that's what it does for us. It gets our house in order. We've built a really good house, but if it's a mess, then that means your data is a mess, and your customers, they're getting mixed signals, mixed messages, the wrong message. 4Eyes, it anchors it all, and it makes sure that, oh, you want that to go there. You want that to go there. Oh, you missed this. Hey, you shouldn't send this message out because you might get in trouble.
Yeah.
It does all that real time.
It's incredible.
It's awesome.
Dave, obviously 4Eyes has grown and shifted and changed a lot over time. You really came to market as kind of a place to stop the bleeding, right?
Yeah.
How do I not miss things? How do I make sure that I'm following up my customers that we've missed in the CRM or in phone calls? But there's really been a transformation over time, and with things like consent management and some of the things you're doing to tie together clean records, it's really been a transformation from a platform perspective. What has led to that transformation, and why did you see that as the move that you needed to make?
Well, I think so we started in the sales enablement space, and sales enablement is like, how do you improve close rate, and how do you help with the sales process? In automotive, there were very little sales enablement, and that was because there's no access to the data. there was such poor access to the data, software companies couldn't do sales enablement in automotive. So we had to build pipes to extract all the data in order to be able to do that. And so eventually over time, you start to realize like our roadmap, we're only going to get so much done. We have to help companies like Rohrmann use whoever they want to use and not be like, we're going to do it all for you, we're going to do it all for you. I mean, one of the things I would argue is I don't think the industry needs more contractors. I think the industry needs more plumbers. And because there are great products here, the one company to do it all has given us some of the current problems we have and some of the data silos we have. And so the connectivity right now, even today, I mean, we're just getting started on being able to tie into tools outside of automotive, being able to have some of that price competitiveness on saying, you know what, this vendor was trying to charge me for $2,500 a store for 20 stores, when I can connect to it outside of automotive for $150 at the group level. It's just a whole different paradigm. So I think that it was natural because we had already built so many of the pipes. And we had already so experienced in how to extract data, how to organize CRM data, website data. We now do DMS data. But we really were so data heavy that as we started getting into it, it made sense. And I think we're a really data heavy org that is unusual in how much we put into organizing, cleaning, making sense of data.
Ryan, there's been this big debate. Do I buy the one solution to do it all? In auto, there's been this, do I buy or build this one solution to do them all, or do I go find the experts in each of their areas and make sure they're tied together at a core? And what I'm hearing from Dave is they're really thinking about that second layer. When I think about companies like a Salesforce or a HubSpot or some of these companies outside of auto, they've really built app ecosystems with middleware to connect everything. Why did you make the decision to think about building your tech stack in a much more like integrated, find the expert way, as opposed to just trying to say, oh, we're going to find one thing to solve it all?
That's a great question. And I think the easiest way for me to answer that is, as a dealer, you got to own your data. Like, that is the number one. So all those one-step solutions, you don't own your data. You're still answering to someone. You're still asking for permissions to do something, to do this, or can I send it here? Like, that is a barrier to entry into any new tech that comes out. So I always like to say at the Rohrmann Auto Group, we've established a change culture so that we are adaptable. We can change. Technology is always changing. I mean, just walking over here, I found like 5 different companies I've never even heard of before, and it's all AI-driven type of concepts. And if I'm stuck in a one solution, then how can I bring that in? And the answer is you can't, or it's costly. Because I think the other side of it is when I own my data, this stuff's not that expensive. Like, when you start looking outside of automotive, and the tech is newer.
Oh, absolutely.
So CDP, really quick, right? It's old. That's old. CDP's been out for at least 15 years. It's still a buzzword inside of automotive. Why is that? It's because it hasn't been able to break into it yet. And everyone who says they're a CDP, they're holding your data hostage.
Sure.
And so you got to figure that side of it out. So it all starts, like David said, you got to be able to own your data so that you can bring all these connections and like own where you want stuff to go. And you'll find it's really not that expensive. The single source solutions, they're costly. They say they're going to do X, Y, Z. They don't.
It's not just financial costs on the bill, right?
No.
It's a cost across the organization.
CX. I mean, like, I love the conversation of not only the customer's journey, but my employee's journey too. Like, if it's hard for my employee to use 5 dashboards that they have to log into, that's a bear. You know, like, we can get rid of that. You know, same thing for the consumer. It needs to be easy.
You might be thinking about your CX, but are you thinking about your EX? Am I right? Come on. All right, I want to land on this because you all have recently done a thing with consent management that you kind of had this aha moment. Oh my goodness, we're pulling all this together. And I think you're talking to not just dealers, but industry partners that are looking to hook into a consent management tool that makes sense, that ties together a bunch of things. Can you talk to that specific product and how that's kind of driving into the market right now?
Yeah, so we were seeing for a long time, seeing basically the problem is you have the average dealer has 8 vendors talking to their customers, but those vendors aren't talking to each other and they're not necessarily sharing, working from the same playbook. So if I give information to one, it might not make it anywhere. And one of those things, one of those pieces of information is stop texting me, right? That's a piece of information that has, repercussions. And so we were seeing this forever, and we said, how do we basically set up the data pipes to be able to share that information and broadcast that back? Not that we want to be the enforcer, but we need to just broadcast, because if there's 8 vendors talking to a consumer and someone says stop to one, the customer thinks they've said stop to the dealership. So it's important to then take that message in, write it back to the CRM or DMS if need be, if that's what you want, and then broadcast out to everybody else. And so we saw it as a problem, we built the pipes, we set it up, and it's now working. We have 108 vendors now that have come into that system.
So cool. Well, Dave, Ryan, thanks for spending a bit of time with us, sharing about how you're working together, how you're working on your tech stack, what you guys are building. It's really, I just get giddy every time I talk to each one of you. It's super fun what you're doing. Thanks for spending some time with us.
Thanks, man. It was fun.
Welcome to NADA Show 2026. We're excited to have you here in Las Vegas, where innovation, learning, and connection take center stage. If you haven't already, download the NADA Show app, your one-stop guide for schedules, maps, and updates throughout the week. Now it's time for what makes NADA truly special: education, the expo, and networking. You'll find all of this and more in the North and West buildings at the Convention Center. In the North building, start your morning at the main stage, where dynamic speakers offer energy, insight, and inspiration. For education, you'll find the exchange sessions, where attendees share peer-to-peer experiences on leading topics facilitated by NADA subject matter experts. And there's so much to see and do on the expo floor in the North Hall. The Dealer Learning Lab offers bite-sized sessions with key dealership takeaways. The Relaxation Zone is comfy seating, calm vibes, and a quick break from the buzz. And the NADA Sips Lounge offers coffee, conversation, and connections. And what's more, the North Hall has a whopping 145 first-time exhibitors among the mix. Over in the West building, when you walk into the lobby, be sure to stop at the live stage, full of lively panel discussions and interviews with industry experts. For education, choose from dozens of workshops and dive into our Spotlight series and super sessions to drive dealership success. And there's plenty to see on the expo floor in the West Hall. The redesigned NADA Pavilion, where you can maximize your NADA membership. The Dealer Manager Lounge, a quiet retreat for quick meetings and catching up with colleagues. And the brand new product discovery stage, offering live, engaging 15-minute demos. And the EV Power Pit, your Q&A hub for all things EV. And don't miss the NADA Foundation auction to benefit Canine Companions, helping fund service dogs for kids, adults, and veterans with disabilities. Take a pause for a great cause. Thursday at the Open Lane booth in the West Expo Hall. Throughout the week at franchise meetings, dealers and managers meet face-to-face with OEMs. Franchise meetings are held in both the North and West buildings, so check the app for schedules and locations. 2 halls, 1 great experience. We like to think of North as fueling attendees with cutting-edge innovations, while West delivers proven solutions to keep your business in the fast lane. Thanks for helping make this the auto industry event of the year. Make sure that you share your feedback in the NADA Show app. Tell us what you loved and what you'd like to see more of in future events. And plan now to join us for NADA Show 2027 in Orlando, happening February 17th through 20th, 2027.
Set the standard for sales excellence and pinpoint customers most likely to trade. Create the ultimate lane experience and set your dealership apart with integrated solutions powered by data. Grow lasting relationships and turn customer churn into loyalty. And establish your brand with Affinitive advertising with media placement, search, social media, and more. Affinitive, elevating the dealership experience.
More than a century ago, the American automobile industry was still in its infancy. When the federal government proposed a 5% luxury tax on new cars, 30 dealers came together to make their case against the tax. They knew cars were not a luxury, they were becoming a necessity to American life. Their advocacy worked. The tax was reduced, the industry grew, and NADA was born. Ever since, NADA, and later ATD, have been the voice for America's franchise auto and truck dealers, making sure lawmakers understand the vital role dealers play in our economy, in our communities, and in keeping America on the move. In 2025, working hand in hand with dealers and ATAs across the country, we delivered major wins. These are not NADA wins, these are your wins.
This year, NADA helped protect one of the most fundamental freedoms on the road, choice. By securing federal legislation that stops states from banning gas and hybrid cars, we ensured every American can choose the vehicle that fits their life and budget.
This legislation provided immediate relief for trucks. The heavy-duty industry was already suffering under California's regime, and sales were down by 80%.
Now, customers have the choices that they need to get the equipment that is best for their business.
We also stood for the customer experience. NADA and TADA overturned the FTC's vehicle shopping rule, which would have slowed down the buying process, buried customers in confusing disclosures, and forced dealerships to store millions of unnecessary documents.
This win saved dealers and their customers time, money, and frustration.
And we strengthened family-owned dealerships, which anchor communities across the nation by helping secure estate tax protections and 100% bonus depreciation for dealers.
And when Congress repealed the EV tax credit, NADA persuaded lawmakers to include an appropriate phase-out period, giving dealers the time they needed to manage their inventories and help their customers.
2025 was a year of incredible wins. We thank all of America's dealers for their leadership, their passion, and their partnership. Together, we had an extraordinary year. We're ready to make 2026 even brighter.
Expect to see a lot of AI at NADA. Bolt-ons, bots, and even AI agents, like me. But no one has the DAS X factor. We're AI native, with AI built into the foundation of our platform. We set the standard for AI native sales and service communications that drive revenue. From AI search to our customer data and experience platform, everything we do improves the consumer experience. That's the DAS X Factor. We're celebrating the industry at Allegiant Stadium, Thursday night, February 5th. Get your party pass and see our newest tech in action at the DAS Technology booth.
The most comprehensive study on dealership workforce trends returns for its 15th consecutive year. NADA is proud to announce the annual Dealership Workforce Study is open during the first quarter of 2026. This important research allows dealers to see how their businesses stack up against the rest of the industry in key performance metrics, such as employee turnover, retention, compensation, hiring, and benefits. If you have participated in this study in the past, then you know just how valuable this data can be when it comes to measuring how you perform in these areas versus your peers. All NADA members are welcome to participate in this study. Not only is participation free, but all participants receive a complimentary copy of the annual National and Regional Trends Report. In addition to this comprehensive report, NADA launched an all-new online workforce dashboard in 2025. Participating NADA members get exclusive access to their submitted data through a secure web reporting platform. This new interactive tool gives participants the flexibility to select specific job positions to analyze, as well as their own benchmarks. Compare your store or group to various peer groups, including brand, state, region, sales volume, and more. Additionally, dealers can now build their own custom reports to better assess their competitiveness in the marketplace. Be assured your data privacy is always a top priority with this study. All data is encrypted and transferred via secure protocols to ensure that your data is never seen by any other dealer. Enroll today at nadaworkforcestudy.com.
My name is Adriana. I didn't have a car for like almost 2 years. Back in March, I was very fortunate to receive a vehicle from Vehicles for Change, sponsored by NADA. It's changed my life drastically. I don't need to borrow a car. I don't need to spend hundreds of dollars on Ubers or Lyfts. We can just get up and go, going to doctor's appointments, dropping my daughter off to daycare. When I have projects I need to work on at work, I can go into the office now. Not having a car was a very, very big issue. My son wanted to go to football practice, so now I was able to finally sign him up. He won the first game. He scored 2 touchdowns, and he is very, very excited. It's made a big, big impact for us. And I don't ever want to go without a car ever again. A car is mobility, a car is freedom, and most important, a car is a blessing.
If you're not here, you're missing out.
All the vendors are here. Hundreds of thousands of square feet of exhibitor space.
If you want to see what the latest and the greatest is, this is the place you got to come to.
Hugely valuable to be on the floor.
Right, there's so much out there that we didn't know existed.
The amount of opportunities to connect and network and build relationships.
Everybody that is anybody in the auto business is here this week. This is the auto industry event of the year.
OEMs and dealers are all part of the same ecosystem. So it is essential and critical that we are aligned, because we're not independent in this. Dealers nor OEMs are not independent in this process. We rely on each other, and it comes down to how well we can work with each other in the pursuit of the ultimate customer experience.
It's important for the manufacturers to demonstrate that they're listening to dealers. And what better place to do that than when you have thousands of dealers in one spot, to get them in the room and to really listen to their questions and talk to them.
These discussions foster collaboration, build trust, and enable data-driven decisions that improve programs, process, and support.
Let your voice be heard. The NADA Winter 2026 Dealer Attitude Survey is now open. NADA encourages all dealers and general managers to complete this important survey. The Dealer Attitude Survey captures dealer opinions on key industry issues affecting relationships with their manufacturers. As the dealer's report card to manufacturers, the semi-annual and anonymous Dealer Attitude Survey enables NADA Industry Relations staff, your NADA Industry Relations representatives, and your National Dealer Council representatives to address your concerns at meetings with senior OEM management. NADA completed over 90 meetings with OEMs, dealer councils, and captives in 2025, sharing your concerns, outlooks, suggestions, and passion for the franchises you represent. All surveys are completely confidential. Survey results are reported by franchise or by market, not for individual dealerships. Go to nadasurvey.com to complete the survey today. Survey closes in less than 1 month on February 26, 2026.
One of the things that we talk a lot about in the auto industry is, did you pull in or did you back in? I definitely backed in. I've been in the industry now for almost 11 years. I was going through a bit of a transition in my previous career and was looking for a change, looking to do something different. And there was an opportunity to join the operations side in the sales department at one of our local dealerships. And I said, sure, why not? It's different, something that's unfamiliar for me and something that would be a bit of a challenge. So I thought I would stay in the business maybe a year or two, and here we are more than a decade later, and I'm still working in the industry. My name is Tristan Tops, and I'm the Human Resources Manager here at Penske Automotive Group in Scottsdale, Arizona. The opportunities for women in this business are endless. I actually started in the internet sales department at one of our local dealerships, so on the operations and sales side of it. We see women taking on positions not just in sales, not just in the internet department, but positions as technicians now. We have women who are service advisors, we have women in management, and then there's also all of the people that work behind the scenes to make this industry move forward. We have our accounting representatives, we have those that work in titles and billing, our controllers. There are all of these different avenues for women to come into this industry and really find a home and be successful. I would just like to say that the industry is shifting, the industry is changing, and it's going to continue to evolve. And women have a place in this business. We are going to be at the forefront. And as the industry changes and evolves, women are going to continue to make their places known within this industry, and it's exciting, and I look forward to seeing what the future has, not only for the automotive industry, but for all of the women that work within it.
We launched Jerry 1.0 in the beginning of 2024, and the number one impact that Jerry has had on dealerships over the last 2 years is driving more revenue. What we learned is what makes a great AI employee for a dealership is the same exact things that make a great human employee. They're great at their job, they know it inside and out, they know your business, they know the playbooks, they follow them, and they're coachable. The result of everything we learned has allowed us to build capabilities and coachability into our AI employees that doesn't exist in the market and nobody else is working on. And I cannot wait to show you what we built.
If you're a dealer and you haven't attended the Washington Conference, you need to come.
Local activity is good, but you got to be able to get the bigger picture. There's so much stuff going on. It's such a complex landscape. You got to have multiple brains involved in figuring things out.
It's the best place to really get a deep dive into the issues of the industry.
Getting dealers to realize what's happening on a federal level for all dealers and how all dealers are being impacted by laws and regulations helps them, I think, be better leaders at our association.
I think it's extremely important for dealers to participate in these sort of things because of the challenges that we're up against as an industry.
Whether it be GMs, whether it be service managers, whether it be sales managers.
You know, it's very important to have a voice and a say. And if you don't participate in these sort of things, then you don't get a say.
It is the easiest way to facilitate visits, get briefed on the issues that are at hand, and to make a major impact.
I think being able to meet with the congressional members in their offices has been a good experience to kind of see their side of the world, to see the staff side of the world.
It's a great experience. It's rewarding, I think, for all of our dealers, and it's just a fantastic opportunity for them to really participate in advocacy at the federal level.
This is all relationships. This is all meeting people from other states, meeting people from your state you may not have known before, getting in front of people that are making these decisions and are influencing these decisions.
You need to be involved, and whether that's at your state level or whether that's coming here at the federal level, you have to be playing the game.
You can't make lives better without changing how things work, and that starts with seeing a better way. Stone Eagle pioneered a new path through the F&I process. Then we unified the industry with data driving innovation across the board. Making lives better isn't just a slogan, it's our promise, guiding every design and customer touchpoint. We build solutions that tackle the industry's toughest challenges, improving efficiency, deepening insights, and fueling growth. Stone Eagle, making lives better.
Every day, local dealerships keep America moving. Moving to work, moving to school, moving to play. Every day, local dealerships keep America working, employing more than 1 million hardworking Americans in good-paying careers in sales, service, and management. Paying an average salary of over $70,000, with exciting opportunities to advance into management, regardless of whether they chose to pursue a college degree. Every day, local dealerships keep America growing, investing more than $200 billion in land, buildings, and infrastructure in their local communities, creating jobs and rejuvenating cities and towns. Every day, local dealerships help keep America diverse and dynamic, with workforces that reflect the communities they serve, where minorities and women continue to account for a growing portion of the talent base, harnessing the latest innovative industry technologies, from EVs to zero-emission vehicles. Every day, local dealerships keep Main Street thriving, succeeding only when their communities prosper, unlike Wall Street or faraway big corporations. Providing 15% of local tax revenue, giving to local charities like hospitals and schools. Every day, local dealerships compete to earn your business, providing greater choice, access, and accountability, and making the customer experience simpler and more streamlined. Personalizing the process of purchasing a vehicle. Local careers, local businesses, local communities, local dealerships. Committed to the American communities we are proud and privileged to serve and to call home.
Most commercial titling platforms promise convenience, but convenience means nothing if the system is not directly provided by the state DMV. The National Digital Titling Clearinghouse, powered by CHAMP, changes that. Built as the nationwide acquiring solution for vehicle titles, NDTC enables dealers to source and secure titles across all 50 states without risky commercial workarounds. NDTC is created by government, backed by government, and recognized by law. Every title issued is the official legal record, compliant and secure. If you can title anywhere, choose the state-backed platform built for accuracy, trust, and scale. The solution is NDTC, powered by CHAMP.
It's always great to be here in New York, a city like no other. With the Javits Convention Center, we're excited to be here and excited on what this year's going to bring.
It's a one-of-a-kind event.
It's absolutely one of the two, I would say, hallmark events in our industry. Obviously, number one is NADA show, but number two is the Auto Forum.
This is one of my most looked forward to events of the year. Just one of the greatest opportunities to get real inside information on our industry.
The speakers that come to Auto Forum consistently every year are the folks you want to listen to for what's going on.
It's an opportunity to connect with the OEMs, share ideas, share thoughts, to get information from both sides, try and collaborate, and improve both of our businesses. It's vitally critical to the success for both the OEM and the dealer partners. I mean, being surrounded by incredibly talented people in the OEM side of things, as well as industry experts, gives me just an inside look at what's going on inside the industry.
It's the only place you can come where you can see all of that at one time.
Welcome to NADA Show 2026. We're excited to have you here in Las Vegas, where innovation, learning, and connection take center stage. If you haven't already, download the NADA Show app, your one-stop guide for schedules, maps, and updates throughout the week. Now it's time for what makes NADA truly special: education, the expo, and networking. You'll find all of this and more in the North and West buildings at the Convention Center. In the North building, start your morning at the main stage, where dynamic speakers offer energy, insight, and inspiration. For education, you'll find the exchange sessions, where attendees share peer-to-peer experiences on leading topics facilitated by NADA subject matter experts. And there's so much to see and do on the expo floor in the North Hall. The Dealer Learning Lab offers bite-sized sessions with key dealership takeaways. The Relaxation Zone is comfy seating, calm vibes, and a quick break from the buzz. And the NADA Sips Lounge offers coffee, conversation, and connections. And what's more, the North Hall has a whopping 145 first-time exhibitors among the mix. Over in the West building, when you walk into the lobby, be sure to stop at the Live Stage, full of lively panel discussions and interviews with industry experts. For education, choose from dozens of workshops and dive into our Spotlight series and super sessions to drive dealership success. And there's plenty to see on the expo floor in the West Hall. The redesigned NADA Pavilion, where you can maximize your NADA membership. The Dealer Manager Lounge, a quiet retreat for quick meetings and catching up with colleagues. And the brand new Product Discovery Stage, offering live, engaging 15-minute demos. And the EV Power Pick, your Q&A hub for all things EV. And don't miss the NADA Foundation auction to benefit Canine Companions, helping fund service dogs for kids, adults, and veterans with disabilities. Take a pause for a great cause. Thursday at the Open Lane booth in the West Expo Hall. Throughout the week at franchise meetings, dealers and managers meet face-to-face with OEMs. Franchise meetings are held in both the North and West buildings, so check the app for schedules and locations. 2 halls, 1 great experience. We like to think of North as fueling attendees with cutting-edge innovations, while West delivers proven solutions to keep your business in the fast lane. Thanks for helping make this the auto industry event of the year. Make sure that you share your feedback in the NADA Show app. Tell us what you loved and what you'd like to see more of in future events. And plan now to join us for NADA Show 2027 in Orlando, happening February 17th through 20th, 2027.
Auto industry fraud is a $9 billion problem. 700 Credit is the solution. We're renowned for providing valuable credit reports and soft pull credit data to dealerships, as well as a host of award-winning fraud detection and prevention solutions. And we'll secure your customer's sensitive PPI safely in a paperless digital deal jacket. Optimize your sales, enhance your customer experience, and protect your dealership from fraud. Contact 700 Credit today to get started.
More than a century ago, the American automobile industry was still in its infancy. When the federal government proposed a 5% luxury tax on new cars, 30 dealers came together to make their case against the tax. They knew cars were not a luxury, they were becoming a necessity to American life.
Their advocacy worked. The tax was reduced, the industry grew, and NADA was born.
Ever since, NADA, and later ATD, have been the voice for America's franchise auto and truck dealers, making sure lawmakers understand the vital role dealers play in our economy, in our communities, and in keeping America on the move. In 2025, working hand in hand with dealers and ATs across the country, we delivered major wins.
These are not NADA wins, these are your wins.
This year, NADA helped protect one of the most fundamental freedoms on the road, choice. By securing federal legislation that stops states from banning gas and hybrid cars, we ensured every American can choose the vehicle that fits their life and budget.
This legislation provided immediate relief for trucks. The heavy-duty industry was already suffering under California's regime, and sales were down by 80%.
Now, customers have the choices that they need to get the equipment that is best for their business.
We also stood for the customer experience. NADA and TADA overturned the FTC's vehicle shopping rule, which would have slowed down the buying process, buried customers in confusing disclosures, and forced dealerships to store millions of unnecessary documents.
This win saved dealers and their customers time, money, and frustration.
And we strengthened family-owned dealerships, which anchor communities across the nation by helping secure estate tax protections and 100% bonus depreciation for dealers.
And when Congress repealed the EV tax credits, NADA persuaded lawmakers to include an appropriate phase-out period, giving dealers the time they needed to manage their inventories and help their customers.
2025 was a year of incredible wins. We thank all of America's dealers for their leadership, their passion, and their partnership.
Together, we had an extraordinary year. We're ready to make 2026 even brighter.
So what, you knew you were having a stroke, and at the same time you're like, let me make sure the customer is taken care of. Yeah. Car dealerships don't always have the best reputation, but we wanted to know, is the legend still reality?
This isn't a makeover show, it's not a roast. It's a raw look inside dealerships across the country.
your dealership into the future with CarRx real-time vehicle data that protects your inventory, keeps deals moving, and brings customers back. No more guessing when service is needed. CarRx alerts you and your customer. Leading dealer groups add up to $1.8 million in annual service gross. Level up your dealership at booth 5143 by the cafe in the West Hall and see how CarRx turns every sale into long-term revenue. CarRx. Data powers your future.
The most comprehensive study on dealership workforce trends returns for its 15th consecutive year. NADA is proud to announce the annual Dealership Workforce Study is open during the first quarter of 2026. This important research allows dealers to see how their businesses stack up against the rest of the industry in key performance metrics, such as employee turnover, retention, compensation, hiring, and benefits. If you have participated in this study in the past, then you know just how valuable this data can be when it comes to measuring how you perform in these areas versus your peers. All NADA members are welcome to participate in this study. Not only is participation free, but all participants receive a complimentary copy of the annual National and Regional Trends Report. In addition to this comprehensive report, NADA launched an all-new online workforce dashboard in 2025. Participating NADA members get exclusive access to their submitted data through a secure web reporting platform. This new interactive tool gives participants the flexibility to select specific job positions to analyze, as well as their own benchmarks. Compare your store or group to various peer groups, including brand, state, region, sales volume, and more. Additionally, dealers can now build their own custom reports to better assess their competitiveness in the marketplace. Be assured, your data privacy is always a top priority with this study. All data is encrypted and transferred via secure protocols to ensure that your data is never seen by any other dealer. Enroll today at NADAWorkforceStudy.com.
My name is Adriana. I didn't have a car for like almost 2 years. Back in March, I was very fortunate to receive a vehicle from Vehicles for Change, sponsored by NADA. It's changed my life drastically. I don't need to borrow a car. I don't need to spend hundreds of dollars on Ubers or Lyfts. We can just get up and go, going to doctor's appointments, dropping my daughter off to daycare. When I have projects I need to work on at work, I can go into the office now. Not having a car was a very, very big issue. My son wanted to go to football practice, so now I was able to finally sign him up. He won the first game. He scored 2 touchdowns, and he is very, very excited. It's made a big, big impact for us. And I don't ever want to go without a car ever again. A car is mobility, a car is freedom, and most important, a car is a blessing.
If you're not here, you're missing out.
All the vendors are here. Hundreds of thousands of square feet of exhibitor space.
If you want to see what the latest and the greatest is, this is the place you got to come to.
Hugely valuable to be on the floor.
Right, there's so much out there that we didn't know existed.
The amount of opportunities to connect and network and build relationships.
Everybody that is anybody in the auto business is here this week.
This is the auto industry event of the year.
OEMs and dealers are all part of the same ecosystem. So it is essential and critical that we are aligned, because we're not independent in this. Dealers nor OEMs are not independent in this process. We rely on each other, and it comes down to how well we can work with each other in the pursuit of the ultimate customer experience.
It's important for the manufacturers to demonstrate that they're listening to dealers. And what better place to do that than when you have thousands of dealers in one spot, to get them in the room and to really listen to their questions and talk to them.
These discussions foster collaboration, build trust, and enable data-driven decisions that improve programs, process, and support.
Let your voice be heard. The NADA Winter 2026 Dealer Attitude Survey is now open. NADA encourages all dealers and general managers to complete this important survey. The Dealer Attitude Survey captures dealer opinions on key industry issues affecting relationships with their manufacturers. As the dealer's report card to manufacturers, the semi-annual and anonymous Dealer Attitude Survey enables NADA Industry Relations staff, your NADA Industry Relations representatives, and your National Dealer Council representatives to address your concerns at meetings with senior OEM management. NADA completed over 90 meetings with OEMs, dealer councils, and captives in 2025, sharing your concerns, outlooks, suggestions, and passion for the franchises you represent. All surveys are completely confidential. Survey results are reported by franchise or by market, not for individual dealerships. Go to nadasurvey.com to complete the survey today. Survey closes in less than 1 month on February 26, 2026.
One of the things that we talk a lot about in the auto industry is, did you pull in or did you back in? I definitely backed in. I've been in the industry now for almost 11 years. I was going through a bit of a transition in my previous career and was looking for a change, looking to do something different. And there was an opportunity to join the operations side in the sales department at one of our local dealerships. And I said, sure, why not? It's different, something that's unfamiliar for me and something that would be a bit of a challenge. So I thought I would stay in the business maybe a year or two, and here we are more than a decade later, and I'm still working in the industry. My name is Tristan Tops, and I'm the Human Resources Manager here at Penske Automotive Group in Scottsdale, Arizona. The opportunities for women in this business are endless. I actually started in the internet sales department at one of our local dealerships, so on the operations and sales side of it. We see women taking on positions not just in sales, not just in the internet department, but positions as technicians now. We have women who are service advisors, we have women in management, and then there's also all of the people that work behind the scenes to make this industry move forward. We have our accounting representatives, we have those that work in titles and billing, our controllers. There are all of these different avenues for women to come into this industry and really find a home and be successful. I would just like to say that the industry is shifting, the industry is changing, and it's going to continue to evolve. And women have a place in this business. We are going to be at the forefront. And as the industry changes and evolves, women are going to continue to make their places known within this industry, and it's exciting, and I look forward to seeing what the future has, not only for the automotive industry, but for all of the women that work within it.
value is driven by data.
Driven by verification and facts.
This is simply the purest pricing and market data ever provided.
And better data means better profits. It's that simple. This is iPacket Value.
Driven by belief.
Driven by integrity.
And driven by data.
If you're a dealer and you haven't attended the Washington Conference, you need to come.
Local activity is good, but you got to be able to get the bigger picture. There's so much stuff going on. It's such a complex landscape. You got to have multiple brains involved in figuring things out.
It's the best place to really get a deep dive into the issues of the industry.
Getting dealers to realize what's happening on a federal level for all dealers and how all dealers are being impacted by laws and regulations helps them, I think, be better leaders at our association.
I think it's extremely important for dealers to participate in these sort of things because of the challenges that we're up against as an industry.
Whether it be GMs, whether it be service managers, whether it be sales managers.
You know, it's very important to have a voice and a say. And if you don't participate in these sort of things, then you don't get a say.
It is the easiest way to facilitate visits, get briefed on the issues that are at hand, and to make a major impact.
I think being able to meet with the congressional members in their offices has been a good experience to kind of see their side of the world, to see the staff side of the world.
It's a great experience. It's rewarding, I think, for all of our dealers, and it's just a fantastic opportunity for them to really participate in advocacy at the federal level.
This is all relationships. This is all meeting people from other states, meeting people from your state you may not have known before, getting in front of people that are making these decisions and are influencing these decisions.
You need to be involved, and whether that's at your state level or whether that's coming here at the federal level, you have to be playing the game.
Every day, local dealerships keep America moving. Moving to work, moving to school, moving to play. Every day, local dealerships keep America working, employing more than 1 million hardworking Americans in good-paying careers in sales, service, and management. Paying an average salary of over $70,000 with exciting opportunities to advance into management, regardless of whether they chose to pursue a college degree. Every day, local dealerships keep America growing, investing more than $200 billion in land, buildings, and infrastructure in their local communities, creating jobs and rejuvenating cities and towns. Every day, local dealerships help keep America diverse and dynamic, with workforces that reflect the communities they serve, where minorities and women continue to account for a growing portion of the talent base, harnessing the latest innovative industry technologies, from EVs to zero-emission vehicles. Every day, local dealerships keep Main Street thriving, succeeding only when their communities prosper, unlike Wall Street or faraway big corporations. Providing 15% of local tax revenue, giving to local charities like hospitals and schools. Every day, local dealerships compete to earn your business, providing greater choice, access, and accountability, and making the customer experience simpler and more streamlined. Personalizing the process of purchasing a vehicle. Local careers, local businesses, local communities, local dealerships. Committed to the American communities we are proud and privileged to serve and to call home.
We know the problems your dealership is facing. Your customers are reaching out and dealers are not responding. I'm Pam, the AI customer experience platform for car dealerships. I handle inbound and outbound conversations across sales, service, and parts.
That is slick. I feel like we're definitely missing something, and this could be the answer to.
With natural, human-like conversations and real-time scheduling, I keep your digital doors open, more appointments booked, better CSI, more revenue captured. This is always on customer experience. Book a demo and meet Pam.
It's always great to be here in New York, a city like no other. With the Javits Convention Center, we're excited to be here and excited on what this year's going to bring.
It's a one-of-a-kind event.
It's absolutely one of the two, I would say, hallmark events in our industry. Obviously, number one is NADA show, but number two is the Auto Forum.
This is one of my most look forward to events of the year. Just one of the greatest opportunities to get real inside information on our industry.
The speakers that come to Auto Forum consistently every year are the folks you want to listen to for what's going on.
It's an opportunity to connect with the OEMs, share ideas, share thoughts, to get information from both sides, try and collaborate, improve both of our businesses. It's vitally critical to the success for both the OEM and the dealer partners. I mean, being surrounded by incredibly talented people in the OEM side of things, as well as industry experts, gives me just an inside look at what's going on inside the industry.
It's the only place you can come where you can see all of that at one time.
Don't let closing time limit your sales. With over half of in-market car buyers shopping out of hours, make sure you capture intent, even when your dealership is closed. Trust App lets you accept deposits and sell vehicles directly through your website, 24/7. Close more website deals, gain high-intent leads, and generate more revenue from a faster inventory turnover with Trust App.